Hello and welcome to Series 2 of Around the Museum with Joe and Diane. Last series was such a big success and it was well received by everybody who watched it. We got about 12 episodes or so out last time, but Diane's back here in the UK and it's great to have you back, and we'll be taking her around the museum again, which there's been a few developments in the world of the museums around in creation research, hasn't there?
Yes, they have. It's really good to be back, and I'm looking forward to seeing the exciting things that have been added to this museum. And we've got some good news from the museums in Australia.
Yes, indeed. So just remind us, Diane, before we go around, tell us a little bit about your background in terms of academia and also your involvement with creation research.
My background is in medicine and biology, and before I came to work with creation research full time, I was a lecturer in biomedical sciences at a university in Canberra.
So you've been working with creation research for a few years now, helping us with the research and the publications and so on and so forth. And you're a regular attendee on Creation Conversations as well.
Oh, yes.
So you can check that out again on our YouTube channel where you're probably watching this now. Anyway, we're going to go in and have a look around the museum and sort of see the developments. But what's the big museum that's really developed in the last year in Australia?
Well, we've developed a fossil museum in Australia. We've always had our outdoor museum for quite a while now, almost 20 years, I think.
It's Jurassic Ark in
That's
Gympie,
Jurassic
yes.
Ark. That's outside where we found big fossil logjam, and we planted some gardens, and we have an experimental section so we can tell people about the real history of the world. They can dig up fossils and they can see some really interesting experiments on how things have happened rapidly, not slowly and gradually. But we also had an enormous collection of fossils that John Mackay has mainly collected over the years that he's been involved in the whole process. And they've been stored away because we didn't have a safe place where we could have them out on display for people to see. But then a local businessman has enabled us to have some space in a commercial warehouse area, which is open to the public when we're able to have volunteers to help out. But we've had some open days, and so we've put out some of our most exciting fossils for people to come and see. And we've had a few open days and they've been really well received.
They've been good,
fabulous to see the fossils that have been sitting in the back rooms for a long time being out for people to see.
It's really nice to see all of the museum projects around the world really taking off, not just here in the UK, but in Australia and in the USA as well. So let's head on inside now then, yes. Diane, and bring you inside, because there's been a few developments since you were last here. It was just over a year ago you were last here, actually. So lots and lots has been coming on. Obviously, there's still plenty that needs being done and sorting out and setting up. We're still working on the research area, which is behind this facility here, and there's some great pieces of research that we could do here, particularly things that have been done in Jurassic Ark, like the fast fossil formations and the coal and oil and stuff like that, which happens really quickly, doesn't it?
Yes, we've got lots of evidence for rapid processes in lots of different aspects. So making fossils fast. I see that you've got your own stalactite.
Indeed. Let's come over here and have a look at this then, because this is another area which has developed a little bit, but this area was always going to be the sort of free to come in, look around. We've got some wonderful animals. We can talk about design and all sorts. And then over here we've got our collection of stalactites and stalagmites, and then here we have our stalactite machine. So you were saying about this, because this is based off of the Australian examples that was done at Jurassic Ark.
Yes, that was an experiment. That was one of the first experiments we started, actually. John Mackay noticed that cave stalactites tended to form in places where there was a lot of organic matter above the cave. Yeah. And so we set up a small version of that, a load of organic matter, a source of lime, in this case some fossil shells, and we just let the water drip through, and sure enough, within months, we had stalactites.
And so that's pretty much what we've replicated here. You can see at the bottom we've got crushed seashells, which of course seashells mostly being made up of that calcium carbonate, which is that base material, base mineral when it comes to things like stalactites and stalagmites. Raw Portland cement, and the great thing about cement in the UK is we know exactly where it came from, because it almost all exclusively comes from the Isle of Portland, which in fact we went there on our convention last year, didn't we?
Yes,
and
we did.
Went to go and dig up some, so you know, great stuff there. So it's just basically crushed up limestone that's been baked dry, and then on the top we've got all that mulch and water, and you can actually see the stalactites growing. They grow at around, an average rate of about 1 to 2 centimeters a month, which is vastly quicker, vastly quicker than the supposed millions of years, hundreds of thousands to millions of years that they take to grow in caves. So we'll have a whole program a little bit later, Diane, on all of this and about the stalactites and the stalagmites and the machine as well. So it's a place where people can come and actually see real research.
Yes, that's right. God is the God of the real world. So we have lots of things that people can actually come and see and even touch some things.
Yeah. Well, why don't you go over there, Diane, and have a look at our collection of dead heads, because we've built a few little little displays for downstairs. The main displays will be upstairs eventually. But why don't you go over there, Diane, and show the camera some of those dead heads that we have in the display cases over here.
Yes, we've got a few interesting spare heads here.
So we've got everything from our modern man at the top going down to Cro-Magnon and Neanderthal and stuff like that. And we can talk to people about, like, I know your program is the brain drain program, when it comes to things like looking at these skulls and showing how they don't show evidence of evolution.
No, in fact, if anything, they show the opposite, because the supposed oldest ones have the biggest brains.
Yeah. And the great thing about all these museums is this is a museum, which is the old word to think, right? So we're trying to get people to think and ask questions when they come into these places. And you can see a good example of that with these dinosaurs here, because what dinosaur is this, Diane?
This is Velociraptor, one of the most famous dinosaurs.
And its size is accurate?
No, it's not. This is a good movie-style dinosaur. But it's not a scientific-sized dinosaur.
Well, we've actually got our other model Velociraptor down here, which this is actually one that is the official merch from the movies, right? And I remember buying it. It was called Super Colossal Velociraptor Toy, and it's funny that it was called Super Colossal, because it's actually about the right size for a Velociraptor. This is sort of the life-size Velociraptor, and when you compare it to the sort of giant Hollywood kind of version, you can see our sign that we've put there, the lies that they tell you, beware. You see, part of what we're trying to do is when people come in and we get lots of visitors, people off the streets, members of the public who come in. We get some people who obviously book an official tour, want to come just to see the museum. But we have a lot of people who come just to see the fossil shop, just to see some of the displays and stuff. And what we try and get them to do is get them to think, well, if they've lied to us about even little silly things like the size of dinosaurs, or they've grossly exaggerated stuff based on no real evidence, what other things have they actually lied to us about as well? And so some of the displays that we have down here, because like I said, we're still developing the big museum displays upstairs, some of the displays down here are to try and get people to think. Things like the brain drain, things like the living fossils, which we've got behind there, and we'll do a whole program on many of these later. Fast fossils, this was another one that we developed. Excellent evidence of rapid fossilization, from your fish to your jellyfish to your fish buried next to land plants. Dinosaurs, of course, are always a popular one.
Very popular.
So we have some great examples of dinosaur bones and skulls and the big mosasaur. But Diane, what's going on the telly behind you right now? What's playing around here?
This is from our TV channel. We have Creation Research Live, where we have a sort of rolling series of our videos from all sorts of interesting places. This is from our conference last year.
Yes, we've got some stuff at the conference, and we've got stuff where we're on the road going and looking at archaeology, and it's all content that's creation research, and it goes out as a live broadcast, Creation Research TV 24/7, so it's available on our YouTube channel for free.
Yes,
and that's even better, so go and check that out. But we have it playing here in the museum as well for visitors. It's a nice sort of, let people know more about what creation research does. Well, if we come this way then, Diane, because obviously we've got the shop over there. You remember our big fossils from last year. We'll talk more about those, and we've got the giant fish fossil as well, which is a new addition this year. So, we were actually taking a photograph of this earlier. We had this last year, the pterosaur
I was
footprint.
Here when that was put up on the wall.
Well, what have we got above our heads now?
Well, now we have a model of a pterosaur, which is a flying reptile. Now we don't have flying reptiles these days. But they must have been fairly awesome when they were flying.
Especially some of them, because some of them were big, weren't they? Sort of like the size of a small plane type.
The size of some of them.
So we're going to probably do a whole program just on flight a little later. Now we're looking forward to that. So the idea, of course, is people can come in, they can see several of these displays. There's the shop, there's pieces of evidence which are on display all the time. But really, by the time you get into this back area, we're now at the point where we're starting to get into the real museum, the real displays, the real evidence, and that's where people can then come actually into the museum itself and come and have a bit of a look around. So why don't we go upstairs, Diane, and go and have a look at some of the amazing displays that we find up here, because we've got a whole load of resources that we have on display, and we have a whole load of artefacts. We have nearly 30-odd thousand artefacts, fossils and displays ready to go out, and we've been developing these over the last year or so. So there's been a few little changes up here. We've put in a false wall, so we've got somewhere to do our research and somewhere to study and organise and catalogue all of our fossils and displays and everything. We're still roughly laid out with our archaeology going around that side of the room and our fossils going around this side of the room. So why don't we come round here, Diane, and have a look. We've got lots of archaeology and stuff on display. This is all ancient Egyptian artefacts that we have on here. We've got some of the big fossils on this side. I particularly like our big mosasaur jaws and big plesiosaur vertebrae. And in fact, this, Diane, it's just very quickly, because I've just seen this. We've got a beautiful set of fossil fish here, right, from the Santana Formation in Brazil. But I think Creation Research recently did some rather amazing research with these types of fish, where they started using acid to sort of gently clean them away. And what did they find inside?
Well, they've still got a lot of their internal organs and internal structures.
So it's soft tissue, really, things like proteins, and in fact I saw even that they cut one and sort of split one in half, and it's still got gut contents and all that kind of stuff inside it. So, I mean, your background is obviously, I'm the geology, you're the medical biology, but from a medical biologist perspective, what are the chances of having proteins and soft tissue and stuff like that left inside these fossils, which are supposed to be getting on for 200-odd million years old?
Well, proteins are not going to last that long. Any organic molecule is just going to break down certainly within tens of years at the very most, maybe hundreds of years at the most. So when you find the internal structure, and you can actually see the organisation of the muscles and bones and joints and internal organs still there. That had to be preserved quickly. You can't just slowly and gradually wait for that to be preserved, because there is living organisms within that. We all have a massive amount of microbes living within us, and they will just keep on doing their thing, as it were, and they will break down any organic matter very quickly unless some process actually stops them in their tracks. So that's what's happened with these fish.
And but even if you do have them preserved, there's no real mechanism or way of them preserving that for millions of years. I think the biggest criticism of any kind of, or the biggest critic rather, of any soft tissue research is a guy called Buckley from Manchester University, and his quote is that there is less than 1% chance of any soft tissue organic biomolecules being left in these bones in less than 1 million years. In other words, after 1 million years there'd be nothing left whatsoever, given our current understanding in biology. And this is not unusual, finding soft tissue, whether it's with dinosaurs or bones or whatever. There's plenty of evidence of soft tissue and collagen and stuff like that being found in all sorts of bones. In fact, we've got an academic poster just behind us here, which has got some fantastic details of the Paleotherum jawbone that we did the research on, and so that's been a good way of being able to get some of this really up-to-date and accurate research up on the wall. So that's excellent. Let's go over here and talk about living fossils very briefly. We'll do a couple of programs on living fossils as we go, but we've recently developed an entire exhibition, and this is something new that we're trying to do, Diane, with actually getting the museum trail set up so that people can be self-guided. Because if you have a look over here, we've got the QR codes which have been set out on the wall, so people are able to come up and actually scan these QR codes and be able to follow the trail around, learning about living fossils, things like the Nautilus and so on and so forth. So, I mean, Diane, when it comes to like living fossils, where did the term come from?
Well, ironically, the term came from Charles Darwin, who recognised that there are some fossils which are exactly the same as living things that are alive and well in the world today. And so he called them living fossils. Yeah. But he used them as evidence for evolution. But of course, they're the very opposite of that. They are actually evidence for things multiplying after their kind. That's why they're the same. And
it doesn't matter how old you want to make these fossils, they're still living fossils. Like this is the so-called oldest fossil that we have in our collection, right? This is a stromatolite, and they're an Australian creature, whatever they are.
Yeah. We have stromatolites alive and well and living off the coast of Western Australia.
Okay, so this is known as butterstone, and you can kind of see it's got all the little sort of stripes and wiggles and stuff. It's very nice detail. So these striations are from a living creature, but this is supposed to be 2.5 billion years old. Billion, right, with a big B. Yes. And so it doesn't matter whether you want to make something a few thousand years old, whether you want to make it 2.5 billion years old. The evidence is that as long as these creatures have been around, they've been reproducing after their own kind. Which shouldn't surprise us, because 10 times in Genesis chapter 1, it says that God created living things to reproduce after their own kind. And so the evidence is really there if you want to look for it. So all sorts of wonderful examples of living fossils, and we've got some great Australian examples here as well. The Araucaria, the southern conifer, which is a famous Australian tree, but these have been found in places like Whitby in the UK. So climate change as well as living fossils.
Oh yes, plenty of climate change in the world.
Because they don't survive in northern Europe at all.
Southern pines because these days they only grow in the southern hemisphere and in relatively warm places like Queensland.
Yeah, so it's a great opportunity to be able to come and get really hands-on, because how have we found that people respond to things like this when we have the things like the living fossil example next to the modern example?
Oh, people are just delighted to see the real evidence, and particularly when we point out, look, this is positive evidence that what it says in Scripture is real. It relates to the real world and it's the truth, and so we can stand our ground. And people are just thrilled to see actual evidence that they can pick up or just
touch and feel, hands-on. Yes, it's So the idea is to get the whole museum laid out like a self-guided tour. So we're still developing the upstairs. We've got our dinosaur stuff over here, great big dinosaur bones, footprints, all sorts of huge, great big paddle bones, flipper bones of the great big marine plesiosaurs, and dinosaurs are just great.
People love dinosaurs.
And we get to take people out on digs, and it's just great fun. Well, Diane, we actually stole this idea we stole it from you and John, but I think you stole it from Craig Hawkins originally.
Yes,
but why?
Through a few iterations.
Why do we have Lego in the museum?
Well, you might notice that the title there is Creator, and I don't think they realised what they were saying, but our colleague Craig Hawkins down in his museum has a Lego model of the Sydney Opera House, a bit grandiose for us, and he also has a second kit which is all of the components, and he challenges people. How long will it take these components to make this model of the Sydney Opera House? And people are suddenly confronted with, well, they won't. Anyway,
It doesn't matter how many millions of years we leave this pile of Lego
No,
here, it's
that's
never going to
right.
assemble itself into a
So
dinosaur.
we thought that was a great idea when we set up the new museum in Brisbane, and we thought, well, we'll go out and buy some Lego. And we weren't particularly looking for dinosaurs. We just turned up in the place that sells Lego to look for a kit. And there were these dinosaur kits. Well, we just had to buy those.
Yeah.
And particularly when they had Lego Creator.
Well, the other thing that I like about this
gave
is
themselves away, so
not only is it Creator, but look, you can actually make 3 models out of the same kit.
Yes,
You can make. You've got your T-Rex, which we've made here, but you've also
Yes.
got your flying reptile sort of dinosaur, and you've got your Triceratops as well. Now, these are using the same components. It's using the same base bits, but no matter how long we're going to leave Mr. T-Rex there, he's never going to turn himself into one or the other two.
No, that's right.
So the only way we're going to get one is if we get an intelligent designer, probably somebody more intelligent than me and probably younger than both of us, to actually take these apart and put them back together again. So really, if you find the argument, which is quite common out there, that, well, you know, we believe dinosaurs evolved into birds, and dinosaurs have scales, birds have feathers, but they're both made of keratin. So therefore, because they're made of the same thing, surely one was able to evolve into the other thing. Well, we're dealing with a kit here which is made of exactly the same components to make a flying dinosaur or a triceratops. So can we use the same logic?
Yes, we can, and it even goes back to the origin of life. You know how they're trying to find carbon-based molecules in asteroids and on the moons of Jupiter and places like that, because they want to find life in outer space. And they say, oh, well, we found these organic molecules. If we leave them alone for a long enough time, they'll evolve into life, and that's what must have happened in the Earth. So whenever you see the same components, the evolutionists say, right, we're on our way to making life. No. When we see the same components, we just have a pile of components. It takes an intelligent designer, an intelligent creator to assemble them. And in fact, I actually put together the T-Rex that we have in the museum in Brisbane, but I didn't think it up myself. I had to read the
instructions and follow it.
I'm one of these people who have to read the instructions 3 times before I do anything, so it did take me a while to put it together. But without those instructions and without somebody with at least the brains I've got and the hands I've got to manipulate them, it was not going to assemble itself into a T-Rex.
So just as, even though the T-Rex is made out of exactly the same components that are needed to make a pterosaur and a triceratops, it's never going to turn itself into a triceratops or a triceratops. So really we're using the same example as even though dinosaurs had scales, there's no way that they could turn themselves into feathers unless you have an intelligent designer, just like you need an intelligent designer to turn our triceratops, our T-Rex into a triceratops or a pterosaur. It's the same logic going on there. And it's the designer, the intelligent designer, the creator, as it says on the box, that really is the key.
Yes, that's right.
So even Lego shows us evidence of a creator. So there you go. Well, you know, we're coming sort of around the museum more. We've got lots and lots of examples of archaeology, stuff that's relevant to biblical archaeology, like Babylonian swords here, all sorts of Holy Land pottery, and in fact a little bit later, Diane, we're going to need to go through all of our, I promised John that we'd go through all of our stone tools, because not only are they evidence of design, they're evidence of very intelligent design, and there's a few interesting little features which we've been looking at, which we've tried to need to investigate a little bit more. But I mean, we can use examples like this in archaeology to get a big perspective of history in light of the Bible. Even things like, what about Stone Age and cavemen, and where did they all come from, and were they really dumb brutes? And it's great to be able to get hands-on with this and talk to people about stone tools like this, because people have real questions about this.
Oh yes, they do. Because the history of the world, according to the evolutionist, is that somehow human beings started off as brutish idiots who blundered around, made a few stone tools, but they don't realise in order to make stone tools that takes a lot of talent, a lot of information, and a lot of understanding of the properties of stone, and a lot of plan and purpose.
And you need to have it all in place to be able. And we found that sometimes they're even, designed for a left or a right hand. So they only fit in one particular hand. They will struggle to fit in the other one. So it's designed, like you say, for a specific purpose. And we can talk about all sorts of things like, the cavemen and how they fit into biblical history. So it's about getting a big perspective of history, all of history, not just the Bible lands, so-called, but all of history from a biblical perspective. And that's really, I know we briefly mentioned it in the last series, but this is one of my favourite displays that we have here, which is our big Babylonian brick, which we'll have to do another programme on a little bit later, and talking about some of the evidence that you can see here. But real Babylonian brick with cuneiform script in the middle of it as well, collected by the Reverend Leonard Pearson in the 1930s, and we've been able to acquire it for the museum ourselves. So it's quite amazing what the Lord has really blessed us with. And it's the same all around the world with these museums, because what is the purpose of these museums, Diane, to come and actually put all this stuff in display? Because it's all very well, we've got archaeology and fossils, it's all very interesting, but what's some of the response, what's the feedback we're getting from people who've come and seen this in terms of the gospel?
Well, we want people to see that you can actually trust the scriptures. You can trust what it says in the Bible about the history of the world, about the world today. What's happened in the past, of course, is going to affect what we see in the world today. So you can stand your ground and trust the scriptures. But most of all, that means you can trust the Word of God, and the Word of God is Jesus Christ. So because we can trust God's Word about what's out there in the rocks and the plants and the living things and the dead things and the artefacts, you can trust the living God, because he tells us about how the world began, he tells us about its destiny, and in between that, he tells us about the Lord Jesus Christ, who is the ruler of all from beginning to end.
And so we've had some great responses from our museums all over the world, where people have been really challenged about whether or not they should believe in the Bible. We've had people who have come to faith in Christ because of the evidence that they've seen in our creation research museums. We've got people who have gone away with their minds blown that there really actually is evidence. Even Christians who've come and gone, well, I've never even realised that this kind of evidence is even here before. So we can praise the Lord for that. So do get behind the Global Museums Project, not just here in the UK, but around the world, in the USA, in Canada, in Australia. There's actually now 3 in Australia, isn't there, that are being developed. So do get behind, and you can find out more at creationresearch.net. So do join us next time as we continue to look at little aspects of the museum in Around the Museum with Joe and Diane. We'll catch you next time. Got questions? We've got answers. Check out askjohnmackay.com to see Q&A articles by experts from around the world. See also the creationfactfile.com website for latest evidence news from creation research. Support creation research through tax-deductible giving in many countries. Find out more at creationresearch.net. Check out Creation Research Live, our all-new streaming service for creation research, with thousands of free resources and access to all of Creation Research's premium documentaries, debates and presentations through a low-cost monthly subscription. Find out more at creationresearch.live. Be sure to join us for Creation Conversations, a weekly live broadcast with the whole Creation Research team dealing with different topics from creation, evolution and the Bible. Be sure to sign up to the Creation Evidence News, regular updates and news from the world of creation research, science and the latest evidence for creation. Why not visit one of the many creation research museums around the globe? Find out more at creationresearch.net. Hello and welcome back to Around the Museum with Joe and Diane, where we are starting our episodes properly after our little introduction last week, and now we're delving into the world of biology, because over the last few years we've ended up acquiring collating a rather impressive selection of human bones, culminating of course in Ezekiel here. Ezekiel is our complete articulated skeleton, and we're not going to say whether he's male or female. We'll see whether they can work that out given some of the features of this skeleton here. But anyway, it'll be a great fascinating journey all the way through human bones and stuff like that. But Diane, we have to clear one thing out straight away. Obviously your background, medical biology, you're well at home here, but is it legal to have all these sort of, random real human bones lying around the museum? I mean, is Ezekiel legal to have here strung up like this?
It is for scientific and medical purposes. But there are strict laws as to what you can and can't do with them. You can't just sort of randomly own a few bones and
can't go digging
do
up
things.
somebody out of their grave,
and you certainly can't go digging them up yourself. No, it has to be well documented as to where they came from. So we have acquired these through proper legal processes.
Absolutely, and Ezekiel here was actually an old medical specimen which was being used at a university hospital, which I know that you had your own one at one point.
Well, when I was doing medicine, yes, that was one of the requirements. You had to go and buy your own set of bones.
So you had to go and find a human skeleton. Excellent. Well, we've got a whole series of bones, and we talked a little bit about this on the last series, but we're going to go a lot deeper and have maybe some more episodes about this, especially now that we have Ezekiel. So let's start off with Ezekiel, because we're sort of dealing with the controversial world today of transgenderism and so on and so forth. And is there a way that we can conclusively work out whether or not Ezekiel here belonged to a male or a female, or would he perhaps have been transgender? Who knows? What features would we look at to be able to determine this in the medical biology world, so purely scientifically?
Well, the ultimate test, of course, is to look at the DNA and look at the chromosomes. We don't have that, but you can actually tell from the body, because a male body and a female body are different. Main difference is the reproductive system, so you need to look down in the pelvis. So the pelvis in a female is wider, it needs to be, but also in males, their shoulders tend to be bigger than their hips. Okay. And you can see that just from looking at the men and women as you wander around.
Well, I mean, the pelvis presumably has got to be wider, because there's got to be a baby that passes through.
True, that's exactly right.
It's not going to work if it's deep inside. When it comes to Ezekiel here, then what are we dealing with, male or female? Based on, say, for instance, the pelvis.
It's male.
What are we looking at?
Yes.
So what are we dealing with Ezekiel here? Is he a male or a female?
He's male.
He's a male, and we can tell that just because of the pelvis size and the shoulders
and the shape. Yes, that's right.
Right.
There's actually a report in our fact file about how this could have evolved from apes, because they give birth to babies with small brains, of course, so the male and female differences are a lot smaller. And there's a lot of speculation as to how that could have happened. Now, you think about it, that sex difference couldn't have happened one step at a time. What came first, the babies with the big heads or the females with wide hips? And the answer is the females with wide hips. But then you've got to speculate as to how the wide hips came, what advantage there might have been evolutionary, and you can tell all sorts of silly caveman cartoon stories in that the men with small brains were too stupid to get themselves a wife, so they had to go and chase after one. And there is actually a disadvantage in having wide hips. It's a biomechanical disadvantage, so that's why it's important that there are men and women's sports, and they are kept separate. There is a genuine anatomical reason for it. But of course, that's all foolishness, because we know that God created human beings, and it specifically says he made them male and female. So they've always been male and female right from the beginning.
Very good. So when it comes to our design then, because this, you're on home ground here, with the medical biology and with the bones and stuff like that. And one of the big claims that you'll often find with atheists and evolutionists, people like Richard Dawkins, a number of different medical biologists as well, people like Alice Roberts, whose background in anthropology. One of the claims is that the human body has so many design flaws. In other words, there's so many problems with the way that the human body is designed that there would never be any evidence of it having been created. It must have surely come from millions of years of mistakes, which is what the process of evolution is. Claims such as tailbone as vestigial organ, claim about the way that the joints are put together, and we went into a lot of detail with some of the foot and foot bone and wrist joints. But I thought perhaps we could just work down through Ezekiel and just sort of, glean from some of your wisdom and knowledge about the design and some of the details that we find in these creatures. So, for instance, even coming over and to the skull and the makeup and the teeth and stuff. So, what can you teach us about some of these bones, the names, their design, their function in the big picture?
Yes, well, our skull is actually a whole lot of bones. But look at the way how neatly it sits on top of the cervical vertebrae here, or the neck vertebrae. It's really nicely balanced, and we are designed to be vertical creatures, whereas apes are quadrupeds. Now, they may be able to walk upright for a short amount of time, but they are basically quadrupeds. They need all four limbs to steady them. But human beings are designed to be vertical. So our head is neatly balanced on top of our vertebrae. And if we were to take a straight line down through the centre, the straight line would go behind the curve of the cervical vertebrae. You can see there's a curve that goes to the front here. Then it reverses, and then there's a curve that goes to the back, which gives you the volume that we have in the thorax, which is where the lungs are. And notice the ribs, how they slope down. We can talk a little bit about that later. But again, the curve reverses so that you have the lumbar vertebrae. So the curve is now in front of the line of gravity. So the spine is actually neatly balanced around the line of gravity, which then goes down through the pelvis and into the limbs.
You can probably see it a bit clearer on this.
Yes, it's a bit clearer in this isolated one here.
Separate from all of the
from all of the other things.
So you've got this kind of S shape. So again, as you were saying, if you have a straight line that goes straight down, it's going to kind of cut through this curvature. And so it's to really keep our because we have this mass on the front, which is our ribs and all the vital organs inside it, and then we have a mass on the back as well, which is to produce the muscles to power our legs and stuff. And so you're really keeping the centre of gravity straight by creating this kind of S-shaped.
And that is unique to humans. It's not found in any of the apes.
So in other words, we are designed to walk upright.
We are designed to walk upright, yes. And the line of gravity actually goes behind the pivot point of the hips. So that pulls the torso backwards on the hips. Now that is balanced by some extremely strong ligaments in the front of this ball and socket joint. And then it goes in front of the knees and down through the ankles. So all the way down, we are designed to be upright, we are designed to be vertical, and that is unique to all other animals, to all other mammals.
So you can see it even in just these spines here, the incredible design. But I'm looking at the spine a little bit closer up, Diane, and it's the same in this one. So we've got these, which are obviously the bones, right? But what are these sort of soft, sort of almost look a bit like a bit of sponge in between?
Those are called intervertebral discs, and they are a mixture of cartilage around the outside with a lot of fibrous tissue that holds them tightly bound to the bones, and they have a sort of soft, squishy centre. So that enables them to move a bit, and so you do get some movement between the individual vertebrae, so that that provides a bit like shock absorbers, if you like. And then behind, we have some other joints between. Can you see how these overlap at the back here?
Right.
Yes. So there's actually a joint there, which is what they call a synovial joint, which means it's a joint with fluid inside. It has two smooth edges, two smooth surfaces, and fluid inside that. So all of those little movements all add up to enable the spine to move, but still be strong enough to support the body at all times.
So you've actually got a joint where each of the vertebrae kind of fit in together and held together as well. That's fantastic.
Yes.
So this bit down the bottom there, this kind of looks like lots of these kind of glued together.
Well, that's how it develops in an embryo, but it provides it's the back of the pelvis here, so you've got a solid ring of bone there. But it does develop in segments, but eventually the segments all fuse together because it needs to grow, but eventually it has to form a solid structure.
Yeah. And so you end up with this is another example of it here, and it is just that kind of that fully solid piece of bone. There's no joints or anything as part of it. It is now the complete article. And then we've got this little tiny tail on the end there, the old coccyx.
The coccyx. The interesting thing is the word coccyx doesn't mean tail. It actually means cuckoo's beak, because the first anatomist who named it thought that it was the shape of a cuckoo's beak, all right, a bird's beak. And again, it is made out of segments as well, which when the bone is growing, they are separate segments joined together with cartilage, and then they fuse together. But of course, when you dry it all out, sometimes they come apart, as they have here. But there's, and it's often proclaimed to be a vestigial organ or an evolutionary leftover.
Well, that's what I was going to say, because I have my old biology high school textbook here, which was published in 2007. So it's not the newest, but it is. It's in the modern world of biology, and there's actually about 4 or 5 chapters which deal specifically with evolution and evidence for evolution. So we're dealing with evidence for evolution. We're on page 296, anatomical evidence, and it talks about things like we've got the limbs, the structures, the famous the fraud of embryo, which we can talk about later, probably in a later episode. But I just want to quote this little bit, because it says part of the anatomical evidence, the evidence from anatomy for evolution, is vestigial structures, which are anatomical features which are fully developed in one group of organisms but are reduced or have no function in similar groups. And it quotes a few, but then it states at the bottom, humans have a tailbone but no tail. Now, the term tailbone, because the claim that they're clearly making there is, they're equating the tailbone to a tail. Right, because they're saying, well, here's a tailbone, but there is no tail, therefore it's a leftover, it's a vestigial organ. But would this ever, even by biological terms, have been any form or connection to a tail, given what we know about its role today?
Well, there's no tail here. This is just a triangular structure, and it is attached to very strong ligaments that go across the base of the pelvis. And they actually help hold up your pelvic organs, which is a very important function. So it's not useless at all.
So, but when we're dealing with like monkeys or whatever, which do have tails, does their tail hold up all the same organs that our tailbone, our coccyx does?
Well, the tail itself, the bit that actually sticks out, has a whole lot of bones in it, because it's not just made out of soft tissue. It's not like an elephant's trunk.
No.
A tail of a mammal actually has bones in it. Now, they look nothing like this because they're much longer, and they have individual muscles for the animal to move it. So that's quite a separate structure that is. Nothing like it at all.
It's not a tailbone.
It's not a tail.
It's got nothing to do with tails. It doesn't function like a tail. There's no evidence that it ever did function like a tail, but it is required in order to have a functional human body because it holds everything together. And like we say, one of the, you know, for the people who claim that it is just a vestigial organ, the easy answer is, well, get it removed and see how well you navigate a toilet after that, right? It's just not going to work. So it really has got nothing to do, it would be false to try and equate this as evidence for evolution.
Oh yes, it's absurd. One of the most important functions of bones is to act as anchor points for our muscles and ligaments. And this is a whole lot of ligaments actually converge on this, and it's very important for holding up your pelvic organs.
Yeah. And fitting all together. So, yes, I'm afraid, even though this is a relatively new book, it's using some fraudulent, not just blatantly fraudulent, but false and misleading evidence for evolution. So do be wary, particularly if you're parents and you're schooling or home educating your children and you're using resources like this. It's amazing the kind of fraudulent information that gets hidden into it, but is presented as purely as fact. Just a simple statement like humans have a tailbone but no tail is not only false in both senses, because it's not a tailbone and we have any tail at any point. It just completely misrepresents any of the evidence that you can find in this. So the spider's evidence of good design, but I mean, I have to admit, Diane, even in my my youth, I still have problems with my back. I have to visit doctors and stuff to try and fix it. I've put it out really badly before, and some days it's a struggle to even just get up and move about. So surely that's evidence that the back could have been better designed. I mean, I wouldn't be getting out of bed with all the aches and pains then.
Well, I've experienced that myself, one of those intervertebral joints. I had a problem with one of those and had to have an injection into it. But in any piece of machinery, the hardest working parts wear out first. And we have to remember, we no longer live in the world that was declared to be very good. In the beginning, God said everything was very good. We no longer live in that world. Everything has gone downhill. And that's an important point to understand if you're going to look at anything, whether it be human bodies, whether it be animals, plants, fossils. The real history of the world, I'm sorry, is from good to bad to worse. Now, it does end in salvation and glory, but it's the very opposite of evolution. Everything started out perfect. It was complex, fully functioning, just as God made it, but things have gone downhill as a result of human sin and because of God's judgment. So when you have your aches and pains, and when I had a terrible bout of sciatica and couldn't even walk properly, that is the result of the world going downhill. That's another way of putting it is biblical biology, if you like, is creation degeneration. It's the opposite of evolution.
So just because we have bad backs in the world today doesn't mean that this is a bad design. It doesn't mean that this could have been designed better. It just means that because of sin, man's sin, and you read about it in Genesis chapter 3, because of man's sin, the world has gone from good to bad to worse. And so, let's face it, Diane, we don't always eat a perfect diet.
No,
it's virtually impossible to eat a perfect diet because it's no longer a perfect world. But we don't help ourselves, is what I'm saying. You know, we do things which will damage the back. We walk in things that will damage our back. Even, you know, we weren't designed to wear shoes because in a good world you'd have had no need for shoes and stuff like that. And with a diet that we and all this kind of stuff can mess up the way that our back works. So just because we have problems with bones and problems with backs today doesn't mean that it was a bad design. It's certainly not evidence for no design.
No, it's a good design that's been knocked around a bit.
And of course, you know, mutations, degeneration.
Yes, that's right. The human body has been affected by that just as much as everything else.
Okay, well, I'm just looking at these bones, right? Because you start off, you know, you've got all these big kind of knobs that kind of stick out, and I'm assuming that this is going to be another like anchor point for something. I'm assuming ribs.
These ones up here in the what's called the thoracic region, yes. Notice how they have a little round area here that is smooth. Right, so these little facets here, that's because they're part of a joint as well, like these joints here between them. These ones don't have it down here. These are muscle and ligament attachments, so they tend to be rather rough. But these little round facets here with these edges, yes, those are joints like these here, and they're synovial joints, meaning they're lubricated joints, so they are designed to move.
And so you'd have a rib. I'm not exactly sure which one it is, but you've got rib would kind of fit in here. But what's the movement for then?
Yes, well, the movement is to enable us to breathe.
Ah, of course.
Really basic, good function. That
yes.
Yes.
So it's allowing your obviously you've got your diaphragm, which is your big muscle underneath your rib cage, which is pumping the lungs, and so as the lungs fill and go out, it's allowing these ribs to just kind of move a little bit in and out and fluctuate.
Yes.
All right, so Diane, just having a look then back at this spine. So we've spoken about these sort of nodules here, and they're for muscles. We've spoken about these bits with the joints, which are for your ribs. But then we kind of go into these nodules kind of get diminished, and then there's this sort of funny-looking vertebrae, very thin at the top, which I believe is called the atlas bone. So
yes,
what's the function of that?
That's right. This is, well, your head sits on that,
Okay,
so it's really important.
Kind of shaped for that.
Yes, yes, and it gets its name from the Greek mythology about Atlas holding up the world. But it wasn't designed by the globe being your head, yes. But this is a very neat piece of design by the real God. And you can see we've got some smooth facets here. So there is a joint there between that and the base of your skull, and that enables you to nod your head. Very useful function, that one. Yes, all right. But notice,
about shaking your head?
well, to shake your head, you actually need this one underneath. Can you see how there is a knob of bone here, but there is a gap? Right. This knob actually comes from the second bone, which is called the axis, as in the axis of a wheel, because this one can rotate a little bit around that, and that enables you to move your head from
do that.
That's right.
So when I get all my neck pain, it's in this bit here.
Yes, it's in, and you have joints in between these, of course. But getting back to the atlas and the axis, again, this is a really useful function because this is very well balanced. Head sits on top of that, and so that we stand looking forward. Our head is neatly balanced, and you don't need a lot of muscle activity to hold your head, which is quite heavy, on top of your spine. And the same goes for all the way down. Because this is so neatly balanced, it is held together by ligaments, so you don't need a lot of muscle activity simply to stand up straight. So that's good energy conservation.
And again, looking then comparing this to a chimpanzee or a gorilla, for instance, if you look at their spine, they don't have the same curvature, but what they do have is these kind of little bits here, which is sort of where your muscles are. These are huge, aren't they?
Oh,
massive, great big,
yes,
because they need that
be.
muscle, because they're holding a head which is actually straight out in front of them like this, sort of straight. And, so, and that's a heavy pull, so you need the muscle in order to hold it into place. Whereas, as you say, we haven't got that on this because we're designed to walk upright. It's a very well balanced phenomena which kind of fits it all together. So, good evidence that we didn't come from apes.
Very good evidence that we didn't come from apes. We have always been after our kind, multiplying after our kind, and we were made, male and female, right from the beginning, unique creations. And the most important thing, of course, is that we were made in the image of God.
And that's really important because we're made in the image of God, and we know that God walks. Because God walked with Adam and Eve in the cool of the shade and talked with them. Because we're made in his image. It's Jesus who is God who came, and we're made in he's the creator of all. We're made in his image, and we have so many features that we have because Christ has them. Because God who is the creator has them. He walks, we walk. He weeps, we weep. And so it's a completely different creation from the animals in its entirety, and it's a beautiful and a perfect design as well. So, excellent evidence that we didn't evolve.
Excellent evidence that we didn't evolve. We never were animals, and that's really important.
That's good stuff. Well, Diane, we've barely scratched the surface of our bone collection here. We've only just really spoken about the spine and its sort of components and how it fits together. So we'll have to do another programme on this and maybe a few more talking about.
Yes, maybe we can look at some of the limbs.
There's so many, yeah. So anyway, be sure to join us next time on Around the Museum with Joe and Diane. And of course, check out creationresearch.net. And we have plenty of evidence, don't we, going out on our creation newsletters and updates that you look after?
Yes, indeed, and we do archive all of those onto a website called the Creation Fact File, and there is a link to that from the main website, which is creationresearch.net. That's easy to remember.
So do go and check us out on creationresearch.net, and we will see you next time for Around the Museum with Joe and Diane. We'll catch you soon.
Tights, Mites and Fossil Fights is full of fabulous photos, exciting experiments and thought-provoking discussion. 40 years research in the making, author John Mackay presents outstanding evidence gathered from around the planet. You'll be enthralled and challenged by the content on each of the 40 beautiful high-gloss pages of this extremely easy-to-read book. Order your copy from the Creation Research shop and discover that this showpiece resource clearly demonstrates that it's a young world after all. Probably heard it hundreds of times. We humans are so much like apes and gorillas that we must be related to them. But the truth is exactly the opposite. Why not pick up your copy of But Monkeys Don't Cry? It's available as MPEG-4 files or as a DVD. You'll really enjoy finding out how dissimilar we really are. Great for families or teens, or in fact anyone who wants to see as well as hear the evidence. Go to the Creation Research shop and order your copy now.
Check out Creation Research Live, our all-new streaming service for creation research, with thousands of free resources and access to all of Creation Research's premium documentaries, debates and presentations through a low-cost monthly subscription. Find out more at creationresearch.live. Be sure to join us for Creation Conversations, a weekly live broadcast with the whole Creation Research team dealing with different topics from creation, evolution and the Bible. Why not visit one of the many Creation Research museums around the globe? Find out more at creationresearch.net. Support Creation Research through tax-deductible giving in many countries. Find out more at creationresearch.net. Be sure to sign up to the Creation Evidence News. Regular updates and news from the world of creation research, science, and the latest evidence for creation. Got questions? We've got answers. Check out askjohnmackay.com to see Q&A articles by experts from around the world. See also the creationfactfile.com website for latest evidence news from creation research. Watch Creation Research TV, a live 24/7 broadcast of everything creation research, available for free on our YouTube channel and through Creation Research Live. Oh, well, welcome back to Around the Museum with Joe and Diane, where we're sticking with the bones of the issue and delving into limb bones this time, I believe. We sort of spent last time looking at the skull and the spine and all it fits together, a little bit about the ribs, but we're going to go on to limb bones and perhaps onto some of the joints and stuff as well. So we'll delve into that just now. But just to remind us, Diane, if people are enjoying this series, obviously come and visit the museum. We've got museums all over the world, but how can they keep in touch and up to date with creation research?
Well, you can go to our main website, which is easy to remember, creationresearch.net. Plus, we have a wonderful YouTube channel where there are videos of some of the things we've done here, some of the videos that we've made for creation research, and that's ongoing 24 hours a day.
Absolutely. So join us there and follow us there. All right, Dan, let's go on to limb bones. We've got a few limbs and stuff lying around here. So
yes,
over to you. Dive into what are some of these here that we're looking at?
And this is an upper arm bone, otherwise known as a humerus. This is another one here.
So that's this bit.
That's this bit here. Yes, indeed. So this is the ball of the ball and socket joint, whereas down here we have the elbow. That's the back of it there. This is the front of it here. And it's more like a hinge joint. Now, it's interesting that they use those engineering terms because that's what they do work like, but they're actually much more subtle than that. They're more than just those simple engineering terms.
So where would this ball, this is obviously up in our shoulder, right? So what's the bone that this would connect into then, this ball and socket joint? Would it have anything to do with this?
Yes, it would. Yes, this is the scapula, or otherwise known as the shoulder blade. Now that's the back of it, so that's the ridge that you can actually feel on someone's back.
Yeah, that's this bit round here.
Around there, that's right. This blade part is completely covered with muscle, so you can't really feel that. And this is actually the socket of the ball and socket joint. Now that doesn't look particularly efficient. The ball is a lot bigger than the socket. Now these obviously are not from the same individuals. So
why don't we pull Ezekiel around here?
A bit of
Of course, we've called him
here.
Ezekiel after the dry bones.
Yes,
in
that's
the book
right.
Of Ezekiel,
He's made out of dry bones. So it's quite appropriate.
Anyway, perhaps we should talk. So here's your shoulder blade right here, the
yes,
scapula.
that's right.
And there's the
turn him
joint
around.
where it goes in
There is the joint there. So here's the ball, here is the socket. Now the socket is quite shallow, so this is all held together by a lot of very strong ligaments and muscles. But the reason it's like this is that it gives you plenty of scope for movement. Right. But we have the same sort of joint down here with the hip bone and the femur, right? But this time you've got a much deeper socket. So you can have the same basic design, but manipulated or according to the need. Up here, this is important for orientating your whole arm because human arms are designed to manipulate objects, to reach out to things around us, whereas the human leg is designed for weight bearing. So this is much stronger and more tightly fitting.
So it's going to kind of be holding you up into position, fitting you in nicely. So,
yes, that's right.
Now, obviously, this can become dislocated. It can pop out, and most of the time just needs popping back in again, and it sorts itself out from there. But so, would that be an argument of a bad design? The fact that it could come out?
It has been used as evidence for bad design, but think of the sorts of things that has to happen for you to have it dislocate.
Yeah. I mean, if it's popping out all the time, you've probably got something wrong with your bone structure and skeletal.
That's a problem. That's usually caused by a weakness in the muscles and ligaments or a defect in the bones. That's another reminder that the world is actually going downhill, and so that's a degeneration.
Yeah, but of course, if we did have something, if this was perhaps a stronger, so it didn't dislocate, maybe if it was like a hinge, right, like our knees are sort of a hinge kind of, or elbow, that'd be awful. It'd just be walking around like this all the time. That'd be it. We wouldn't have that kind of movement that we would need from
quite
it.
limited.
Yeah.
Now, the evolutionists use this basic design of ball and socket, one bone here, another hinge type joint here, and two bones down here. That's a common combination that's found in a lot of different creatures, and they say, aha, that means one evolved from the other. But no, it doesn't. It just means, like any good engineering, you look at the need and you say, now what is going to work for this particular need? So in terms of a human arm, we need one bone here and one joint to orientate the whole limb. And then we need something that has a little bit more stability. So we have a hinge joint, so that's a much tighter joint with a limited number of different types of movements. But at the same time, there's some really quite clever manipulation here, because we can rotate this bone over that one, and you can actually feel that in your own elbow. And so we have this little rotating joint as well as this hinge joint. Very clever piece of
just backtracking
engineering
a little bit,
there.
because this would introduce then a new term perhaps, which we haven't mentioned before, which is sort of convergent evolution.
Yes.
So we're probably going to do a whole program. We were talking last night about doing a whole program on this, but in relation to flight, right? Because nobody claims that the flying creatures like the pterosaur that's above my head here evolved into birds, or vice versa. And nobody claims that either birds or pterosaurs evolved into bats. And so you've actually, according to the theory of evolution, have flight evolved at least 5 separate times. Insects, birds, reptiles,
mammals.
and mammals as well, right? So you've got all this kind of thing. So this is a term known as convergent evolution. Lots of examples, and like nobody claims that we evolved from frogs, but frogs have a fairly similar limb structure to what we do. So what does this term mean then, and what is it in relation of comparing evolution to creation?
Well, we can see that this is a useful design because it's fit for purpose. The same basic combination can be made fit for purpose for a frog or for a mammal and even for a bird. So what you're seeing actually is the mind of the creator, who's saying, we have this basic design and it can be used for different purposes. All it requires is some variation in the combination or the proportions and the strength. So it's actually a sign of intelligent, purposeful design rather than chance random evolution, because if it was completely chance and random, well, you wouldn't have those similarities.
And we made that point in the last episode as well about the relation between a lot of these and physics, physical mechanics, right? Thinking about, I think we mentioned it in relation to the lungs, right, and the way that it works. Well, the fact that you have laws that govern how physical things behave and how physical things will react and interact between one thing and another. That again goes to there being a grand designer who put those laws in place in the first place. Because if you have a random chance universe where random things happen at random intervals, there'd be no base law, base structure for which to design a living being around. But we know that things will always interact in a certain way. We know that fluid and gas dynamics will always react in a certain way. So we shouldn't be surprised that when you create living things, which are also being governed by these laws, that many of the design features are similar because they're being governed by the same laws that dictate how stuff flows through systems and how things move and interact with each other and so on and so forth. So we really shouldn't be surprised, like you say, that there are common design patterns found throughout nature, even particularly with limbs and stuff, because limbs are there designed to give us strength and help with our movement and our propulsion. So it makes sense, really. It should all line up like that. But perhaps we should have a whole episode talking about convergent evolution and how it all sort of comes together. But great. And I know you were talking about this, right, about the twisting, because this has always fascinated me. We've actually got another limb bone here, hand bone here, and you've obviously, you've got the joint in the middle that bends nicely, right? That's your nice joint. But then you've got this manipulation as it twists, and I'd never really realised before. You can actually feel it, can't you, in your arms?
Yes,
You can see the layover. So we're dealing with it's a bit like this,
Yes, that's right.
and so that's kind of the two bones nice and flat open, and we turn it over like this, and now my bones are crossed inside.
Yes.
It's a bit bizarre to think about it.
Yes, it is, and this rotary joint is actually separate from this one here. So you've actually got a synovial, that's a lubricated surface around the edge of the top of the radius here.
Yeah, so the bone that's then attached up to here then, so that's always attached, but this bone here is able to rotate around. You can actually feel that kind of pulling as you move it. It's, that's amazing.
Yes.
And then now we dealt with this a lot more in the previous series.
Yes,
so go and
we
check
did.
it out because we specifically dealt with Nathan Lent. Who
Yes,
claimed
that's
that
right.
These bones were about as useful as a bag of rocks thrown in there. But just remind us very quickly, Diane, about some of these bones and their usefulness.
Yes, these are called the carpal bones, and they can just slip and slide over one another. And as we said in the first episode, sometimes a whole lot of small movements can be added up to give you a particular bigger movement that you're aiming for, and so that spreads the load, and that's what these bones do here.
And it just it means that you have both that flexibility as well as that power. Because if it was just one solid bone, yes, it would be a lot stronger, but you wouldn't have anywhere near the flexibility. If it was more bones or differently designed bones, then you would have perhaps more flexibility if there were more joints, but you would not have the power and the grip, and you'd be breaking your wrist all the time. So it's the right balance for between the two. Just remind me what this large knob here is here, this bone, because I remember talking about this before, and you can kind of feel that in your wrist there.
Yes, you've got this little bone here and this one here, and we have to remember there are tendons from muscles up here in the forearm that come across here. So these act as guides for those tendons and attachment sites for the ligaments. So that this is a strong structure, but it enables the movement of the tendons that come across here and go down to your fingers to enable you to do all the clever things that we can do with our fingers.
Well, speaking of that, so that's something that we can do. We can do this, which is something that apes can't do. We have a lot of dexterity in our fingers and so just talk a little bit about that, about the flexibility as well as the strength of the fingers, because this is a designed hand and it's designed for a purpose, which is a different purpose to an ape's hand.
That's right. Yes. Well, one of the interesting things is when you have your fingers stretched out like this, you can open and close them very easily. Now, bend your fingers to a right angle. Now try and open it.
It's not happening. I can just about do that on there, but it's not going very far, the rest of them.
That's right, because these little joints here are not true hinge joints or true ball and socket joints. They are a much more subtle combination that moves freely when the fingers are held out straight, so that you can open your hand wide, do all sorts of clever things, play the piano, type on a computer and things like that. But if you want to pick something up, you want the fingers to close tightly. In fact, you can even close them so tightly that you can actually hold some liquid in them, right? And the joints just don't easily come apart. They're held together by the ligaments. So that's a way of...
So you've got that strength there when you're bringing it together and the dexterity when you're moving it apart. So it's actually a very clever design.
Yes, and if you talk to the people who are designing robots these days, think of how much computer-aided design and how much really clever engineering has to go into designing something that's not even half as good as this.
And of course, this is supposed to have just come about by random chance, just by, mutations occasionally, creating something new, which we've never obviously seen, but supposedly over... Well, actually, you think about it, you say over millions of years, but we're supposed to have gone from an ape-like creature into human beings in approximately 2 to 2.5 million years. That's not a lot of time in the grand scheme of things. When you think that, dinosaurs are up to 200 million years old and a little bit old, and you think, actually, that's a enormous amount of design just for random chance to produce. in just a couple of million years. It's impossible to get it in the first place, but it's even less likely given how little time that they actually give this volume of random chance, because the probability of this happening is pretty much close to nothing.
Well, that's right. Well, if it's truly random, you're just as likely to go backwards as
you are forwards, exactly. So we're never going to be getting anywhere. But yeah, brilliant piece of design then in the wrist. Certainly not a random jumble of bones, and a pretty decent design overall in the arm as well. But let's move on then, Diane, to some more. We've got some more bones and stuff. We've got some more limb bones. So what are we looking at here? What are these?
And this is a femur. This is a thigh bone. So that's the ball in the ball and socket joint that will fit into the to the hip. And and this is a much deeper socket here that you've got here. And so this is a joint that's designed for strength. Now this is where we really know that these had to be designed, because you may have heard of people having hip replacements, right, and knee replacements. Now hip replacements were actually easier in terms of the design of the joint than the knees, because this is a simple ball and socket, and that's how it works. And it's designed, again, to orientate the whole limb. And it's important that it is a ball and socket, because if we go over to here, as well as for each step you take, of course, you have to move it forward. But if you're going to walk around any corners, it has to be rotated inwards or outwards. And it also has to be able to come apart and go back into the middle in order to walk on uneven ground.
Yes. Yeah.
So it is a very strong joint, but it also has a lot of flexibility, or a number of ranges of movements to enable us to walk on uneven ground and to go around corners.
It often seems to be coming into getting this balance between flexibility, dexterity, the ability to be able to manipulate itself into moving, like you say, over uneven ground, but also providing strength. Because if you go too far one way or the other, you're not going to get that balance. If you make the strength amped up so it's like a solid piece of steel, then you're just going to be walking around all the time. But if you're a bit too flexible, you're never going to get the strength and will constantly be collapsing and breaking down. So it's about getting this balance. And I think that in itself, finding that right balance, and the fact that we are able to get up and walk is amazing evidence that this has been brilliantly designed.
Yes. And in fact, going back to that point about us wobbling around, it is just as well that we don't have ball and socket joints in our knees. Can you imagine that?
It's like a Monty Python sketch.
Yes, it certainly would. But the knee is not actually a simple hinge joint. Now, we think that it might just, it just works like that. But in fact, this is the largest and most complicated joint in the body, and it's been a real challenge to make knee replacements that really work well. Now, we have got to the stage now where for knee replacements, using artificial intelligence and computer-aided design, we can actually make the prosthesis, that's the artificial surface that is going to be replaced, tailor-made for each patient.
Right,
that's
so it's not just
really brilliant.
It's a standard bung it all in.
Yes,
it's got to be tailor-made to them.
They're tailor-made, but that took a lot of clever engineering and computer-aided design to do that, so they can make that for each person, because basically, yes, you do get that hinge sort of movement, but when you stand up and completely upright, in the last few degrees of that movement, there is a subtle twist, and that literally locks in the knee so that you don't need to use muscles in order just to stand up straight. Once it's like that, it's stabilized, because that line of gravity we talked about in the last episode actually is just in front of the pivot point for that joint. So gravity plus this tightening or this locking will keep that joint stable as long as you're standing still, so that you don't have to be constantly contracting muscles merely to stand up straight. So again, human beings are designed to be vertical.
Yeah, and it's that, again, that evidence of design that fits in so brilliantly with everything that we see working together. Like you say, it's
Yes.
the knee joint needs to be correct if the leg is going to work. The hip joint needs to be correct if the whole bottom torso is going to work. And if you don't have a perfectly designed spine to keep you upright, you're just going to be collapsing about all over the place. So it goes back to everything needs to be working at the same time.
Yes.
You can't have a perfectly developed spine but a broken pair of legs because you're never going to walk. That's why we have patients, right? Unfortunately, it's one of the realities of living in the sin-cursed world that we do. We do have people born with deformities who do have twisted spines, who do have deformed legs, who aren't properly connected to their muscles and ligaments, and it causes big problems. And to try and say that, well, this could happen step by step, we never see that. What we do see is, again, as you've pointed out, this good to bad to worse, this breakdown of biology where you now do get problems, you now do get pain, you now do get these issues. But that's not to say that it's because it's bad design, it's because we live in a fallen world where this biology is breaking down. But the fact that we have all of this working together, it really is an amazing testament to the incredible design of Jesus Christ, because it is Jesus Christ who's the creator, isn't he?
Yes, indeed. And we can see the original good design. And the other thing, of course, is with apes and monkeys, their legs never straighten out completely like that.
So even
when there's always a curve, and these are always bent, the hip and the knee, so that even when they do try and walk upright, it's not the stable sort of well-balanced upright walking that we've got with our legs completely underneath our bodies.
Yeah, so it's again a good distinction between us and apes, and to try and get to that point is just impossible by itself. The random chance. Well, what about then, Diane? So if we look at we've got our leg, you can see it down with Ezekiel as well, but we've got this bit now. It's just floating in the middle there, right? Well, obviously the piece of metal wouldn't be there. So this little bone here is just floating in the middle, and this is your kneecap, and you can do the funny thing, can't you? Where you stand back a little bit. If your leg's nice and straight, you can kind of wobble that bit, and it moves back and forth a bit unnervingly. So,
well,
what's this for?
The reason for that is that this bone is completely embedded in a tendon. Right. Now, you've heard of quadriceps femoris, this big muscle on the front of your spine, the quads. The athletes talk about. Yes, they do their quad stretches. Right. Yes. So that is a huge mass of muscle where 4 muscle parts come together into a big thick tendon, which then attaches to the front of the shin bone here or to the tibia. And this bone is actually completely embedded in that tendon. So that's why when you have a skeleton like this, where you have no bones, where you have no ligaments rather, and no muscles, the patella or the kneecaps sort of left floating there, but it's not floating. It's actually embedded in a tendon.
Now, obviously, so these aren't from the same individual, so there's a slight, fitting problem. But just for illustrative purposes, this will then sort of sit in like
sit
this,
on top of
and this patella then sits pretty much straight over the joint, straight over that hinge.
That's right.
Is that what the patella is? It there to protect the hinge?
It's for protection.
And obviously that produces then your knee, the actual thing that you'd think of as your knee when you bend down to kneel on it. It's this bit here.
Yes,
so
that's
again,
what you can feel at the front of your knee.
It as it goes. So you're protecting not only the ligament that it's embedded in, but also all the joint as well.
Yes, so you've got one of those smooth surfaces again, so you've got one of those lubricated surfaces.
So that's basically whenever you find the sort of really smooth surfaces, curved surfaces, you're dealing with glue, and that obviously would fit onto this part as well.
Yes, and that will be covered with a layer of cartilage, and then there will be fluid in the joint. Not a lot, but just enough to give it a nice slippery surface so it rolls over one another.
Yeah, and that's the same on the back of the patella as well, with that surface there?
Yes, that smooth surface there as well.
There we go.
Yes.
Perfect. So going then slightly further down the bone, we've got these 2 bones now, which we can also see here fits together as well, and we can see it on Ezekiel as well. So what are these bones here?
Yes, so tibia and fibula. And there is a fibrous layer that connects these, and these flat surfaces here, or flattish surfaces, act as the base for muscles. So all the muscles that work your ankle and go down into your toes are attached up here. So again, bones are important as the anchor points for muscles and tendons. And this also acts as an extra strut at the side here. And then we have another hinge joint. So the ankle joint is actually more like a true hinge joint than the knee. And then again, we have another collection of small bones with the same principle as in the leg, but they are bigger. And that gives you a whole lot of small movements that add up, give this a bit of flexibility, but it is very strong. Right? And notice how it's not flat, it's an arch. And that is another distinctive feature between a human foot and an ape foot. An ape has a flat foot. We have an arched foot, and that's actually built into the structure. Now it's reinforced because there are ligaments and tendons that will also hold it into that shape, but it's actually built into the shape of the bones.
Now, if I remember correctly from our last series, and by the way, go and check out series 1 of Around the Museum with Joe and Diane, because we dealt a whole episode specifically on limb bones, wrists,
we did.
And ankles. But if I remember correctly, not only do we have an arch this way, it's arched like that, but it's also arched this way as well, from side to side. So it's kind of like almost this kind of like a proper arch, like a curve both way. And again, that's to create that flexibility and that power. But then we've got this whopping great big bone at the back here as well.
Yes, that's right, which rejoices in the name of calcaneus, but heel bone will do.
And that's just solid, just to provide, because that's where most of your weight is going to be for most of the time, is going to be sitting on that. On your heels.
When you're standing up, this is actually fairly well distributed. The weight comes down here and about half goes back and half goes forward, so that holds your feet firmly on the ground, right? Nicely balanced, but then as soon as you pick it up, you've got that spring in your step that you get for walking.
So all of this design we've looked at, it just shouts the praises of our Creator.
Indeed it does.
It's not a bad design, but we do have bad bones, we do have bad joints, but that's not because they were designed that way, it's because we live in a fallen and a broken world where we have gone from good to bad to worse. And for those who do believe in Jesus Christ as their Lord and Saviour, there is a glory that is coming where there won't be
we can look forward to having new bodies in the new heavens and new earth, and it specifically says there'll be no pain and suffering. So all of you who have suffered from arthritis through your life, where your bones and joints are suffering from living a long, hard life, or sometimes a short, hard life, or some sort of inflammatory disease which has prematurely caused them to suffer, that will all be gone. And aren't we grateful that Jesus came to earth and lived in an earthly body? And when I think of the amount of walking that they did in New Testament times, I'm sure Jesus suffered from sore feet, so he really did take on our sorrows and our pains. But then he died and rose again in order that we might look forward to that new body in the new heavens and new earth.
Amen, amen. And be sure to join us next time for Around the Museum with Joe and Diane, and check out creationresearch.net, where you can find out more evidence of the wonderful world that we live in and God's creation. Catch you next time. Why not visit one of the many creation research museums around the globe? Find out more at creationresearch.net. Check out Creation Research Live, our all-new streaming service for creation research, with thousands of free resources and access to all of Creation Research's premium documentaries, debates and presentations through a low-cost monthly subscription. Find out more at creationresearch.live. Be sure to join us for Creation Conversations, a weekly live broadcast with the whole Creation Research team, dealing with different topics from creation, evolution, and the Bible. Well, hello and welcome back to Around the Museum with Joe and Diane, where we haven't really moved on very much from the last two episodes. We're still standing in the same spots, but this will be the last program using our bones and the like. And obviously, we've had Ezekiel to help us along the way, where we've talked about all kinds of design, everything from the spine to the limbs to the ribs to everything, and the amazing design. But we're going to predominantly talk about skulls today. But I would just like to ask a quick little question that we didn't get to actually about ribs, Diane, and about Adam, right? Because of course we have our ribs, and we talked about how well designed they were and how they fit together, and they've even got little joints that they joints that we're able to breathe. But it says in the Bible that God made Adam in his image, and he said that it wasn't good that man should be alone. So God took a rib from Adam, and with this rib, he made Eve. Now, does that mean that, did Eve have an extra rib? Did Adam have a missing rib for the rest of his time? Did his offspring, did men used to have more ribs? And what's going on with this ribbing issue?
Yes, I used to get skeptical students come and laugh and say, oh, look, the male skeleton and the female skeleton have the same number of ribs. The Bible must be wrong because didn't God take a rib out of Adam, so the males should have fewer. And I used to tell them to go back and learn their high school genetics, because taking a rib or even a piece of a rib out of a fully grown male, that is an acquired characteristic. In other words, that's happened after Adam has been made and is fully formed. Now, the interesting thing is that bones can regrow provided you leave in what's called the periosteum, which is the external layer of fibrous tissue. But even if it didn't regrow, but it does say that God closed up the place that where he had taken tissue from his side.
God put man to sleep to be able to take the rib.
So first of all, God put man to sleep, took tissue from his side, and it's reasonable assumption that it was ribs. You put your hand on the side of your body here, you feel ribs. And then it said God closed up the place with flesh. Well, God had just made Adam's whole body, so closing up the place with flesh, you're repairing the damage, as it were. Not a problem for God at all.
We're not talking stitches.
No, that's right. He's just made an entire human body, so just get a bit of tissue to heal there. After all, that's what happens when we have a wound and the flesh regrows. So for a start, it does tell us that God closed up whatever defect was left there. So that's not a problem. But even if he hadn't and there was a gap left there, that is an acquired characteristic. It's not going to change Adam's genes. So the next generation will have a normal set of ribs. And I used to tell that they were usually male students who came and scoffed at me. So I used to say, well, if you lost a leg in a motorbike accident, would you then breed a family of one-legged kids? And they'd look at me and say, they got the point.
Well, and actually it makes a really interesting point, because what you're saying then is that just because Adam, who was a fully functioning, fully created human being, even if he completely lost the rib and it hadn't been closed back up, doesn't mean that his offspring were going to be missing a rib either, because that's not how genetics works, and that's a problem for evolution, particularly if you think of the idea that that nature and the way that you survive and how you survive and what's happened to you in your lifetime, none of that is going to be passed on to your children. Like if you lose a leg, you're not going to give birth to somebody who's also not got a leg. That's not how it works.
That's right. And that was a serious problem when ancients, well, not really ancient, but old scientists around the time of just before Darwin were trying to work out how evolution might work. And in fact, there's a famous theory called Lamarckianism, named after a man named Lamarck, who said that acquired characteristics were passed on, and somehow that did affect the inheritance. And that is because they didn't know about genes, so they could be forgiven for that idea. But modern day scientists cannot.
No.
We know how genes work now.
And it was predominantly creation scientists who revolutionised things like gene science and the microbiology. Louis
Yes,
Pasteur,
indeed.
who proved that spontaneous generation is impossible. Life will only come from life. And I can't remember the name of the scientist, but there's one guy who was I think he started off trying to prove Lamarck's theory by taking mice and basically chopping all their tails off. And then every generation that was born, he'd chop the tails off, and every generation he'd chop the tails off. And obviously mice breed quite quickly. They've got a very short generation cycle. And I think, by the end of 10 years worth of research, mice were still giving birth to tails. So it's genetically written into us. And of course, genetics being a code, being DNA, and code being physically made up of things like sugars and phosphates and stuff. It is a coding material made out of non-coding substances, which means it's design.
That's right. It's information. Information has to come from a mind. Information involves plan and purpose. It's not just random atoms running into one another.
Yeah. And so there we go. A little bit of interesting side trivia on the old ribs.
Yes. Well, the other thing about ribs is, even though this is a bone, it is full of living cells. So this is not a silly story about somehow God taking this rib and somehow sculpting it into. No, this is full of living cells, and that's what God would have used to make Eve, so that Adam and Eve were separate individuals. They were individually created, but they were of one flesh, and which is what it says in Genesis.
Very good. Well, let's go over to Ezekiel then for a moment, because we're going to predominantly talk about the head and the skull and all of the particular parts of that. And we've got another human skull here. Unfortunately, he's missing his mandible or his jawbone, and it's sort of been stained a little bit artificially by being buried in the garden for a bit. But these are all, by the way, as we've mentioned before, perfectly legal for us to own as a scientific institution, and we have legally acquired these, and it is perfectly fine for us to have and use them in the form of education. But just talk to us for a moment, Diane, about some of the design that we can see in the skull. So we've obviously talked about how we're designed to be upright, and it's designed to be on the top, and we spoke about the spine and the atlas and bones and how it fits together. But what about things like the eye sockets and the way that they're positioned, and these zygomatics that are on the side and the nose, and how does it all fit together in terms of this question of design and what their function is?
Yes, well, for a start, we have this big dome-shaped head because we have a big brain which needs to be protected. And the cranium, which is the upper part here, is made up of a number of bones that are all joined together. And you can actually see the... Oh, we're coming down now, right?
I'm bringing it down to
good.
your...
Yes, yes.
So you can see it a bit clearer.
Right. You can see a whole lot of lines here. Those are actually the edges of the bones. Now, when a baby is born, it has what are called soft spots. And those are fibrous layers where the bones are partly formed, but they're not all joined together because the baby's brain has to grow and its whole head has to grow. So there needs to be space for it to grow. But when you become an adult, these bones all merge together. Now, they don't completely join together and become indistinguishable from one another. You can actually see where the edges are. But notice how the edges are all crinkly. Right?
You can see it quite nicely in this one.
Yes,
this kind
you
of,
can see that very well there. Like a jigsaw puzzle.
Fits together.
So they are very, very tightly bound together, and there is tough fibrous tissue that holds that together. So it does effectively work as one round, strong dome that protects your brain. Now, underneath that, there are several layers of fibrous tissue and a layer of fluid. So your brain floats on fluid. So it's well protected from bone and several layers of fibrous tissue. Now, in the face, of course, we have our eyes, which face forward to give us binocular vision or stereoscopic vision. And then we have these edges here which protect the eyes. We have a distinguishing feature in the bridge of our nose, actually, in that it sticks out like that. That is not a feature that's found in apes, having a nose that sticks out like that. Now, you might think, well, where's the rest of the nose? The rest of the nose is actually formed of cartilage, so it doesn't preserve when you take away all of the soft tissue.
So just going back to that sort of point about the bridge of the nose, we
Yes.
have a example of Lucy
Yes.
here, Australopithecus afrohensis, which is now actually regarded as a fairly bad reconstruction, even by modern scientists, because they was deliberately tried to make them look more human. But one thing, even though they've given her a few very human set of teeth,
we'll come
even
to
though the reality is we haven't found a single one of those teeth. But if we have a look, what do we notice about the nose compared to the human? There's no bridge. In other
Yes,
words,
that's
Lucy
right.
would struggle to wear glasses.
Yes, indeed.
So we
Yes.
can be grateful that we've been given a bridge of the nose in
That's
our
right.
fallen world. Where
In
we
our
need
fallen
things like
world
glasses.
where our eyes degenerate in older age, yes, or sometimes even in younger age.
And we spoke
Yes,
about
indeed.
Lucy last time, actually, on the last series, and about many of the different ape skulls and stuff as well, and about how they're simply not humans, or even close to being humans, or
No.
anything.
The other interesting thing about the original Lucy skull is these darker bits here, that's all that they found of the skull. The rest of that is a reconstruction, which is a posh word for fake bits. And
Glued back together how they want it to
how they want it to be. At least they have been honest about the bridge of the nose. They have been very dishonest about the shape of the jawline here. Now, they have found other Australopithecine fossils, and they show that Lucy had a V-shaped jaw, whereas you can see here, this is a nice curve. This is, in geometry terms, it's a parabola.
Right.
So we have a parabolic shaped jaw, and the lower jaw will of course match that. But Lucy's jaw was a distinct V shape, so it was an ape's jaw. So putting this parabola shape into a reconstruction of Lucy's skull, that's fake, I'm afraid. That's another place where, for the convenience of the evolutionary theory, they've manipulated the truth. But going back to the human face, we have a very vertical face with a small jaw, but we have another distinctive feature here, and that is a chin. And apes don't have that either. So bridge of the nose and chin, distinctive human features, the parabola-shaped jaw, and the arrangement of the teeth. And at the side here, we have attachments for the muscles that you can feel in the side of your face when you chew and when you speak.
Yeah, and of course, it is that design. It's not just for chewing and moving. We are designed to manipulate our jaw and our muscles in a way that we can produce speech.
Yes, yes.
Which is something, God speaks. He spoke everything to existence. We're made in the image of God, and so we speak. And so there's a connection there of design that we're different from the apes, because we're not just here to make random sounds and calls. We're here to actually manipulate ourselves into speech. And of course, large brain capacity as well, for our ability to be able to produce thought and to turn that into language, which is, again, different from the apes as well in terms of brain space to body proportions.
Yes, that's right. Now, these little holes here are where blood vessels and nerves come out from the brain, and in our face here we have lots and lots of tiny little muscles which give you all the subtle movements that you need for speech and facial expression. So you have nerves coming out here and going into all the muscles that will be in the skin and fibrous tissue that covers this, and in our lips.
Well, what about the jaw itself in terms of the movement and the teeth? I mean, unfortunately, it looks like he's lost a few teeth in his such as the fallen world that we live in. But, so are we dealing? We're obviously dealing with a hinge here, I'm assuming, underneath.
Yes, that's a basic hinge joint, but it does have some movement from side to side.
Yes, yeah, because you can kind of move it a little bit.
That's right. So it's not a pure hinge joint. It's another one of those subtly curved joints that's strong in the basic hinge movement, but enables some manipulation from side to side so that we can chew things properly, and also in the way that we speak. Yes.
And fit it together. So with teeth as well. So,
Yes.
I mean, some people would say that we are there's this kind of distinction with teeth. People would try and distinguish between this is clearly a carnivore's teeth, this is clearly a herbivore's teeth. Now, there are problems with those because we find anomalies.
Yes.
We find examples where you have very clearly looking, carnivorous type animals which are eating plants, and you have very sort of, depending on the situation, animals which are stereotypically herbivores which only eat meat. So you get anomalies of this, and obviously going back to the original creation, everything was very good. But biologically, are our teeth carnivores? Are they herbivores? Are they omnivores? And how does that fit into to creation as well?
Well, the interesting thing is we have a wonderful mixture of teeth, and that is a good way of explaining that teeth do not tell you what an animal eats, they only tell you how it eats. The teeth at the front of our mouths are good for cutting. They're called incisors, as in incision. And the sharp pointy ones are called canines. And then we have some thicker ones with these ridged surfaces here, and they're good for grinding. Now, whether you eat a piece of meat or a carrot, you're still using the same teeth. So it's a good example of how your teeth don't tell you what an animal eats, because we know from our own teeth, we use the same teeth to eat anything. So if you're a vegetarian or if you're a dedicated meat eater, you have the same teeth. And so don't look at an animal's teeth and say, aha, that one was a terrible killer and this one was a calm, happy vegetarian. No, that won't tell you at all.
Well, just thinking, going back to the eyes and talking about the way that it's structured. So you've got these big sort of gaps in these holes here in the eye.
Yes.
So is this where it sort of goes into the brain?
That's where it's connected to the brain. The round hole at the back is for the optic nerve.
Yeah.
And but there's also a number of other ones there. We have to remember that our eyes move a lot. In fact, they're moving all the time. Tiny little subtle movements. So you have nerves that come from the brain to the muscles that are surrounding the eye, and also to the muscles which are inside the eye that control the size of the pupil and the focusing mechanism of the lens. So those nerves come from the brain out through those gaps into the eye, and then the optic nerve, which is the nerve that takes the visual information from the back of the eye back into the brain, goes back through this round hole at the back there.
Well, just speaking about the eye, I know that the eye was one of the arguments that Dawkins used, Richard Dawkins used, as it being bad design. And I think we've pointed out on this program a few times before that the easiest way of dealing with anybody who claims that any part of your body or any part of living things is a bad design, the answer is very simple. Go and make a better one, and then you'll have a chance, right, of making that argument. And we've come nowhere near close to. I mean, we've got some pretty sophisticated cameras here in Creation Research that we're using, and even they failed on us the last episode, didn't they? Shut down and stopped working. But neither of our eyes have failed us yet, even though we've had to have corrective lenses and stuff like that on them. But just briefly talk about the argument, because it was something to do with the way that the retina works, which is that part of the eye and the blood vessels. And what was he suggesting that a better design would be?
Well, he was suggesting that it was backwards designed. So that's why it was bad design. And the reason for that is the back of the eye is made up of a number of layers. And what happens is that light has to come into the eye, and then it has to be converted to electrical signals. And the cells that do that are not on the front part of that series of layers. They're actually on the back. Now, that was thought to be, well, this is a strange thing. It has to be bad design, because people were thinking with an evolutionary mindset, oh, it was just some random mistake that happened in evolution. That is not a scientific approach. A scientific approach is to say, well, here's something that looks odd. We must do some more research and find out. And if you look at it from a biblical worldview, you think, well, it was designed by God, therefore it has to work. It has to be designed for a purpose. And we know that it works because we can all see.
and not only can we all see, even when things go wrong,
Yes.
there are ways of manipulating and changing and doing operations on the eye
Yes.
to make it work again. It's just
That's right.
remarkable.
Yes, and machine vision is has been one of the toughest things in robotics and computer science, to be able to reproduce something that can see as well as a human eye.
Yeah.
And we're still not there yet. But going back to the retina, some scientists decided, all right, let's look at the retina and let's look at all the different types of cells, because there's a whole lot of different ones. And there was one lot of cells that looked a bit like optical fibres. And so they actually tested these and worked out that they worked like, fibre optics, which conveys light, and it can convey light round corners and all sorts of things like that. And they worked out that there are these special cells in the retina that convey light from the front to the back to the cells which change the light signals into electrical signals. And it's a good idea to have those cells at the back, because they are near other cells which can help maintain them, because they have to live for as long as you live, or your retina has to work for as long as you live. So it's a good place to have them. And there are these cells that convey the light to them, and they actually correct a few aberrations that happen because of the physics of actually focusing light that happens in cameras and other optical devices as well. So in fact, the retina is optimal design, and the scientists who did this study, that's what they wrote. They said, this is optimal design. Now you can find the references to that study in our fact file. If you go to the Creation Research website, creationresearch.net, go to the fact file and just look that up, look up retina. And you can also find some of the silly things that Richard Dawkins said about it, but we won't concentrate on that. We'll concentrate on the brilliant design.
We'll talk about the design. We spoke briefly about these joins, right, on the skull, where they kind of fit together. And you were saying when they are young, when you're a newborn, you're a young child, those are soft, effectively. You can manipulate that. In fact, that is actually, because I've seen photos of when the baby has just come out of the womb, it has a very elongated skull because it's been forced out. So presumably it's to allow that sudden growth and to help come out of the womb and have that manipulation as it comes out. Because we've actually got, this is a cast of a skull, of an adult skull, which has been clearly manipulated while it's been young, and then it has kind of been stuck like that. It's one of these elongated Peruvian skulls from head binding. So the fact that you're able, what I find fascinating is that you're able to manipulate and change a skull to such a point, but it still functions, because this is a person who clearly grew up and got to adulthood before he died.
Yes, indeed. And so what has happened here, these are separate bones when a baby is born. These are all separate bones, and there's just a layer of fibrous tissue joining them up. So they can be manipulated so that they are pushed out of place, as it were. So that's what has happened. But during your childhood and your adolescent year, the bones keep on growing. But if they are prevented from growing in their normal position, they will grow into the position that they've been manipulated into. And eventually they will join up to form a solid structure. But it will be a distorted solid structure because they've been prevented from growing into their normal place while there was still fibrous tissue between those bones rather than solid bone.
Yeah, so it's not an alien or anything like that that's visited in the past.
That's right.
Just, actually a good evidence that man is made remarkably resilient to all forms of change and manipulation, and it's still able to survive. And that's something that I find
the Chinese
fascinating.
did it with the feet.
Indeed, yes, it's just amazing, when you think about the amount of trauma that your body can go through and still be able to survive. And you can see this even with, this is another example that we've got of a jawbone, right? And he's missing a fair few teeth.
Yes, missing quite a lot of teeth, obviously extracted fairly early in adult life, and the jaw will continue, it will heal up, but because there are no teeth there, you don't have any sockets, so it will just
so there
heal
are clearly
up
teeth
and
here
smooth.
until much later in life, and probably up until death, because there's still all the sockets there. You can see even this tooth where there's a random molar at the back there with a filling in it, so he clearly had issues with his dental health. But it just amazes me that you can do something as traumatic as rip your teeth out, and your body not only survives, it changes in order to be able to function properly, in the sense that it's completely healed all this bone up. There's no sign of ever there being any teeth there whatsoever. So it's just astonishing how much trauma and manipulation your body can go through in order to be able to then still be able to survive and grow. And that's just got to shout evidence of design, that we're able to do that.
Yes, repair processes can only happen with plan and purpose. Yeah. So they are another evidence of design. They are another evidence of plan and purpose, in that they only come into effect when you need the repair processes. You can't evolve, it's too late after the trauma has happened. Oh dear, we need to evolve some repair processes.
It's too late by then,
That's right, yes.
It was like that, everything in evolution and biology as well. We were joking last night that you've only got one chance of evolving flight, because once you've jumped off the cliff, there's no going back.
Yes, that's right. We should do a whole program on that. In fact, we will.
I think we will do that. I think we will do that. Well, Diane, just before we finish this episode and move on to something other than bones, I just want to ask you about this, because this is unlike Lucy's. Remember we pointed out with Lucy earlier, it was only the dark patches which were the actual bones. In this case, the dark patches are the bones that are missing. So you can see the majority of this is actually complete. So it's a very nice and complete skull of what is known as Neanderthal man. So just a quick comment, because we've only got a minute or so left, just a quick comment on Neanderthal man, human or ape, and how would we know?
Yes. Neanderthal man is fully human. Now, it looks like he's had a very hard life, and he's probably did. But if we look at the brain size here, even though this skull is a bit of an odd shape, if we measure the brain size, it's actually bigger than the modern day average.
And we can test that with these very, very accurate skull cases.
Oh yes, we can do scans and things now. And we've also got the human face with the in other skulls, they have found the ridge of this nose. This is just one example of Neanderthal. There are lots of these skeletons.
But very clearly it's a ridge nose, it's not a sloping nose like an ape or like Lucy.
Yes, and you have a vertical face, and we have found other jaw bones which have the parabola-shaped jaw. So we have a lot of these bones, so we can, from the research on them, and we've done other research on the what they call the postcranial skeleton, in other words, the arms, legs, and the body skeleton, fully human. Not a problem.
Not a problem at all. Fully human Neanderthal, excellent stuff. That's great. Amazing evidence of design.
Yes, brilliant.
Amazing evidence of the amazing design of resilience that has been put into us. And you can clearly distinguish between apes and between humans, and we can see that in here as well. Well, Diane, thank you very much. We'll see you next time, and be sure to check out creationresearch.net if you would like to follow more of what we do at Creation Research, and we will see you next episode. Catch you later. Check out Creation Research Live, our all-new streaming service for Creation Research, with thousands of free resources and access to all of Creation Research's premium documentaries, debates and presentations through a low-cost monthly subscription. Find out more at creationresearch.live. Got questions? We've got answers. Check out askjohnmackay.com to see Q&A articles by experts from around the world. See also the creationfactfile.com website for latest evidence news from Creation Research. Be sure to join us for Creation Conversations, a weekly live broadcast with the whole Creation Research team, dealing with different topics from creation, evolution, and the Bible. Amazing. Well, hello and welcome back to Around the Museum with Joe and Diane, where we've moved on just a little bit, and we'll get to the proper wandering stages in the next episode or two. But during our time here at the museum, we've been in here for about 1.5 years now, and before then, John had been travelling to the UK for 20 plus years, and we've been collecting stuff, and there was kind of scattered all throughout the country. And so over the last sort of 3 or 4 years, we've been travelling around, and you've been over a few times and helped, and I've been particularly moving around and trying to collate all of this collection together, as well as my own collection. And we've brought stuff over from Norfolk and Scotland and London and Manchester and everywhere.
Anyway, now that we have a proper base,
now we have a proper base. So a lot of the last little while has been sorting stuff out and organising. And we'd gone up to Manchester and collected most of John's stuff, but I got a call from our representative up there who said, "Oh, you've left one of John Mackay's old bags of props. Can you come and pick it up?" And he said, "I'll stick it outside of your big old letters, right, for Joseph Hubbard to collect." And anyway, I got it. I had no idea what it was, and picked up the bag and opened it up, and inside were all of these models of developing fetus, and we'll talk about what a fetus means and what it is in a little bit. But all the way from very, very young, all the way down at 4 weeks down here, all the way up to 20 weeks, with really quite spectacular models of you can pull the baby out and look and see. And so it was a part, I believe, a program that John had done on life before birth and abortion and that kind of stuff. And we've actually produced a documentary on abortion a number of years ago.
Yes, it was one of the first that we made.
Yes, and so it's not a topic that we shy away from. And just as this program will mention abortion, but this episode is not about abortion. We want to talk about design.
Yes.
And we want to talk about the incredible beauty that there is in design, which actually isn't incredible at all. We do know who we're going to be crediting, and it is the designer who is Jesus Christ. So that's what we're going to talk about in this episode. We're going to go through and have a little bit of talk about life before birth, about design, and about the amazing reproductive system in the sense of pregnancy and human development. So, Diane, just tell us, what are we looking at down here on this one, the youngest one here, 4 weeks old?
Yes, this is a model of a human fetus, or it's really still at an embryo stage, 4 weeks after fertilization. And you can see here is the developing embryo, and around that are a number of supportive and protective layers. And these bits here that seem to be sticking into the wall of the uterus, which is this whole structure here, is the forming placenta. And that's a really important organ, because that is what is going to supply the baby with nutrients, but also take away the waste products and supply it with oxygen and take away the carbon dioxide. So it is a spectacularly brilliant organ, because it acts as a pre-digestive system, in that the nutrients are delivered all ready to go.
And that comes from the mother's blood.
That comes from the mother's blood. And it also acts as a kidney, because it removes the waste products. And it also acts as its lung, because it supplies it with oxygen and takes away the carbon dioxide. Now, it doesn't look like any of those particular organs, but it fills in for those until the baby develops its own structures, which have to be ready to go as soon as it's born, up the other end there. Yes.
Now, you use the term fetus and embryo.
Yes.
So what do those terms mean? Because they're often used as a way of distancing or creating a seeming distance between the concept of the baby human and whatever is now developing in the womb. So what do those terms, fetus and embryo, mean?
Yes. They're just terms to describe the level of development. Now, a human being is a human being from conception. We all start out life as one big round cell, and with no obvious organs or structures, but we are fully human then, because we are formed from the mother's ovum, so a mother's egg, and a human sperm from the father. So those two things are fully human. when they are combined. So when fertilization happens, you have one big round cell with genetic information from the mother and from the father, fully human. So there is no stage in your life when you were not human.
Okay, so just backpedaling a little bit here, back to the sort of the egg and the sperm concept.
Yes.
Now, the egg is not a human because it doesn't contain all the information to be a human, and neither is the sperm.
No.
But it's because you have this wonderful process where you have, obviously, we talk about things like cell division, we can talk about mitosis and meiosis and this sort of these biological terms which refer to cell division, whether it's a exact duplication of a cell or whether it's one that's been specifically designed with in effect, a random mixture of genetic information to be able to pass on to the offspring. But when you're dealing with just the egg or just the sperm, you're not dealing with a human being, a complete human being.
No, those are products of the human body, but they are not an entire human being.
And what I find fascinating, just as a side point, is that when that baby is in the womb, if it is a female, that female contains all the eggs that she will have for the rest of her life.
Yes,
and
once
all
the
that
ovary
genetic
has
information
developed.
Once the ovary's developed, but this is still developing in the womb, and so it's all still inside at that point, which I think is just mind blowing when you think about it.
It is mind blowing, isn't it?
She's the mother is carrying her grandchildren's. Potential grandchildren's DNA inside of her when she's pregnant.
Yes, the future generations.
It's just mind-blowing. But anyway, so going back to saying you've got your egg and you've got your sperm. These are not human beings. They contain human genetic information, but they do not contain the complete code for human life. You couldn't just take an egg and develop it into a human. You couldn't just take a sperm and develop it into a human. But once it comes together, not only do you have all the genetic information there for human life, so now you do have a complete human information, but what happens the moment that egg and sperm start coming together?
Well, then you have what's called conception. So that is when your life begins. Your life begins at conception.
And it's at that point that the growth begins to happen. The patterns that we would recognise scientifically as life actually begins to do. Things which aren't there in the egg and the sperm on their own.
That's right. So what happens is that the two lots of genetic information combine to make one cell nucleus, which is the functioning genetic information package that's in all living cells, and then that will then divide and produce more and more living cells. So you start off as one round cell, that will then divide into a whole lot of little round cells, which are all much the same, but eventually they will start developing into different functioning cells. Now, the first division of labour, as it were, or the division of function, is to work out which cells are going to become the actual embryo itself or the coverings. So there's that division, first of all. And then within the embryo itself, and this is the term embryo refers to the process where you go from undifferentiated cells, in other words, cells that just are round, obviously functioning, but not distinctive cells, to cells that have a specific function. So whether they become a muscle cell, a skin cell, a nerve cell, a liver cell, or something like that, that process starts.
And this is all happening within a few days of
this
conception.
starts to happen within a few days, so that by the time you get to this stage, which is 4 weeks, you have the beginning, you have identifiable body organs. Now, they've still got a long way to go.
Oh, of course,
but they are identifiably differentiated structures that you can tell, yes, that piece is a developing heart, that bit's developing lung, this bit's developing muscle. So that process starts straight away, which means that genetic information that was put together when the first cell was formed is starting to be read. In other words, the information is starting to be picked out by different types of cell and used. So that for those functions. So the ones that find themselves in a place where you need to develop muscle cells, the genetic information that is needed to make contractile elements will start being developed. And so in the embryonic stage, that's what you've got, is the baby is forming. In other words, the body plan is forming and all the different organs are formed. When you get to the next stage, where you go from being an embryo to being a fetus...
And so this is now at about 8 weeks.
Yes. You have identifiable organs and body structures like limbs. You can see that you've got
little legs
arms
and
and legs. You can even see an ear starting to form here. You can see some facial features starting to form. Right. So there's a lot of development still to grow, but you've also got growth of the individual organs and maturation. They go from being able to do the complicated functions that the body organs are going to have to go to do, so that when the baby is born, it's ready to go.
And going back to, I like how this is a reference to medically a fetus, which is just a Latin word meaning baby, meaning offspring, meaning young one, right? So it can be used synonymously with baby. It can be used synonymously with offspring, and so we use it in medical terms to refer to a certain point or a certain era of development within the womb, but it by no means diminishes the humanity of that offspring, of that child. We are still dealing with a baby.
Continuous process from conception to birth.
Yes, exactly. And so now we're coming up, so now we're starting to get this kind of sort of bubbly looking sort of thing by the time we get up to this point.
That's the placenta growing. So,
so that has to grow as the baby grows.
It has to grow as the baby grows. It's quite large by the time you get to the end stage there. And so it has to provide the baby with all the nutrients that it needs, all the oxygen it needs, and take away all of the waste products.
And I remember actually for one of my siblings' births, because my mum had home births, right, and they had the midwives come out, and I remember afterwards, I wasn't there to witness the actual birth, but afterwards, and Mum was there on the safe holding baby, and we'd come down, right, and the placenta had just been passed, and they'd just clamped it and cut it after a bit of time and allowing the blood to sort of flow through everything. And they had the midwife there, but also a student midwife.
Yes.
And I was just starting to ask some questions, and the student midwife sat down on the floor with me and took out the placenta, turned it, because it sort of came out inside out, and turned it back in and showed me where the baby would be and how it would all do and which parts, and then showed me the umbilical cord and the different nerves and the veins and how it all kind of, and the arteries and how it all fit together. It's just fascinating and astonishing. We'll talk a little bit more about the placenta a little later when it comes to the actual birth and how it has to shut off all the arteries and everything. But we're now at 12 weeks rather, of development here. And what's going on in the mother's body at this point? Because these are all quite small. By this point, we're now starting to deal with quite a large baby now inside the womb. So what kind of changes is the mother's body going through?
Yes, well, this is between here and here are the times when the woman becomes aware that she really is pregnant. Now, we live in the age where if you think you're pregnant, you go down to the chemist and buy a U-Butte pregnancy test and go away and with your little kit. You couldn't do that back in ancient times, or even a couple of 100 years ago. So it wasn't until you started to get some hormonal changes and you actually had sort of a physical mass that could be felt in the pelvis. Baby bump. That you really knew that you were pregnant, as well as the normal reproductive, the 4-week cycle stopping. And you would certainly wait for more than just one cycle stopping before you could be really sure, because there's a bit of
so you are
variation.
kind of dealing with the sort of 8 to 12 weeks kind of thing in order to see that
that's right.
You've got a baby. And so so now it's developing, and it's developing at an astonishing rate. The heart started beating a long time ago, but now we've got discernible discernible features. You can see the organs coming together. You'd be doing scans and being able to see the baby's development at this point. And we're starting to even get at this point personalities in the baby, facial features, and so on and so forth at this kind of point.
Oh yes, they actually react to things like the hearing has developed. They can recognise their mother's voice, and you actually see changes in the facial features when they hear their mother's voice, or they can even hear music and things like that.
And so that bond between baby and mother is being developed, not just because it is inside the mother, but because you are now able to hear and distinguish between light and dark. Is that right? In terms of, so sight is there in a sense, and you'll be able to almost communicate. And is this, at what point in this stage would you start to sort of see babies kicking and stuff like that?
Well, the mothers feel that now. When the first pregnancy, they might think that it's just wind, but then you come to develop that. But yes, you feel movement. Yes.
So we're moving our way up now. We're now on to 16 weeks. So that's actually 12 to 16 weeks. That's quite a significant growth and change, and we're at the point in this model where we can actually lift the baby out. And there's your umbilical cord, which is just an astonishing piece of design in itself.
Oh, absolutely staggering, and the changes that have to happen in the blood circulation as a baby is born are just an amazing plan and purpose, because when that is cut, the baby's own lungs have to immediately take over the provision of oxygen and the removal of carbon dioxide. And the blood flow through the heart has to instantly change as well, because when the baby is still in its mother's womb, of course, this is bringing the oxygenated blood, in other words, the fresh blood as it were, into the baby's heart, and that will flow up into the right side of the heart. Now, when you're an adult, or even when you've been born, the blood from the right side of the heart is meant to go to the lungs and then come back to the left side, because that's where it's going to get oxygenated. But this is already oxygenated, so there's actually a little bypass in the heart to send it out to the body tissues, because it doesn't need to go to the lungs. But as soon as you're born, that blood has to go to the lungs, and there is an amazing shift.
Yeah. And it's interesting because, of course, with our babies, this would be an umbilical cord which is cut. It's recommended that you let the blood flow for a little bit and then you cut it. And it has to recognise that cutting and being able to kickstart everything else straight away. And in the animal kingdom, you'd often have the mother that would chew through this or whatever. But it's the same with animals as well, the placental mammals. It's just astonishing how would something like this evolve?
Well, it couldn't.
You've only got one chance.
That's right. You've got to get it right first time.
Yeah, otherwise that's it. It's gone, and it's and it's the same if we just jump ahead a little bit and get to this is at age 20 weeks, which is kind of your first sort of we've still got another we're sort of just over halfway really, 20 weeks of development. You're sort of looking at about 24 weeks of pregnancy time, counting from the last cycle. So this is about the earliest that your sort of viable birth and very early birth would be able to survive. But
with modern technology,
exactly. Certainly not natural. We're sort of only just over halfway there. But when it comes to something a bit more developed, when it gets to eventually to birthing. Obviously baby comes out, but then placenta comes out, and placenta, which you can see here's your placenta, like you say, it's that sort of lifeline for the baby, doing all that job. At this point, once the baby is out, the placenta then rips off and comes out, and you're attached to, this is now the main connection point between baby and mother. This is where everything goes through, arteries, veins, the lot, and it just gets ripped out. And so what does the mother's body then have to do at that point that it gets ripped out as it starts to
Well, you've got a great big raw surface there, but that will contract and close off all of those blood vessels.
And that has to happen.
That has to happen straight away.
Otherwise, you'd bleed to death within
Yes, and in this fallen world, women did if that process was disrupted. But under normal circumstances, all of this region here, that all just contracts down very tightly, and will close off all of those blood vessels.
But again, you've only got one chance at this.
Yeah, yes, you have to get it right straight away.
Straight away. In other
Yes.
words, you couldn't have a slow, gradual, step-by-step evolution up to producing a placenta.
Yes.
It would need to be designed perfectly for its purpose, not just to sustain baby, but for when that purpose is finished, i.e. baby is born, it can dispose of itself and can shut off those arteries and veins in an instant before you end up bleeding to death, because you can't lose a lot of blood before you start really seriously suffering the consequences of it. It really is true when it says in scriptures that the life is in the blood, as it says in Genesis chapter 9. So it's just astonishing when you think of it this way. So now we've moved right up now to sort of just around the 20 week mark, and we now have our baby. You can see how everything has just kind of grown with it. Even the umbilical cord itself has grown with it as well. And so we're now looking at what is effectively a fully developed human being. It just needs filling out and growth, and like you say, sort of that maturing stage.
Yes, that's right. So you've gone from something that started out life as one single round cell, but all the genetic information in order to make all the body structures and organs was already there. And what we've got is the filling out of that, or the the opening up of that genetic information. It's being retrieved and used, and just like the instructions that you have for any man-made structure. If you were to write out all of the instructions to build this building, including making the bricks and designing the window, masses of information. So we all start out life with masses of information, and it has to be there in order for you to get to this stage, and that's only the beginning of your earthly life.
And like you say, this filling out and maturing, this maturation, doesn't finish when you're born.
No.
It carries on. It's not like, you're not a human in the womb. When you're born, you're now fully mature and completely here, and that's it. No, that process just carries on. It's just carrying on outside of the womb.
Yes.
Up until, you think of going through your newborn stage, and you're up into your, infant, into your toddler, and then onwards into young child, into adulthood. This is a continual process up to adulthood.
Oh, yes. The age of full physiological maturation, in other words, when all the growth and maturation processes are complete, that doesn't happen until sort of the mid to late 20s. And I'm sorry to say, but after that, it's downhill all the way. So, my apologies to all of those I have just pushed over the hill, but I'm a fair way down it. Yes.
But the argument that you couldn't consider this to be a separate being or separate life because it isn't matured yet just doesn't work, because then nobody's a human being until they're 25.
That's right. When are you going to draw the line?
Yeah, and it's the same for this baby couldn't survive without its mother, therefore it can't be a fully. Well, the baby outside of the womb can't survive very long without its mother either. Or at least somebody it can't survive on its own anyway. You need to care for it. So really, all the arguments about this baby not being a separate life really falls down every single time, and it goes back to that point that we made earlier, which is life begins at conception. All the genetic material together, and it starts acting upon that genetic material as a living being, as in beginning that growth and maturation process, which happens immediately at conception.
Yes. When you are conceived, you are a unique human being because you are different from your mother and from your father.
Because you get genetic information from both.
From both, that's right, and even from your siblings. And even if you're an identical twin, there are processes called epigenetics which determine which particular genes get activated at which particular time, and that's quite a subtle process that happens during maturation. So even though identical twins do start out with exactly the same genetic information, how it gets applied is not precisely the same, And any parents of identical twins will tell you they still have their own personalities.
Yeah.
And that happens during the development of their brain, and of course it happens after they're born, and everyone has slightly separate experiences to everyone else, even if you do live in the same household and have the same upbringing. So every individual is unique.
It's still a maturation which is unique. It's still a maturation that continues not only inside the womb but outside of the womb, and it's this whole journey that we're on. So human from conception, human life, baby from conception, all the way up to your sort of adulthood. So there we go. So it really does go back to that's the psalmist said, being knit together in the womb, because we are the only beings that were made in the image of God. The only ones that Jesus, who made us together out of the dirt, who came down and said, let the Godhead make man in our own image, and he made them male and he made them female. So just briefly, Diane, to just say that, when does this male and female determination begin?
That happens right at the very beginning, when we're still just that one big round cell. That is determined then. You are male and female right from conception. So we need to remember that human beings are body, soul and spirit. So when we are determining whether something is fully human, you need to take into all of those things into account. You need to look at everybody as body, soul and spirit. You cannot judge human beings simply by their body alone, by their physical structure. And that applies right from conception to birth and beyond.
So human beings made in the image of God from the very beginning. Body, soul, spirit, male or female, determined from the beginning. Human life begins at conception, and we have incredibly remarkable evidence of design throughout the whole of this pregnancy process, from the beginning of conception all the way through to the miracle of birth. And we can praise and glorify our Creator because of it. Be sure to join us next week as we carry on around the museum with Joe and Diane. Be sure to find out more about creation research at creationresearch.net, where you can find things like the creation fact file, and you can sign up to the newsletters as well, and the creation updates, which are free. And be sure to carry on checking us out on Creation Research TV as well, where you can actually, I believe that abortion program, which Creation Research did a number of years ago, is actually available for free on our YouTube. So you can look that up on our YouTube as well. But be sure to join us next time. Goodbye, God bless, and we will see you next week for another episode of Around the Museum with Joe and Diane. Watch Creation Research TV, a live 24/7 broadcast of everything Creation Research. Available for free on our YouTube channel and through Creation Research Live. Got questions? We've got answers. Check out askjohnmackay.com to see Q&A articles by experts from around the world. See also the creationfactfile.com website for latest evidence news from Creation Research. Be sure to sign up to the Creation Evidence News, regular updates and news from the world of creation research, science, and the latest evidence for creation. Support creation research through tax-deductible giving in many countries. Find out more at creationresearch.net. Check out Creation Research Live, our all-new streaming service for creation research, with thousands of free resources and access to all of Creation Research's premium documentaries, debates and presentations through a low-cost monthly subscription. Find out more at creationresearch.live. Be sure to join us for Creation Conversations, a weekly live broadcast with the whole Creation Research team, dealing with different topics from creation, evolution, and the Bible. Hello, welcome back to Around the Museum with Joe and Diane as we have moved on and we are properly walking around the museum now. And we've actually got a brand new exhibit since last time, exhibition, which we dealt with living fossils, which is what we'll be discussing in this episode. We dealt with living fossils on the last series, but we kind of just, had them kind of pulled out and, we'd only just started.
It was a bit random.
Well, we've actually ended up developing a museum trail, and this is a plan which we want to do throughout all the museum, and hopefully while you're here, Diane, or in the next couple of visits that you come, we'll be able to film some more with you and do some more of these trails. But we want this to be a hands-on museum. We want it to be a museum, a place where you come to think. And we want it to be a place where you can come and have your own tour around. And so we're using some great new technology like QR codes and smart devices and stuff where basically people will be able to come and scan part of the trail, and we'll be able to follow it around the museum. And we actually have that kind of laid out here, and it takes people through the story of living fossils, because it is a fascinating thing. So Diane, what is a living fossil?
Well, a living fossil is a creature whose fossils are exactly the same as the living beings that we see in the world today. So you can pick up the fossil, look at the living thing, and the first thing that's really obvious is that they're the same.
And of course, this makes a great exhibition because you can have the fossils and the living things together, and it's a very visual thing, right? And now we do see some examples of change in the fossil record, and we'll actually talk about that probably in the next episode, and we'll get into a little bit deeper into some of the changes we do see. But even in the things which we do see change in, like ginkgos, even secular scientists admit that they're still a living fossil. It's still a ginkgo. In fact, we've got a book here, which is quite a famous book or infamous book, depending on your point of view, on the origin of species, which of course is not the full title. Do we know the full title?
It's, on the origin of species by natural selection.
Means of natural selection, or the preservation of favoured races in the struggle for life. So now, I know you've pointed out several times, Diane, that title doesn't even make sense.
No, it's not even a good piece of English, let alone good science.
There we are. Anyway, there's an interesting quote in here because the term living fossils was actually coined by Charles Darwin.
Yes, that's one of the ironies of it.
And he was actually talking, he has a whole chapter on his book dedicated to some of the problems with his theory and some of the imperfections of the geological record. And he makes this point because, you see, Darwin was trained by a man called Charles Lyell, who was a lawyer by trade but became a natural theologian or a natural scientist. That's what they were called back then, the natural philosophers, who studied rocks and published a 2-volume book on the principles of geology. And Darwin took the book with him on the Beagle, which is what gave him the inspiration to write On the Origin of Species. And even he claimed that, most of my ideas come out of Lyell's brain, and he's never given enough credit for it. But Charles Darwin certainly knew the rocks. He knew the geology, and he knew that you found these fossils which were identical to their modern day counterparts, and he actually said that these should be anomalous forms. He said these anomalous forms, they seem to have endured to the present day. They could almost be called the living fossils. So he viewed these as they ought to be anomalies. They shouldn't be the norm, but are they anomalies?
No, they're not. In fact, they are the norm. Darwin thought they were anomalies because he was so wedded to his theory that his theory was that things have changed, and yet there he was confronted with things that obviously hadn't changed. And so he called them anomalies because, as far as he was concerned, his theory was what explained the world.
Yeah. Now, if we have anybody who disputes the idea of his theory being about change, we actually went to Shrewsbury yesterday, or Shrewsbury.
Yes, we did.
And we saw Darwin's statue outside the school that he attended because it's his birthplace, and they do really capitalise on the association with Darwin. Because what was the first thing we came across as we came over the bridge and we stopped? There was a little shop there. What was that called?
It was a coffee shop, and it was called Evolution Coffee.
So there you go. You could, I mean, we said, didn't we wouldn't buy any because you don't know what it'll evolve into by the time it's reached our lips.
Right.
But It had an interesting quote on the side. We took a photo of it. It had an interesting quote on the side. It was actually, again, one of Darwin's quotes, and it was one of Darwin's quotes about his theory. And the quote was, he said that my theory is not dependent on the creature that is the strongest or the most intelligent, but it's the one that is most likely or most adaptable to change.
Yes.
In other words, his entire theory of evolution is a theory around change.
Yes.
It's a theory about change. It's a theory that requires change.
Yes.
And yet he admitted even 150 to 200 years ago that the fossils really don't show change. They show living fossils, creatures reproducing after their own kind. And he said they ought to be anomalies, but we have a display here of a living fossil, so perhaps we should go down, Diane, and have a look at some of these anomalies. Perhaps they're not quite such anomalies after all. What's this first one down here, Diane?
Well, here we have a crocodile. And it just looks like a crocodile that lives in the rivers of the Northern Territory.
I was going to say, that's your neck of the woods. Well, not quite the Northern Territory, but it's more your neck of the woods than mine anyway.
Yes, that's right. We have more crocodiles here in Australia than we do in England.
So, so it's an example then of a living fossil, because this is a crocodile which is supposed to be around the 68 million year age. And you'll actually notice on our little plaques that we have in this exhibition, you'll see that you've actually got the name, that's its modern name there, crocodile. We'll try and put the Latin name in as well if it is, where it comes from, the type of rock that it comes from, so the Cretaceous rocks in Morocco. And then we've got, you can see here on the supposed age, 68 million years. Now we put that in not because we believe they're 68 million years old, but we're trying to make a point here.
Yes, that it doesn't matter how old you want to make them, they're still the same. So you can put an old age or a young age, but those are the ages which are published in the general literature.
But it's making the point that even by secular dates, 68 million years is quite a long while, but we've got some fossils here that go to 2.5 billion years old, supposedly, and they're still alive today. So we'll talk about those as we come along. But let's make a move on down, because this is perhaps, Diane, the most classic and one of the most beautiful of all the living fossils, the Nautilus here. What can you tell us about the Nautilus?
Well, this is a sea creature that swims around in the sea. It's a shellfish, and we have its shells here. They are particularly beautiful. They're wonderful evidence for design. And a little creature that's a bit like a miniature octopus lives in the last part of the shell there. And they're brilliantly designed. One of the things they can do is move up and down in the water column in the same way that a submarine does by outgassing.
So let's just pull one out so you can see, because this is the modern Nautilus shell, which we've cut in half, and so those are the chambers which the gas, with the gas in there you're talking about.
You can see the individual chambers. The little creature will live here, and it will regularly make a new one of these chambers. So that's how it grows. So it starts out being very, very small, and it grows in this particularly beautiful spiral. And they're wonderful examples of living fossils because we have their shells preserved. We can observe them. I've actually seen one. It was in an aquarium. It wasn't out in the sea. But then we have these beautiful fossils, and you can see they're exactly the same.
And so 120 million years in this case, these are supposed to be Cretaceous, 120 million years and really no evolution at all. And it's the same for everything in this cabinet. From we've got our razorfish, which is, again, you just can compare it to the modern one. There's no change at all. And this is the kind of really visualization, particularly with this, because this is a pipefish. But if you look at it, you can see you've got your fossil example right next to our modern example, which is actually the common pipefish. We found that in Norfolk. So it's from British seawaters. It's about the closest that we get to seahorses in this country.
That's right.
But 12 million years for the fossil. There's the modern one next to it. And bear in mind, humans were supposed to have gone from ape-like creatures to human beings in about 2.5 million years. And 12 million years doesn't sound as big as 120 million years, and it's not. But it's still a huge amount of chance for change, according to evolution. Because we're supposed to have evolved from ape-like creatures in 2.5 million years, but 12 million years, and pipefish are still pipefish.
And it's a much simpler sort of creature. But we couldn't have made that up with the real one and the fossil one.
But what do we find? Because we have museums like this all over the world, right? We have our museum in Australia, here in the UK, Tasmania, USA, Canada. And you try and do examples like this, which get people to ask questions and hands-on. What's our response like to people when they can come up and actually see this in front of them, both the living and the fossil creature, side by side?
Well, the first thing you can say about it, it obviously hasn't evolved. Right? The other more positive thing you can say about it is, well, in the Bible, it says that God made things according to their kind. And here we have evidence that they have multiplied after their kind. And the longer you want to make them for their age, the older you want to make the age, the more they've multiplied after their kind. Now, we know the lifespan of some of these creatures. Some of them have long lifespans, some of them have short. So however many generations you want to put in there, they have multiplied after their kind. So they are really good, positive evidence that the scriptures are true.
And if God says something once, you ought to pay attention. If God says something 10 times in one chapter, a relatively short chapter, he's really trying to drive the point home. And it really, 10 times Genesis chapter 1, it states that God created all living things to reproduce after their own kind. So it's really a vital point that we're trying to get in. But let's dig a little bit deeper into this concept of kind, Diane, because it's not a term that we often recognise as being a scientific term, but it really is a scientific term at its heart, because it relates directly to our modern classification system. So who used the term kind in our modern classification system?
Well, the man who invented the system that we basically use now, Carolus Linnaeus, that was the Latinised version of his name. He was a Swedish man whose name was actually Carl von Linné. But he recognised that the word in Genesis was genus, the one that is translated as kind. Now, he was reading an older version of the Bible, and he was a very learned man, so he would have known Latin and Greek. And the New Testament was written in Greek, and the Old Testament had been translated into Greek. So he recognised this Greek word, genus or genera for the plural, and that was translated as kind in our modern English Bibles. But he went back to the original Greek. That is what God originally created. They were generated, right, or genus, when God spoke, and they have remained after their kind, after their original generation or after their original creation ever since.
And so Carl Linnaeus or Carl von Linné, he produced this binomial system, two naming system, right, where you have genus and species. And so he was going, well, God clearly created according to its kind, that kind being, that word kind being the word genus in his Greek and Latin Bibles. So he says, well, we'll start with that as the overarching, a classification for our animals, this binomial two naming system. But it's clear that you get diversity within that kind.
Yes.
A dog is a classic example of that. Everything from the giant XL American bullies that have just been banned in this country all the way down to your little Chihuahua, right? And not only are they the same kind as each other, they're the same species as each other, and they're the same species as the American grey wolf, right? Canis lupus. And so he said there's clearly variations, so you can get a special variation of that kind. And so he had kind as his first name, then a special variation as his second name. That's where we get genus and species from. Genus from the old Greek word meaning kind, as it is translated in our English Bibles, and species from the special type of that kind. And so really this this classification system, our modern scientific classification system, is actually based directly on Scripture.
Yes, indeed.
As is most of our science, because most of these scientists were Christian who actually did this work and research. So it relates in really, really nicely. So when we're dealing with living fossils, we're dealing with kinds that have stayed the same, because that's what God said. He said they reproduce after their own kind. So yes, we can have little nuances and differences. So there would be some who would say, oh yes, but this is a nautilus, but it's a different species from the modern one. Well, that doesn't make any difference at all, does it?
No, it doesn't. It's still clearly a nautilus. And so you get variation within kind, and wonderful variation. But then when God is creative and artistic, you expect to see variation. You don't expect to see everything that's exactly the same as if it was made in a factory.
No, and you do expect there to be, as the nature of life and the nature of genetics, there to be a variation within those created creatures, because that's part of his beauty and his design, but they still only reproduce according to their kind. So that's the evidence that we see in the fossil record. And of course, it's not just living fossils that we can get evidence against evolution for, because of course, as we mentioned, Charles Lyell, he said that Charles Darwin said most of his ideas were based off Charles Lyell's ideas. And Charles Lyell, while he wasn't too much into the biology side of things, what he really promoted was this idea of millions of years, deep time, uniformitarianism, right? This is the geological background. And so Charles Darwin said, well, you know, the argument was, if the world is millions of years old, the Bible can't be true, so we need a new way to actually produce all of life and give an origin of all life. And so you have Charles Lyell giving the millions of years, Charles Darwin coming in and giving the theory of evolution by means of natural selection. So Lyell gets rid of the Bible, Darwin replaces it, or provides a means as to get life without using scripture. So the millions of years is an important part of this, because no matter how old you try and make it, these creatures haven't changed. So when we come down to something like this, Diane, right down on the bottom there, you can see we've got our fossil jellyfish. So number one, it's a living fossil, yes?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, number two, it's supposed to be 500 million years old, because these are the bottommost layers, the Cambrian layers, right? The Cambrian layers. So in 500 million years, there's been no evolution.
Not of jellyfish, no.
So there's a good piece of evidence against evolution, because if you've been 500 million years and you haven't evolved, then you're not likely to evolve anytime soon.
No.
But what else can this jellyfish tell us about how it was buried and how it was fossilized?
Well, it had to be buried rapidly, because I can remember my brother and I used to go to the beach when we were young, and we hated jellyfish. And they would get washed up by the waves, and we would make sure that they didn't go back into the sea, because we hated them. And we would we would deliberately push them up on the beach, and you could almost watch them sort of fizzle up.
And just dry out.
Come back the next day, and there's nothing much left of them. So in order to preserve enough detail to be identified as a jellyfish, and you can actually see the details of their internal structure, they have to be buried rapidly. You cannot slowly and gradually fossilize a jellyfish. It will have just disappeared into sort of goo.
So it's a good piece of evidence then again that those millions of years just aren't simply viable.
They're not there in the rocks.
So you can't see them. So again, from both the living fossils as well as from the rapid fossilization. All right, well, as you can see, there's so many different examples of living fossils. One of my favourite one is the sunfish here. You can see it next to the modern, the fossil example. But Diane, let's just talk about just one particular one. Going a little bit deeper, let's talk about the coelacanth.
Yes.
Right. So here's our model of the modern coelacanth.
Yes.
We've got a couple of fossil examples in there, and we've actually got some examples of coelacanth fins as well. These sort of short, stumpy kind of fins here. So, okay, tell us a little bit about the coelacanth, because for many years it was only known from the fossil record.
Yes, it was thought to be extinct. And the standard story was, well, it went extinct because it evolved into a land creature.
Yeah.
And the reason they thought of that, it does have these stubby, fleshy fins, and so they looked like they were the beginnings of legs starting to form.
So we've got these, they match up obviously to the fossil ones that we've got. These got these weird sort of looking fin, stumpy kind of looking things. And so you're saying that they said, well, look, this is clearly a creature that is on its way to evolving into a tetrapod, into something that would then crawl out on the land, amphibian-like creature, half and half. Okay, so it was known from the fossils, went extinct supposedly, if I remember correctly, in the Triassic. So we're talking at about sort of 220 odd million years ago or so. And so that was all well and good. We only knew it from the fossils, and we assumed that the fins were on their way to evolving into legs. So what's the next part of the story?
Well, the next part of the story, it was found to be alive.
In a fisherman's net out of South Africa, I believe.
Fisherman's net actually
Yes.
found one off the coast of South Africa around the Madagascar area. They've since been found in Indonesia and various other parts of around the Indian Ocean there. And yes, it's alive and well, and living at the bottom of the sea, not on any coastlines. And that's why they were so rare, because it's a deep sea fish.
It's a deep sea fish. So what you're saying then is that being a deep sea fish, it's nowhere near to evolving legs to go onto the land. It's about as far away from the land as it can get.
That's right.
Right. Yes. And so what does it use these stumpy fins for?
And well, because it lives right at the very bottom of the sea, it can actually use them to sort of squish around at the bottom of the seabed to find food. And that's a useful function for a fish that lives right deep
at the bottom
down
of the sea, right?
So
it's
nothing
not
to do
as
with
way to doing
walking.
legs or anything at all. There we go. So it's a deep sea fish, and it is just a deep sea fish, but it's a living fossil.
It's a living fossil,
and it hasn't evolved.
Yes, that was the surprising thing when they found them. It was instantly recognised because we knew the fossils.
Yeah, and that's the point. There's people who will argue today that, the modern ones are a slightly different species, or, the modern ones are not, exactly identical in every way. But then you get variations even within modern coelacanths. You get variations within modern creatures. So we'd expect to find some minor variations between the fossils and the modern ones. But the fact that you can look at them and go, they are clearly the same kind, shows you that they haven't evolved from anything, and they haven't evolved into anything. And that, I think, is the real big key, because you find these creatures fully formed in the fossil record, and they don't evolve into anything. So they've come from nowhere, they've evolved into nothing, they have just done what?
They've multiplied after their kind.
Great stuff. Well, Diane, let's come down here and talk about one more aspect of living fossils before we carry on. So if we come down to this table down here, because I want you to talk about these, because these are an Australian creature, or an Australian phenomenon,
Life form, yes.
Life form. Now, we have examples here from all over the world. We've got some of the 500 million year old ones. Supposedly, of course, we don't agree with these dates, as we said earlier. We're just making the point. These are supposed to be 500 million years old from Africa, more ones from Africa. These are some from the UK, Triassic, 250 million years old, a Scottish one, 300 million years old, 150 million from Germany. And this one down here is supposed to be 2.5 billion years old. That's 2,500 million.
Yes.
So what are these creature, organism, things?
Well, these are stromatolites, and the beautiful striations you get there is that they're layers. They're layers of living creatures, but they're quite weird living creatures. They literally fossilise themselves. they're algae, so like seaweed, but only single cell. And they actually secrete minerals around them, so they build themselves up in layers. And the really interesting thing is that we can actually watch that process happening, because these are the ultimate living fossil. They are alive and well and living off the coast of Western Australia.
And there's no change whatsoever in them at all.
No, the ones that are living off the coast of Western Australia look exactly the same as the ones that you dig up in the fossil record.
So, excellent evidence that even according to evolution, some of the oldest forms of life, some of the things that were first ever supposed to have evolved on this planet, just simply hasn't changed. They've just reproduced after their kind. And that tells us something as well about the DNA, about the genetics, because we often say in creation research that we are designed, living things are designed to not evolve.
Yes.
So what are we talking about when it comes to this self-checking mechanism that DNA has to make sure that we don't change?
Well, DNA has a lot of self-repair and self-editing processes where whenever it is reproduced, in other words, when a cell divides, it all has to be copied. And during that process, it is constantly checked to see that the copy is accurate. But even within the normal cell cycle, there is constant surveillance of our DNA, and if a damaged piece is found, there are mechanisms for taking that out and replacing it with a new piece that is accurate. So DNA is designed not to evolve, it's designed to repair itself. Sometimes the repair processes break down and you will get change, but all that will do is degenerate it. It will damage it. It will lose information. It will not turn it into some new kind of creature, and certainly not into a more complex creature with more information. All it will do is damage it.
And of course, the real point that we're making here is evolution is supposed to be driven by mutations, which are then selected for and against by natural selection. And of course, natural selection doesn't explain anything. It's just selecting from pre-existing things. But it's mutations that are supposed to be the driving force of evolution. And yet what we're dealing with in all living stuff is DNA, which has a mechanism to stop itself from mutating. In other words, the very driving force of evolution doesn't exist because we're designed to not mutate. We're designed to not change. And as you say, that can break down. There can be problems. We can degenerate. We're both wearing glasses. Right? This is part of the problem, right? But ultimately, we are designed to not evolve. But just to round things up, because we've got a whole load more living fossils we need to go through, and we'll do that in the next episode and talk a little bit about some of the change that we do see in the fossil record. But I just want to show you the arbitrary nature of these dates, because we've gone through all these dates, right, from 2.5 billion years all the way just to a few million years. But I just want to show you some of the arbitrary. This is a stromatolite from South America. It's a beautiful, beautiful example. Amazing striations, gorgeous kind of gold colour almost. Well, this, there was a huge one of these on display in the Houston Museum of Natural Science. I went there just a few months ago, and it was dated at 3.7 billion years old. Supposedly the oldest ever life to have ever been found. Amazing stuff, really. The problem is that the Houston Museum of Natural Science had it a bit out of date because this was reclassified by scientists just a couple of years ago. And they reclassified it from 3.7 billion years, that's 3,700 million years, down to just 70 million years.
That's an awful lot of time to suddenly mislay.
It also shows you how little they've changed, because it doesn't matter whether you make it 3.7 billion or 70 million years. The reality is creatures reproduce after their own kind. And what was it based on? Just an arbitrary piece of data that they found, and they decided to change it, and it's still hotly debated over. And how you can debate over whether something is 3.7 billion or just 70 million years, it just shows you how arbitrary some of these dates are and how much it relies on just interpretation and understanding of the rocks as opposed to actual empirical evidence. But there we go. Anyway, it's time to move on, Diane. We'll see you for our next episode as we look more into living fossils. Be sure to check out creationresearch.net, and we will see you next time. Check out Creation Research Live, our all-new streaming service for creation research, with thousands of free resources and access to all of Creation Research's premium documentaries, debates and presentations through a low-cost monthly subscription. Find out more at creationresearch.live. Got questions? We've got answers. Check out askjohnmackay.com to see Q&A articles by experts from around the world. See also the creationfactfile.com website for latest evidence news from creation research. Be sure to join us for Creation Conversations, a weekly live broadcast with the whole creation research team dealing with different topics from creation, evolution and the Bible. Watch Creation Research TV, a live 24/7 broadcast of everything creation research, available for free on our YouTube channel and through Creation Research Live. Why not visit one of the many creation research museums around the globe? Find out more at creationresearch.net. Support creation research through tax-deductible giving in many countries. Find out more at creationresearch.net. Be sure to sign up to the Creation Evidence News. Regular updates and news from the world of creation research, science, and the latest evidence for creation. Hello, welcome back to Around the Museum with Joe and Diane, where we're continuing with the world of living fossils.
Yes, indeed.
We were sort of working our way down our exhibition here, and well, Diane, we were talking about living fossils last week on Around the Museum with Joe and Diane, and we thought we mentioned a quote from Charles Darwin,
Yes.
which I've actually got up here as well. I wondered if you'd just read it out for us, because it's all about what a living fossil actually is, and it's all about this concept of a creature that hasn't changed, which even Charles Darwin recognised that. So what did Charles Darwin say about these things?
Well, this is what he says. These anomalous forms may almost be called living fossils. They have endured to the present day from being inhabited in a confined area and from having thus been exposed to less severe competition. So what Darwin was saying, that these things ended up in a nice, quiet, protected place. They weren't subject to the struggle for life, and so they just continued on being what they were in the first place. But it's interesting, he calls them anomalous.
Yeah, so the idea is that, yes, he admitted that these kinds of creatures existed, but said they should be anomalies. They shouldn't be the norm. In fact, he actually goes on to say right at the end, so right at the end of his book, he has a set of conclusions in which he sort of rounds up all of his arguments. And he has this to say, species and groups of species, which are called aberrant, which may be fancifully called living fossils, so there's that living fossils again, will aid us in forming a picture of the ancient forms of life. In other words, these can only be fancies. They're fanciful, in his opinion. They're anomalies. They're not the norm. But is that really what we find in the real world? Are they anomalies? Is it just a fantasy to call them living fossils?
No, in fact, the real world is filled with living fossils. And what we've got here is only a tiny fraction of all the examples. But we've got examples from all kinds of living things. We've got plants, we've got fish, we've got animals, shellfish, microbes, pieces of wood, and that's only a tiny fraction.
And so these are quotes from his book on the origin of species, and one of his claims, or one of his issues that he has throughout most of his book, is his discussions on the imperfections of the geological record. So he makes assumptions about these living fossils being anomalies and being, fanciful. But he also claims that the fossil record doesn't actually support his theory yet. He thought that it would in a few years. But this is why we come and put these things out and get these things on displays, because they really do show that it's not the living fossils which are fanciful, it's the theory of evolution, because there was an evidence for it.
No, the more we look in the real world, the more living fossils we find, so the more real they become.
Absolutely. And so let's carry on down some of these living fossils, because we've spoken to some of them. Some of these are very, very clear, like you're not going to mistake what this creature is here. You can tell us what this is, Diane.
Yes, this is a crab, and it's instantly recognisable as a crab because it just looks like a crab that you might find scuttling along the beach.
So we've actually got 3 different fossil crabs here, and this is one of the really nice clear ones. So this one's supposed to be 22 million years old from China.
Right.
This one is supposed to be 65 million years old from Africa. It's a little teeny tiny crab.
Oh, yes.
Just about and this is actually one of our UK ones from the Isle of Sheppey, supposedly 54 million years old. And you can see his nice pincers just underneath there. So, and again, no evolution there. It's the same with the shrimp or the lobsters. It's the same with the scallop shells or the pecten shells. One of the reasons why a lot of these have modern names like scallop and crab and stuff is because they're common. They have a modern creature, So fits in really, really nicely. Well, I'm going to get you to come over and talk about this because we've got a few examples of these, and you being Australian would know all about these. We've got an example here. We've got an example here. These are also the same kind of plant. This is the same kind of plant here, and these are all what are known as the Araucaria. So, what's the Araucaria?
Well, Araucarias are southern pines, is their common name, and they're called that. So they're big trees, yes, and they only grow in the southern hemisphere today. But the fossils of them are found all over the world. So here we have some examples of that. Now, this is a big piece of wood from one of those trees.
This one's from the UK. That one's from Whitby.
Yes.
say, the Yorkshire coast. And also, just as a side note, just notice what's all buried next to it. Like, look at all these seashells, sea creatures, and all of the big squid-like creatures just here. So you've got big plant, land plant, buried next to sea creatures, which of course is evidence of flooding.
Yes.
But the tree itself is a living fossil.
Oh, yes, it's a classic living fossil. So when we found some fossils of these at our Jurassic Ark site in Queensland and Australia, we thought, well, these just grow around this area. And so we planted some. So we have fossil ones, and then a few yards away we have living ones which we planted and are now growing. And so really good example of classic living fossils after their kind. Doesn't matter how old you want to make the ones that are buried, and they are classified as Jurassic, so that's why the whole area, we call it Jurassic Ark. But the rock layers are classified as Jurassic, so 65 million years old. And a few yards away, exactly the same plants growing quite happily, and lots of them growing around in that area.
And you made that point that their fossils are found all over the world. So today, the southern conifers are only found in the southern hemisphere, predominantly Australia. And there's a few South American varieties. We call them the monkey puzzle tree because they're the ones that can really cope with our much colder climate.
Yes, I've seen a few of those in the parks around here.
So this is from Whitby, right? Whitby Jet. So that's the UK example.
Right.
This was from Germany, so another Araucaria pine, and that's the original Jurassic rock. Because I mean, what is the Jurassic named after?
Well, it's named after a place. It's nothing to do with time. It's named after the Jura Mountains, which is a mountain range in Central Europe near the Swiss-German border. So all of those geological names, the classic ones, have nothing to do with time. They were named before all of those million years were added to them. They were named because of what the rocks actually looked like. Did they look like rocks that we first saw in a particular place, or they're named after what the rock looked like Cretaceous means chalky. So nothing to do with millions of years. It's all to do with what the rocks looked like, so that people who found similar rocks could say, oh, yes, those remind me of the rocks in the Jura Mountain, Jurassic.
Yeah, and you'll find that a lot of these names are, while they have nothing to do with millions of years, but everything to do with where they were first studied, they often have a lot of political and historical connections as well. So case in point, right, the Permian rocks, named after Perm in Russia, when the Russian Tsar invited the British geologists out there, and as a sort of a thank you, they named a rock sequence after his area, right? In Russia. And perhaps most hilariously, we have the Carboniferous, right? It's called the Carboniferous because it's full of carbon. It's where all the coal comes from. Of course, that's a British name. And if you're in the United States, you wouldn't possibly go with a British name of any nation. So you don't call them the Carboniferous to our American viewers. You take the Carboniferous, and it's exactly the same rock because it's the same sequence that goes up into Canada, and they call it the Carboniferous as well. And what you do is you split it into two halves and call it Pennsylvanian and Mississippian. So it's no prizes as to what that was named after. But it gives you a good perspective, a wide perspective. But we've gone back to the Araucaria, so we've got one from the UK, we've got one from Germany, there's another one from the UK, which is one of those, the big tree trunks from the island of Portland. We've got another Araucaria pine next to Ammonite, which is from the Isle of Skye. So we really are dealing with a worldwide phenomena. And then we have this one here. Now, this is also an Araucaria, but it's a very special Araucaria. And that's from your neck of the woods, Diane, in Australia. And you've got this wonderful plant here. You can see the white plant with the fronds. So this is part of the pine tree with the needles. You've also actually got a fossil fish there. So it's a catastrophic burial as well, a flood burial. You've got another example of a fish just on the back up here. But Diane, what's this plant's name? Because it became known as the dinosaur tree for a particular reason. So would you share that story with us?
Yes, these are the fronds of a Wallamai pine. Now, they have these rather flat leaves, but they're quite a distinctive pattern of leaves. And they were found in a place in New South Wales in Australia, in the mountain range that's just west of Sydney. It's quite a very rugged place. So even though it's not far away from Sydney, it hadn't been explored. And this plant was found in this sort of little canyon, and people were so amazed that this plant was still alive. They said, well, this is almost like finding a live dinosaur, because we thought this was extinct for 65 million years old, or however many millions of years old you like to say. So it did become known as the dinosaur tree. It was, samples were taken from it. It was cloned or propagated. So there was quite a big commercial enterprise. Grow your own living fossil. And that was the advertising slogan that was actually used. I saw it on the outside of the plant nurseries that were selling these.
You can just about survive in the UK as well as people of gardens which have them.
Oh yes, there's still one at Kew Gardens. I visited it a couple of weeks ago.
So it's an excellent example of not just rapid burial because of a flood burial, because either the fish evolved wings and flew through the forest, or a flood came and took the trees to the fish eye. It's a flood nonetheless. But we are dealing with something that is a real living fossil, but something which even the secular tourism side of things admit is a living fossil as well. So another great piece of evidence of after their
kind, no matter how old you want to make them. Yes.
And as we mentioned last week, the Bible says in Genesis chapter 1, 10 times it uses the phrase after its kind in reference to what God told living things to do. They're to reproduce after their kind. He created them after their kind. And so it's going to actually work. We shouldn't be surprised when we find evidence that creatures have done exactly that.
Yes,
whether you want to make them a few thousand years old, or in the case of this Willamite pine, about 90 million years old, it just doesn't make any difference. All right, well, let's carry on, because I want to talk about some evidence of change that we do see in the fossil record, because we're talking about living fossils, right? Charles Darwin spoke about them being fanciful, and we often come across the critique that, well, yes, okay, they're still a ginkgo, or they're still a plant, or they're still a something, but there's clearly change, therefore they have evolved. And also I wanted you to delve into a little bit more with regards to the ginkgo, because we have a couple of fossil examples of ginkgo here, and we have a big example that we got from the south coast just a little while back. But would you just share with us, Diane, because there's clearly some difference between these ginkgos, especially when you compare them to the modern day ginkgo. So there's change that's gone on there, but is that evolution?
It is change, but it's not evolution, and we need to remember that there is a lot of change in the world and a lot of change in biology, but not all change is evolution. So this one over here, this fan-shaped one, this is the classic living fossil. This is, if you go to, again, Kew Gardens or the trees outside the Natural History Museums, Cathedral to Evolution, and there are the living fossils there. And this looks exactly like those with these lovely fan-shaped leaves. It's sometimes called the maidenhair tree because its leaves are like a maidenhair fern, just bigger. So, yes, classic living fossil, that one there. But the one that people say, well, has evolved is this one here.
Now, these are the Jurassic ones from Yorkshire. So, again, a local example.
Yes. Now, if you look at these, they have these same fan-shaped leaves with these radiating. If you see the fine detail in the veins here, you have that radiating pattern. But these have more lobes. The scientific name for ginkgo biloba, meaning two lobes, but this one has more than two lobes. And we find that a lot in the fossil record. In the Creation Research Collection, we've got some quite large ones, which are sort of huge, with multiple lobes, big fanned out. But they all have this distinctive radiating vein structure, so they are clearly ginkgos. All that has happened is basically that they have shrunk and they have lost these lobes. So that's a serious change.
Loss of information.
Yes.
Not a gain.
No.
Evolved or gained information to evolve into a different type of ginkgo. They're still a ginkgo, but they've lost the information to have long radiating fronds. So if that's not evolution, what could we call it?
Well, it's the opposite of evolution, so maybe we could call it devolution. It's going downhill. It's going downhill. It's degeneration. It's loss. So it's going from complex towards simple, which is the absolute opposite of evolution, which is a theory about how everything started out simple and went upwards to complexity.
And so Darwin was partially right then in the sense that he observed creatures changing, he observed animals changing, but his argument was that this change would lead on to larger and continually greater changes until it produced diversity such as ape to mankind or such as dinosaur to bird or so on and so forth. And really all we're seeing is while there is change, it's never a gain of information, certainly not enough to turn an ape into a human. It's a loss of information. And eventually, if the plant keeps on losing information, what's going to happen to it eventually?
Well, eventually it will die out and then it will become extinct.
So it couldn't evolve even if it wanted to.
No.
So that's actually a really important point, because when we're dealing with the fossil record, that's one of three things that you observe in the fossil record. You either observe that creatures remain exactly the same and don't change at all, such as the nautilus or the dinosaur tree, the Willamide tree. You find that creatures do change, but it's never evolution, it's always devolution, and they're going downhill like the ginkgo. Or you find the third option is that creatures go extinct. And not one of those three things is any help to evolution at all, because if you've remained the same for, 100 million years, or even in the case of the stromatolites, up to 2.5 billion years, then you're stuck in a rut. You're not going to be evolving anytime soon. If you've changed but you're not evolving, you're devolving, then you are breeding yourself to extinction. And if you have got extinct, you couldn't evolve even if you wanted to. So not one of those three observational things that we see in the fossil record is any help to evolution whatsoever. And that's really all we do see. We see evidence of creatures reproducing after their own kind, but we also see evidence of this good to bad to worse pattern eventually into extinction.
Yes, that's right.
Well, speaking of extinction, we're going to go on to some extinct fossils later, because even though they're not living fossils, they still show good evidence of after their kind and that kind of concept. So before we go on to that, though, Diane, I just wanted to ask you about this other Australian fossil, another living fossil, which is this one at the back here. Now, this is the Australian plant. This is the British fossil. And again, this is what we were saying about how people respond to this. It's so visual, it's so hands-on, they can see the comparison between the two. But what's this plant here?
Yeah, this is a cycad, and it's an even older fossil or older plant in the evolutionary timetable than the so-called dinosaur ones, the Willamide pines. This one is supposed to be hundreds of millions of years old, hasn't changed in that whole time. And it has this very distinctive branching pattern, which is always the same, whether we find it in the fossil record or at our Jurassic Ark site in Queensland. You can come and see these growing beautifully.
So it really is good evidence then again of that after their kind, their beautiful great big things, and actually evidence of climate change as well, because these need a fairly warm environment to be able to grow.
Yes, these days they only grow in fairly warm places, so they grow well in Queensland.
Yes, well, where they don't grow well is Yorkshire.
No, that's right.
And yet we have fossil from Yorkshire, so we know that there's evidence of climate change. It was warmer in the past, it's cooler today, and we know that climate has changed throughout Earth's history. All right.
Yes.
Well, to round up living fossils then, because we've spent a couple of episodes on living fossils, but really the point of living fossils, or the point that living fossils make, is that after their kind concept. And that's a biblical concept, and that's observable not just in the so-called living fossils, as Darwin called them, these supposedly anomalous forms that are actually not that anomalous, but we find this in even creatures that have gone extinct, this after their kind concept. So what kind of examples of that could we pull up, this idea of after their kind?
Well, the classic examples would be dinosaurs, but with extinct creatures, when we find them, they are very clearly fully formed creatures, and we can classify them because we can say, well, this one is a reptile. It doesn't exist today, but it has basic reptilian form. So they are fully formed, distinctive creatures, and we can give them scientific classification names. Now, you can find a number of examples of them in different parts of the fossil record, and you can choose to line them up and put them together. And yes, they will all be the same, and then they will disappear. So if you were to classify them according to the evolutionary timetable, this one is so many million years older than that one. Well, the youngest ones and the oldest ones, according to the evolutionary timetable, are still the same. The fact that they haven't made it to today. Doesn't mean they've evolved. They've just disappeared. They've died out.
So 2 examples of these. One of them would be the trilobites.
Yes.
So we have a trilobite here. This is supposedly one of the oldest trilobites in the Cambrian rocks. And trilobite just means 3-lobed thing, trilobite. And we've got the 1, 2, 3 lobes on there. So this first appears in the Cambrian as supposedly 500 million years ago, right? Now, trilobites, if you look at the rock layers and you read the rock layers as a history of time on Earth over millions of years, they first appear at the bottommost layers in the Cambrian, and they supposedly go extinct in the Permian, which is about 250 million years later, according to the evolutionary timescale. In other words, even though these creatures are extinct today, they were on Earth, according to evolutionary history, for 250 million years. Now, did they change at any point throughout that 250 million years?
No, there's very bit of variation, but this distinct body form with the 3 lobes and these ridges,
Nice curled up.
that's a curled up one, which is an interesting story in itself. But this basic body plan did not change. Some of them are bigger, some of them are smaller, and the pattern of ridges might have some differences. But they are instantly recognisable as trilobites, whether they're at the bottom of that evolutionary timetable or at the top. So again,
variation within a kind,
yes,
but still trilobites.
Yes.
And trilobites, if you take the data as real, if you read the history of the rocks as a history of time on Earth, they were around for 250 million years. They evolved from nothing because they appear suddenly in the fossil record. They evolve into nothing because they go extinct during the Permian. And you have a set of creatures that still show that concept of after their kind, even though they are still extinct and can't be classed as living fossils.
yes.
Well, we've got one other example of this concept, which we will talk about. And this is supposedly one of the oldest of these types of creatures. This is in the Devonian rocks. Devonian, by the way, named after Devon.
Yes.
What creature is this?
And this is an ammonite. It has this lovely curled structure here.
So this is from the Devonian, supposed to be 490 million years ago.
Yes.
So similar kind of construction to the modern day Nautilus.
Yes.
Differences, certainly different.
Has all these ridges, but yes.
But a similar kind of creature, cephalopods, squid-like creature. Okay, so this is Devonian, supposedly 490 million years ago, and they go extinct, and with the ammonites it's even longer because they go extinct in the Cretaceous rocks, which is supposed to be 425 million years after the Devonian. So ammonites were on the planet for 425 million years, according to the theory of evolution. Here's a nice Hildoceras ammonite from Whitby. We've got our big Devonian one, and we've got all sorts of beautiful ammonites from all over the world. Here's another Jurassic set of ammonites as well, really beautiful. So we've got ammonites all over the world. Now, ammonites appear in the Devonian, go extinct in the Cretaceous, on the planet for 425 supposed million years. Do they change, or do they show after their kind?
No, they're after their kind, because you get this distinctive curled structure with some variation in the ridges in terms some of them are bigger and some of them are wider spaced apart or narrower spaced apart. But that basic body form of the curls and the ridges is there right from the beginning, so they are instantly identifiable as a separate kind that's different from the other things that are around them, and then they just disappear in the fossil record if you line it up according to an evolutionary timetable. So wherever they're found, instantly recognisable as separate kinds. If they're not found, they've disappeared. But that doesn't mean they've evolved.
Indeed. And all of this evidence, whether it be ammonites, whether it be trilobites, whether it be all of these living fossils, what they really do show is the truth of that statement in Psalm 119, verse 160, which is, "Thy word is true from the very beginning." You can trust the Bible from the very beginning. In fact, yesterday evening, Diane, when we were here, we were working, we were filming, and what were lots of people celebrating yesterday evening out on the streets?
Well, last night it was Halloween. Last day of October, that's right.
What else is the 31st of October now?
Yes, but it's much better known, or much more appropriately known, as Reformation Day. In other words, it's the celebration of the anniversary of one of the big events in the Reformation, which was a movement amongst Christians to go back and take the Scripture seriously, take the authority of Scripture seriously.
It was Luther nailing.
Yes, yes.
So, but it was all about getting back to the Bible, getting back to, no, we're not going to stand on man's authority, man's interpretation and man's ideas. We're going to get back to the Scriptures and stand on the authority of the Word of God, which is really what we're trying to do with creation research, is encourage people to get back to the Scriptures in everything.
Yes. It's not hard for people to understand this whole issue of creation and evolution. People think it's an academic issue. No. All you need to do is know what Scripture says, right? And don't be afraid to check out the science. And that's one of the things that creation research exists for. We help people to check out the science. They can actually come and see things, or they can read our newsletters or our publications or watch our videos. But don't be afraid to check out the science, but first of all, know what Scripture actually says. It's clearly stated there, easily understood, because God wanted to communicate with everybody, not just theologians.
Now, Living Fossils was one of the first ever programs at Creation Research filmed way back in the late 1980s. And is that available for people to watch?
That is still available for people to watch. Since then, there have been lots more wonderful examples have been uncovered, so we really would like to remake that. But the original one is still relevant, and it's still worth watching on our YouTube channel.
Indeed. And as well, you can follow Creation Research and the work that we do by going to creationresearch.net. You can click on the YouTube channel, where there's a whole host of resources, including Creation Conversations, which goes out every week.
Yes, every Friday you can watch it live in the UK. You have to check it out for your own time zone because it goes all over the world. It's wonderful. That's right.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. So it really does go out internationally. So do check out our YouTube channel, Creation Conversations, which is our broadcast. And for evidence like this, Diane, because evidence like this is constantly being, found in the real world, even by secular scientists, and it's being published on. So what does Creation Research do to let people know the biblical interpretation of that evidence in terms of what how people can sign up for our newsletters?
Well, we have a regular newsletter. We just keep a watching brief on what gets published in the general scientific news that's available to anybody on the normal secular sites. But we help people with that principle of know what Scripture says, don't be afraid to check out the science. So we help people to see what was actually discovered and what's the story they're telling about it. And sometimes the story they're telling about it doesn't actually match what was discovered. But if you look at things from the biblical point of view, all of a sudden it falls into place.
So you can find out more about that and sign up to the newsletters at creationresearch.net, or you can look on the Creation Fact File, which is an archive of all of these articles at creationfactfile.com. But until next time, we'll carry on exploring the museum and seeing what else we can find. So do join us for our next episode of Around the Museum with Joe and Diane.
Why not visit one of the many creation research museums around the globe? Find out more at creationresearch.net. Got questions? We've got answers. Check out askjohnmackay.com to see Q&A articles by experts from around the world. See also the creationfactfile.com website for latest evidence news from Creation Research. Watch Creation Research TV, a live 24/7 broadcast of everything Creation Research, available for free on our YouTube channel and through Creation Research Live. Support Creation Research through tax-deductible giving in many countries. Find out more at creationresearch.net. And hello and welcome back to Around the Museum with Joe and Diane, where we've moved on from living fossils and we're now going into the wonderful world of dinosaurs, which people just seem to love nowadays. All the wonderful kind of diversity that you see in them and the fossils and it in movies and everything. People just seem to love this idea of dinosaurs.
Yes, dinosaurs are everywhere these days.
Well, we're gonna delve into them now, Diane, and we're gonna end up doing an episode about some of the more unusual ideas about dinosaurs, things like feathered dinosaurs. We'll also look into some brand new research regarding dinosaurs, soft tissue or original biomolecules as they're called inside dinosaur bones. But why don't we just start with the actual general dinosaur concept itself? What does the word dinosaur mean?
All right, dino refers to big and powerful. It comes from a Greek word. Saurus refers to reptilian creatures like lizards. So it's usually classically said terrible lizards, but terrible in the sense of being big and powerful.
Powerful creatures, so great terrors. So who was it who named them dinosaurs?
Well, that name as a scientific name was given by Richard Owen, the founder of the Natural History Museum, and he believed in creation, in spite of the fact that the museum is now a cathedral to evolution.
Yes.
But he believed in creation. He believed they were created. They were the monsters that God made.
And dinosaur study really started in this country. It started in the UK. It was Gideon Mantell's wife, Mary Ann, who found the first, what became known as the first recognised dinosaur to be discovered, as in this new classification of creatures, and that was an iguanodon. We actually have an iguanodon vertebrae here. This is obviously backbone. It's a caudal vertebrae, so that's the base of the tail essentially. And this is from the Isle of Wight, which is the sixth best place in the world for diversity of dinosaur bones, and not many people know that. So it's good to be able to get down there and dig up some bones from time to time. So this is the iguanodon, but the first dinosaur to be named was not actually iguanodon. It was a dinosaur that was found by another scientist, the Reverend William Buckland, and that ended up being called Megalosaurus. So just big
reptile. Yes.
And we actually have a cast of the original is in the Oxford Natural History Museum, which we're never going to get hold of, so we have a cast of it here. So there we have there's obviously the jawbone, you can take that down, and this is the top sort of skull, the maxilla, and we've got a lovely set of teeth here, and that was really, I mean, you can kind of see how it gripped the nation and how amazing it was to these scientists like Buckland and Fox and Mantell and Owen, because these are clearly big, sharp-teethed, now extinct, strange-looking kind of creatures, the dinosaur. But before they came up with the term dinosaur, and actually after, they called these creatures something else. What was it that they called them?
They were referred to as dragons, and in fact, in just general conversation, they were called dragons, even by the people who knew that classification term dinosaur, because that was a scientific classification. But people knew about these bones and they were called dragon bones.
And it was just generally regarded that these were the dragons of old, the bones of the dragons of old. And you can see this in the Natural History Museum when you go to they've got that whole gallery, right, with all of the great marine reptiles, the ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs and pliosaurs and the like. And a lot of them are from the old Victorian collections. And so sort of written on in thick black ink, you can see sea dragons. So dragons were just considered to have been real creatures in the past, and when they first started finding these bones, they just naturally assumed that these were the bones of those dragons that were real historical accounts. So that's where it really all started, these two creatures here, Megalosaurus and obviously Iguanodon as well, and it sort of built people up into a frenzy, and off they went and went sort of exploring and digging. There was the big dinosaur rush in the USA when they started finding all these creatures, these great dragon bones, and off they went. And it is something that has sort of fascinated people ever since. Now, when we come to the actual dinosaur bones, let's talk a little bit about some of the processes behind it, because a lot of people are confused or misinformed about what a fossil actually is. And a lot of people think that fossilization means turning something to stone. Well, we've got lots of examples of fossil dinosaur bones here. This is another one from the UK. This is one of the big titanosaur bones, and you can see here, look, Diane, it's actually been squashed. You see how it's squashed on this side? There's a more sort of accurate kind of size of the bone. So it's clearly gone under a lot of pressure. You can see all the cracking in the bone, how it's been crushed, but just have a feel of that, how heavy that is.
Yes.
It's got some good weight to it. So it's actually been preserved once it was crushed. It was crushed during burial, and it's been preserved like that. And you can see all of this amazing detail inside of it as well, this honeycomb structure. So this is the classic way that dinosaurs end up being fossilized. It's a process called permineralization. And we can talk a lot about permineralization because it's really a key to the later episode we'll do about the soft tissue and original biomolecules and stuff like that, and how that all fits into context. But let's just talk about the process of permineralization, because you can see it a little bit clearer here. This is a dinosaur bone that's been sliced, so it's a cross section. So it's effectively a piece of the bone like that that's been taken out of the middle, and you can see all that beautiful honeycomb structure in the middle there as well. So what is this honeycomb structure, Diane, in terms of sort of the biology side of things?
Well, bones are hollow, and inside them, instead of being completely hollow, they do actually have a sort of filigree structure here called cancellous bone, which means a sort of open network or meshwork. And in the middle of that, you've got bone marrow. You've heard of bone marrow, which is what makes blood cells. But around the outside, they're more solid. So this is called compact bone, and it's more solid, but it still has living cells in it, and it still does have tiny, microscopic little channels inside it. And that means that water and whatever is dissolved in it can actually move through that, and we will talk about that later on when we look at some of the newer discoveries. But if you cut a fossil bone through like this, you will see the internal structure of the original bone.
So it's the case that bone being very porous, even the very dense parts of bone are very porous. And so really the process of permineralization is not turning a bone to stone, but it is preserving the bone in stone, in minerals. So permineralization literally permeated with minerals. It's as simple as that. So it's a bone that's become permeated with minerals, infilled with minerals, and it has preserved all of that original bone inside those minerals. Now, if it is fully permineralized, that is that every single porous part has been filled up with minerals, there shouldn't be very much original soft tissue, original biomolecule left in there, but that's when we'll discuss later about some of the amazing stuff that we are finding, because it really is there. But what I think is just amazing and fascinating is when you're holding that bone there, when you're touching that bone, you're actually touching bone that was inside the dinosaur. It's not been replaced, it's not been turned to stone, it's been permineralized, permeated, literally permeated with minerals. So yes, you really are touching a dinosaur bone
dinosaur,
when you touch a dinosaur bone, and that's just fascinating, I think, to be able to look and think and do. And so that's why a big part of what we do at our creation museums is that hands-on aspect. We want people to be able to come and touch and feel and get up close and personal to these creatures. All right, so we're talking about the bones, but then let's go up to the plaque on the wall, which I know we spoke about in the last series, but it makes a really good point. So let's just briefly recap what we're dealing with here. So this is a Gorosaurus, and it's a cast from a real fossil. Exact replica is what a cast is, so exact copy of a real fossil that was found. And it's in a unique position. It's got its mouth open, it's got its neck bent back, it's got its tail bent over its head, it's got its legs squashed up underneath. So what are we dealing with this dinosaur in terms of how it got buried?
Well, this indicates that it was buried quickly, because this
is actually called a death pose, and it is recognised by the secular scientists because it's very common. Now, normally, if you go to the museum and they've reconstructed a dinosaur skeleton, they will reconstruct it as if it was alive and
doing a nice little pose
walking.
or something.
That's right. But they are not dug up like that. If you find a whole skeleton like this sort of creature, they are in this distinct head back, tail curved sort of pose, and it is recognised as a death pose because these have died, and probably suddenly, in fact certainly suddenly. If a creature is drowning, you get this spasm in the back muscles to try and literally take your last gasp. But then when the creature dies, of course, the muscles relax, and so you won't get that preserved unless it gets buried straight away, and that's important for our understanding of how things get fossilised.
And it is a quick process, because I think the most recent research suggests that it needs to be buried within 3 minutes of drowning, because after 3 minutes your muscles begin to relax because you no longer have control over them. It's a central nervous system trauma, so it's effectively a shock of electricity that goes down your spine to tense it all up. Once you're dead, you have no control over your muscles, so after 3 minutes you relax, and it's about another 30 minutes before rigor mortis sets in and you go stiff again. So it really is true. In order to get this preserved like this, you need to have it buried very quickly. So it's not just a drowning, it's also a quick burial. And it's also important to put this into context. This is one of the things which this is one of the reasons why we love to take people out on field trips, is because they can come out and actually see these fossils in their context. It's not just a dinosaur that you find here, it's also all the trees that have been ripped up and smashed and buried next to it. It's all the fish that are buried next to it. It's all the rolled amber balls and the smooth pebbles that can only be formed by water that are smashed up next to it. And so really we are dealing with a flooded environment, which a flood has come in and it has swept up all the sea creatures and all the smooth pebbles and has buried the dinosaurs and ripped up the trees and buried them all together in a mass flood dump. So it really is important when you're doing this research not just to look at the one fossil, as exciting and amazing as the dinosaur fossils are. It's important to take a step back and look at the whole of the geological aspect in context as to what else is buried there. So do come along to a creation research field trip, because it is well worth getting up close and personal with the fossils. So this then, this is a common pose throughout the world. And it's not just, this is from Canada, so it's not just from Canada, it's in the US, it's in the UK, it's Australia, we've dug up dinosaurs, and there's still the same pose over there. So and they're all in the same layer. So we're dealing with a worldwide flooded, catastrophic process which has produced these dinosaur fossils for sure, and that's something that is really quite important when to look at. All right, well, Diane, let's look at an unusual dinosaur now. This is our most recent cast that we got from a fairly new dinosaur that has been only discovered in the last few years. And what is this creature here?
Yes, this is Draco Rex, which is a word that actually means dragon, as in Draco. So Draco Rex, I believe it's Draco Rex Hogswartsia, which tells you what paleontologists read in their spare time, the sort of strange occultic side of things. But anyway, the reason why, so this was called basically Draco Rex, the King Dragon, or the Dragon King. What was it called that? Well, because it looks like a archetypal picture of a dragon, which is a sort of stereotypical dragon.
It is very fairy tale-esque. But this is a real fossil?
It's a real fossil, yes.
And there's a couple of examples in museums around the world. I believe, and I'm willing to be very much corrected on this, but I believe we are the first UK museum to have a cast of the Draco Rex like this. So it's a pretty spectacular creature with the horns and everything, and the beak. It really is. So just briefly talking, because we dealt with dragons in a whole programme last year, and we may not have time to go into as much depth this year, but really we shouldn't be surprised that we see independent accounts of very similarly depicted dinosaur / dragons in various cultures around the world, particularly if, as the Bible says, dinosaurs were made on day 6, same as mankind, because we'd expect to see depictions of these dragons around the world if they really did live with man and if they really did go on Noah's Ark. That's what we should expect.
Yes, yes, and just about every culture in the world has legends about dragons.
Yeah.
And some of them are a bit fanciful, but that's what happens when things disappear and die out. The memories get blunted, people start to embellish them, but there is a basis of truth. And it's there in just about every culture in the world.
And many of them, while, as you say, they are sort of fanciful and clearly bended and twisted truth, a lot of them have much more in common with historical accounts than they do with legends or stories. And so you need to try and, again, take it in the context of what account is being given here. But we really shouldn't be surprised that the majority of these depictions of dragons match fairly closely with dinosaur type depictions that as we understand them today. And I think Dracorex is a very good example of that. Well, let's talk about trace fossils then, Diane. So trace fossils are fossils that are not part of the actual animal, but are evidence of where that animal
has been.
So what's this trace fossil look like
so
here?
we've got a footprint here. So we find lots of fossilised footprints, actually. And again, they're more examples of things that have to be formed quickly.
Yeah, well, what would happen, if the next tide came in before you have a chance to bury them, right? It's just going to disappear and go through it. So, you do need to bury any kind of trace footprint, because I think a lot of the times the traces of animals are much less obvious, shall we say, than the actual animal itself. It's like footprints will get covered up and destroyed. Stuff like, feces, like this sort of fossil dinosaur poo here, or coprolite as we call it. Well, anybody who works with animals or knows anything about biology knows this doesn't hang around for very long.
No.
It goes off. Well, it's not the nicest of condition when it first comes out, but it gets destroyed and rots away pretty quickly in the grand scheme of things. So you're never going to have this lying around for vast periods of time waiting to be buried.
No. In fact, it's designed to be recycled, and there are little creatures that will come along and do that.
Yes,
and very quickly come along and do that.
And this is actually quite common. You find a lot of this. And some of you might be asking, well, how do we know that this is fossil dinosaur poop? It's quite simple. Oftentimes, it's actually more common than you would perhaps think. When you find complete dinosaur skeletons like this, they're often so well preserved, they still have gut content in their stomach. Sometimes, because of the drowning and the squishing, they actually have vomit that's coming up out of their throat, and you can also find this gut content down by their backside as well. So once you know what that gut content looks like, because it's quite distinctive inside the dinosaur, you know if you ever find it outside of the dinosaur where it once came from. So that's how we can tell with things like coprolite is the proper term. So, and then we've got things like this, Diane. What are we dealing with here as another trace fossil, technically?
Well, this is an egg. And
this is one of those Hadrosaurus dinosaur eggs. So what is something fascinating about eggs in regards to how often do we find your babies inside of them?
Well, if we have modern techniques where we can actually scan these, and sometimes they do have embryos in them, but a lot of times they don't.
So what could be a reason for that when we find so many of these eggs without embryos inside of them?
Well, sometimes reptiles, when they are stressed, will actually just shed their eggs, even though the eggs have been formed inside the female.
But they've never been fertilised or developed, certainly.
No,
so really, when we find dinosaurs with eggs or dinosaur eggs that have been purposefully laid in a nest, that's clearly time has been taken to build the nest and to look after it, and we will sometimes find the embryos in them. But one observation that I've made is that often you find these eggs just randomly just lying around. There's very little evidence of care. There's very little evidence of nesting. They're just sort of randomly lying there. And so it's almost as if the dinosaurs have been under stress and have quickly expelled their eggs in order to give themselves a faster getaway, which is something we see with a lot of reptiles. They may be gravid for months. So it's interesting that even things like eggs and the fact that you find very few embryos developed inside them can give good evidence that these dinosaurs were under great stress, probably because of a global flood that was coming after them.
Yes. Yeah, well, animals are very sensitive to oncoming disasters.
Absolutely, yeah. And so it's, again, you've got to try and get it all in the big context. Take a bit of a step back and look at the big context of things. All right, well, let's talk about one more thing, Diane, before we finish this episode. I just want to talk about teeth, because we've got our juvenile T-Rex jaw here, and yes, this is a juvenile, so they did get quite big. These dinosaurs would get very large, and we've got an actual real tooth here of the so-called African T-Rex, so in the same family as our T-Rex here. Now, when it comes to things like teeth, we often assume that when you're dealing with a T-Rex with these big teeth with serrated edges, and you can see even in the fossil one, you've still got this kind of serrated edge here, this kind of three-sided tooth, a strong tooth designed for sort of stabbing and slicing. We often assume that it is there because the creature was a meat eater, or rather it requires teeth because it ate meat. So is that always the case with what we're dealing with in terms of these sharp-teethed creatures?
Well, having sharp teeth does not make a creature a savage killer. It means that it can cut meat if it has the opportunity to do so, but it does not prove that it is a savage killer, because there are other animals that do have sharp teeth and serrated edges that don't eat meat. After all, a sharp knife, if you think of the sort of analogy, is just as good for cutting up vegetables as it is for cutting up meat. So the same applies to teeth.
Yes. In fact, if you think about your main serrated knives, they're for things like bread and
That's right.
and hard stuff. So okay. So do we have examples then of creatures with sharp teeth that don't eat meat?
Well, a fruit bat would be a good example of that, because they have really sharp teeth. The panda bear, which is not actually a bear but a panda, eats bamboo. I remember seeing one of these at the Adelaide Zoo, and it was given this great big heap of bamboo to eat, and it just sat there. It was like watching a garden muncher, you know, those that make mulch out of you pruning. So sharp teeth are very useful for eating plant material. Yes.
Okay, so we are dealing with sharp teeth. So what can sharp teeth tell us then? They just tell us how an animal eats.
Yeah, basically,
not
yes.
what an animal eats.
It's used for cutting and slicing, but it doesn't tell you what it cut or sliced.
So you have your sort of hard, sharp serrated teeth, which are for cutting and slicing. You've got your sort of rounded pointy teeth, like your Spinosaurus teeth, which are for stabbing. And then you have, of course, things like your flat teeth, like we've got our Edmontosaurus tooth here. There's the teeth that go down into the jaw. Look, there's the tooth plate. So you've got these teeth which are there for grinding, not for slicing. So it's different techniques, or different teeth for different techniques of eating, but not necessarily different types of food in terms of meat versus vegetables, because there's huge variety in the types of vegetables that you eat, whether it's your grass or your fruits or so on and so forth. So you do need these sharp teeth sometimes to be able to even survive in eating vegetables. I think one classic example, which I know I've had experience with, is the great green iguanas, right, which have serrated backward pointing teeth, and I was munched on by a green iguana in my days as a zookeeper. It slices through your flesh easily, and blood going everywhere, you know, and yet they're 100% vegetarian. In fact, one of the episodes we'd like to do actually will be about things like venom. And talking about that side of things, because it turns out that green iguanas and things like your Australian bearded dragons are actually mildly venomous. It's a mild form of rattlesnake venom, and you've got to ask yourself, well, what is a 100% vegetarian and an 80% vegetarian lizard doing with venom? And the answer is what venom is designed to do, which is not to kill, but to digest and to use that digestion process. And it's just as effective in plants as it is in meat. And in fact, when you get bitten by a rattlesnake or by your lovely tiger snakes and the like in Australia, you don't die because it's essentially designed to kill you. You die because it's digesting you, and death is an end result of digestion. So
yes, we have to remember the process of digestion starts in the mouth. And so that physical digestion is the actual chewing and biting process, but in some animals the chemical digestion starts in the mouth as well.
Yeah, and so it goes back to this, as we've been really talking about in pretty much every episode, this kind of good to bad to worse. Right? Sharp teeth don't equal a vicious killer, but there's lots of evidence to suggest that T-Rex did end up eating meat. There's lots of evidence to suggest that lots of these animals end up eating meat, and we see animals eating meat today. But that's not because that's what they were designed to do. It's because of this breakdown of ecosystems. It's this good to bad to worse account. It's this very good world which has been marred by sin, and as a result of the curse, the world has gone downhill, and out of necessity, creatures have started to eat meat. And you can see examples of that even in the world today, of this good to bad to worse process with regards to animals now being required to eat meat in order to be able to survive.
Yes, animals know when they need extra protein or extra particular nutrients in their diet, and they will go after them and take advantage of whatever opportunity presents itself.
A good example of that would be mosquitoes.
Yes.
The males don't drink blood.
No, they don't. The females put the bite on you, as it were, but they're only doing it when they come to reproduce. They particularly need iron to lay eggs and a bit of extra protein. Normally mosquitoes live on plant juices because all they need is the energy. So they will drink nectar and they will use their proboscis to suck plant juices, and that's fine. But the females, when they need those extra nutrients to lay their eggs, they will go seeking that. And human skin happens to be easily available. Yes.
You can get that iron and the hemoglobin that they need from plants.
Oh, yes.
Just if you need an abundance of it, particularly when driven by a climate, you end up with vast quantities of mosquitoes looking for hemoglobin at the same time. The ecosystem can just not provide that for them, so they're going to turn to the next easiest, source, which is us.
Yes, well, that's right. We're an easy target. Our skin, being bare, is easy to get to, so our blood vessels are easy to get to. The mosquitoes just go for whatever's the easiest target. And we have to remember that from the beginning of the world, the plants have gone downhill as well. So they will have lost their nutrients. Some have gone extinct, some have shrunk. We know that from the fossil record. The fossil record of plants was actually much better. And they were more lush, they were larger, and they've probably lost some of their nutrition value as well.
Well, Diane, there's so much that we could talk and deal with about dinosaurs. We're going to have to go on to do another program. So do join us next week as we continue in the world of dinosaurs, and we'll get on to fascinating discoveries like soft tissue and questionable discoveries like feathered dinosaurs as well. So be sure to join us next week. Check out Creation Research Live, our all-new streaming service for creation research, with thousands of free resources and access to all of Creation Research's premium documentaries, debates and presentations through a low-cost monthly subscription. Find out more at creationresearch.live. Got questions? We've got answers. Check out askjohnmackay.com to see Q&A articles by experts from around the world. See also the creationfactfile.com website for latest evidence news from creation research. Be sure to sign up to the Creation Evidence News, regular updates and news from the world of creation research, science and the latest evidence for creation. Watch Creation Research TV, a live 24/7 broadcast of everything creation research, available for free on our YouTube channel and through Creation Research Live. Support creation research through tax-deductible giving in many countries. Find out more at creationresearch.net. Be sure to join us for Creation Conversations, a weekly live broadcast with the whole Creation Research team, dealing with different topics from creation, evolution, and the Bible. Welcome back to Around the Museum with Joe and Diane, where we are continuing on our journey, and we're going to be discussing flight in this program, both the design of flight and some of its problems for evolution, because according to evolution, how many times did flight have to evolve?
4 times.
4 times, four
Yes.
separate times, and none of these creatures are related to each other, even by secular standards?
No, they're a very long way on your traditional evolutionary tree.
Right, so what are these 4 examples of flight?
Well, birds are the most obvious one.
Of course.
Bats, flying mammals,
So mammals, yeah. Birds,
Insects.
mammals, insects.
flying insects, and flying reptiles. Now, we don't have flying reptiles now, but we know that they did exist.
And we've got some of the models of them downstairs, which we'll
Yes.
head down to in a little bit. But let's just talk then about flight and the amazing design of flight, because I have a designed flying instrument here, which is a boomerang. And of course, this was designed by humans for flying, and it's made out of wood. And if you pick up a tree and throw it, it doesn't come back, nor does it fly. So what's unique about a boomerang then?
Well, the uniqueness is in the design. This thing is designed, it's aerodynamically designed to fly through the air. Now, this is not a returning boomerang, but it will fly in a controlled manner so that someone who wants to use this was used in hunting, could effectively use this and aim it at whatever it was looking for, or whatever he or she was looking for. And so this is a useful piece of functional design. It's not something that just randomly happened to come out of a tree or be found on the ground. And everyone knows that. I mean, even if it didn't have this pattern on it, even if you just had the wood, everyone would know from the curved shape of this, from the aerodynamic design and the way it behaves when you throw it in the air, this was the product of an intelligent creator.
So effectively, you've got something which is like an airplane wing. It's going to be smooth, flat on the bottom, smooth over the top, so that the air passes underneath faster than it passes over the top, which is going to create the lift. And if you have it slightly unbalanced, or you have an airfoil at one end, you're going to end up with it constantly lifting in one direction as it's spinning. So you end up with this classic returning boomerang, although not all boomerangs were returning. Some were designed to throw and be hit a creature or hunting or whatever. But the one thing's for sure is we know that it's been designed because it now has properties that do not come from the materials that it's made of. The boomerang is made out of wood. The boomerang, you throw it, it flies and it comes back. Those are its properties. And if you throw random wood or sticks, it doesn't come back. So you actually have something which has got properties which do not come from the materials which it's made from, which is your definition of design. When the properties are higher than the original information in the materials, you actually have evidence of design. So there's no disputing that this flying instrument, i.e. the boomerang, has been designed, but what about when we come to flight and we look at things like our beautiful crow here, or even we've got examples of other flying creatures, the bat and the insects, the beautiful insects as well. So when it comes to this, how can we tell that these have then been designed?
Well, in fact, design is the only way to fly, because like with the boomerang, you have to have the right aerodynamic properties. Now, those do not come from the substance that the wings are made of. For a start, they're made out of different substances in birds, bats, and in insects. The aerodynamic qualities come from the actual shape, from the morphology or the structure, so that in the case of the bird, the wings are feathered and you have a base of bones and muscles, and that makes a distinct structure. With bats, again, it's bones and muscles forming the base of that, but it's stretched skin that forms the flight membrane. And then with insects, you have different substance altogether. Insects have a surface made out of chitin, which is a different sort of substance to the keratin that's made that bird feathers are made of. So it's nothing to do with the substance it's made of, it's all to do with the structure, and the structure has to be right to have the right geometry and the right structure for aerodynamic qualities. Now again, that alone will not make a flying bird or a flying bat, because they have controlled flight, they have flapping flight, so you have to have the right nervous system to control the muscles, and you have to have the right sort of monitoring system. In other words, it needs to be able to sense which way is up in 3 dimensions, which is quite complex.
So a good sort of gyroscope,
internal gyroscopic system, good sight. Bats are not as blind as bats, actually. They actually have quite good vision, and birds have brilliant vision, but certainly in their inner ear structure and in their brains. If someone calls you a bird brain these days, it's no longer an insult, because we've done a lot of research into birds' brains, and they're different to mammal brains, but they're just differently wired, but they are a brilliant piece of computing design.
So it's not just that flight then supposedly evolved 4 different times in 4 different, completely different animal groups, but in these 4 different animal groups you have completely different mechanisms for flying, whether it be feathers, stretched skin, a thin membrane, or your sort of insect scales and membrane that is producing. There are 4 unique ways of then producing flight, all using the same basic physical laws, much as we produce, our helicopter versus an aeroplane. They are both flying machines taking advantage of the same basic physical laws, but applying them in different ways. You've actually got 4 different types of flight mechanisms in 4 different animal groups, and these all supposedly evolve perfectly independently of one another. And that, I think, presents a fairly serious problem for evolution.
Yes, indeed. And we need to remember, for an animal to fly, you only get one chance at doing it properly. After all, why would you jump out of a tree or off the side of a cliff unless you knew that you were going to be able to land properly without crashing?
Well, going off the back of that, let's just talk about bats for a second, because we have our fruit bat here, right, and some pretty vicious looking teeth as well for, uses them to rip bananas to shreds. So was a comment on tooth design. We spoke about that in the dinosaur section. But when it comes to the bats are supposed to have evolved from a sort of small mouse-like mammal. And when you're dealing with the batwing, it's membrane, it's skin, which is stretched out, and it's effectively its elongated pinky finger, which is the bone is extremely elongated, and then that membrane of skin is kind of stretched out. Now, your kind of standard concept of evolution is mutations, changes in the DNA, mistakes in the DNA, which slowly over multiple generations add features to your creature. That's your standard idea of evolution. So we're not saying that this is something that just suddenly developed wings overnight, and neither would the evolutionists say that. This has to be slow, gradual changes over many, many, many generations. But then you have this concept of natural selection, and natural selection is then going to select for or against the changes that those mutations produce, okay? So just assume for the moment that mutations are producing new information, right? You're not going to get fully formed bat wings overnight or in one generation. It's going to be multiple generations. But you have this natural selection at play, which is going to select for the creatures that are there. And it's going to select against creatures that are disadvantaged by their changes. Now, in what world are you going to be able to get a half mouse, half bat type creature with an elongated pinky finger and some membrane stretched over that's flopping about on the floor but unable to fly? How is that creature going to survive? How is that creature not going to be selected against? So you've got a really big problem if you're trying to argue for this slow, gradual process. And that's something that even Charles Darwin picked up on. He said if it could be shown that you couldn't get these slow, gradual changes and this animal surviving over time. So in order to turn a mouse into a bat, natural selection is going to fight against it.
Yes, it's just not going to work. You imagine a bat-like creature or a mouse-like creature with these sort of long, thin, delicate fingers that have no function because they're not much use for crawling around like a mouse, but they're no use flying either. And the other thing in bat wings, of course, they have actual sensors in them that help control the flight. Now, those are no use until it actually does try to fly. So why would they develop in the first place at all?
And of course, with bats, as you pointed out, they have very good eyesight in reality, right?
Yes.
But they are nocturnal, which means they come out predominantly at dark. So even the best eyesight is going to struggle with, particularly in a very dense place like a jungle where a lot of the big fruit bats are, or places in the dark where your caves and stuff are. So bats, of course, have this brilliant system of creating a visual map of their area, which is, of course, echolocation.
Yes.
So it's in the same kind of concept as sonar, right? It's and it's the same general concept as like radar. Radar uses light, sonar uses sound, echolocation uses sound. You know, it's location by echo, where it sends out these high-pitched peeps, and they bounce off and come back and register in the bat's ear, and it builds up this kind of visual picture of its surroundings. Now, if you have a bat that over a course of, 10, 20, 30 million years has managed to survive for generations of slowly elongating pinky fingers somehow, and it's produced this wing, and it jumps off, and by some miracle it is able to fly. If it doesn't have the echolocation, it's going to smash into the edge of the cave wall and die. So it's not just a production of flight, as in the physical wing and stretched membrane. It has to have everything in place. Its brain, the gyroscope, the echolocation, everything has to be functional in order for it to survive.
Yes, you've got to look at the whole animal, its whole lifestyle. And another interesting thing is, notice in the preserved bat here, it's upside down. Bats roost upside down, which means when they fly into a cave, or some of them will roost in trees, they have to actually flip themselves upside down and grasp hold of their branch with their feet. And that is a really clever piece of acrobatics. And it's only recently that scientists have actually worked out how this works. And we've written about that in our newsletter actually a few years ago. So it's worth checking out. But you're right. You've got to look at the whole creature and its whole lifestyle and the environment that it lives in.
Yeah, and it's the same as well. You've got to think as well as with reproduction. You've got a creature which is roosting upside down. The babies have to be able to cope with that as well. And the mammary glands are located basically in the armpit of the bat, and so the baby's got to be able to get to there to feed and so on. And all of this stuff all has to be working together and fully functioning. And this is just one of the 4 types of flight, right?
Yes, that's right.
And the same goes for all the other variations of flight?
Yes,
Yes, it's the same with birds. You have to look at the whole bird, not just its wings and its feathers. You have to look at it building a nest. Now, here we have this amazing nest. It's quite extraordinary.
It's remarkable. This is, of course, the African weaver bird
Yes.
nest. And you can see how it's built into the branches of the tree, and it has this kind of entranceway going up to it. It's just remarkable.
Yes, so a bird has to know where it can safely lay its eggs. Now, that can be in all sorts of different places. Not all birds will actually build a nest, but they need to know where they can safely lay their eggs. If they are nest-building birds, they need to be able to have the engineering ability to work out, well, what do I need? What sort of substances do I need to go and find? Construct the nest with this really clever geometry so that it will stay together. How is it going to keep its eggs protected and warm until they hatch out?
Because not all birds have quite this level of sophistication
No,
when it comes to pigeons are notoriously awful. There's one or two twigs and an egg on it, and that'll do, kind of thing. So
yes, that's
somewhere down the line, they've lost quite the same element of design.
Some of them just sort of a bit of a scoop of a hole in the ground.
And that's that.
Yes.
But still, the fact that you've got everything functioning all at the same time, and eggs are another classic example of how everything has to work. Because if and you're limited on the size that your eggs can get, because too big and your shell becomes too thick for your creature to hatch out. So again, it's got to be just right. It's got to be incubated at just the right temperature. It's got to be, everything's just got to fall into place. And you can't get that by step, slow, gradual changes over millions of years. It just doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. And if we move on to insects, well, they have such an amazing lifestyle or lifespan, seeing that they start out hatching from eggs and then they become a sort of little grub-like crawly creature. But it's built into them that they will undergo a process of metamorphosis. And I remember learning about this when I was young. I was just blown away how amazing this was.
And of course, we classically think of metamorphosis with things like butterflies, right?
Yes.
A caterpillar, worm-like creature turning into a butterfly through its chrysalis, or with a moth with its cocoon. But actually, this is what all insects go through in some way or another. They start out, even like you think your big beetles and your Goliath beetles, they all start out there as grub-like caterpillary things. Caterpillars obviously live on predominantly on leaves. Grubs will often, particularly the beetles, will often live in rotting logs and underneath the ground in vegetation and stuff. But they all go through this metamorphosis process where effectively they turn themselves into a chemical soup, and over just a few weeks, the eventual hatch out will be the adult form of whatever beetle or flying creature or whatever it is.
And you've only got one generation to get that right.
Or otherwise,
it's an extremely complex process. So it has to be built in from the start of the life cycle. You've only got one generation to get it right.
And of course, with insects, we talk about this flight evolving 4 times as opposed to. Even within insects, there are different forms of flight. You think of your butterflies and moth, which have these large sort of membranous wings with the scales on them, which they use to fly, which is a different type of flight if you look at the bees, for instance, which have a set of wings which are always there, and they fly in this kind of figure of 8 formation, and it's the same with things like dragonflies and whatever, and that's a completely different mechanism to that which the beetles use, where you have a hard case and a set of wings which fold up inside, and when the case opens, these wings literally unfold, and they're not damaged because of their folding and unfolding over time, and they fill with the fluid, and that allows this big chunky beetle with spindly little wings to actually take off in flight. So even within this grouping of animals that we've classified as being invertebrates and then one step further into insects, there are still different forms of flight in it.
Oh yes, and we've only recently been able to work out all the details of insect flight because it depends on creating vortices, in other words, little swirling
like mini tornadoes almost, that give the insects the lift, because when you look at them, their wings just don't seem to be adequate enough for their body size, particularly things like bees and beetles. But now that we've got the technology with ultra slow motion video capture and supercomputers to analyze all the data. Now notice, we need these brilliant pieces of engineering just to understand how it works, let alone design something that actually does the same thing.
And that's the thing, even our most complex forms of flight, helicopters, aeroplanes, so on, they come nowhere close to the incredible design that you can see in these creatures. And out of these four major groupings, and it's important to realize that those are groupings that we've put on them, right? One of them has gone extinct.
Yes.
We'll go downstairs and have a look at the flying dinosaurs, as they're often called. But just before we do that, we have fossil examples of bats.
We do.
And we have fossil examples of birds.
Indeed.
And we have fossil examples of insects.
Yes.
And we see no evidence of this flight pattern evolving. In fact, if you go back as far as you can, when it comes to flight has always been possible according to the fossil record, fully developed flight details. An example of which would be this dragonfly here, if you want to hold that, Diane.
Yes.
And this is the point. We find fossils of all of these, and they're all able to fly.
Yes. The fossil dragonflies are all instantly recognized, fully formed dragonflies, no matter how old they are classified in the evolutionary system. The same goes for bats. All of the fossil bats we find are fully formed flying bats. No one's ever found something that is half mouse and half bat. The oldest classified bats are fully formed bats, even down to their inner ears and things like that, which we can now study now that we have these fine-grained scanning techniques. The same goes for other insects like butterflies, same goes for birds. Yeah. So wherever we find fossil flying creatures, they are fully formed, obviously flying creatures.
And of course, we discussed birds a little bit more in the last episode, where we looked at feathered dinosaurs and made the point that the oldest fully formed bird that we find is like Archaeopteryx, and 159 supposed million years ago you have a fully formed bird, and living at the same time as these kinds of creatures at the back here, which is the big pteranodon cast of the skull that we have. So Diane, why don't we head downstairs to some of our big models, and we can talk about pteranodons and see where that is. So let's go downstairs now. All right, well, here we are, Diane. Just above us here, you can see this model of this flying creature, which is going to be fairly accurate because, as you saw with that skull, the whole kind of detail is preserved, and we do occasionally find all the veins and the stretched skin mark and everything. So we're dealing with an arm of the creature with its little claws at the top here, and then this vein kind of skin stretched out over the animal. And this is a pterodactyl, which is part of the grouping of dinosaurs known as pterodactyloids. And there were two main groups of flying reptiles, often called flying dinosaurs, but of course by their strictest definition, dinosaurs were not the flying sort, they were the land ones, but they're often called flying dinosaurs. There are two main groups, the pterodactyloids and the rhamphorhynchoids, and there's minor differences between them, but this is perhaps the most well-known form, the pterodactyloids, and this is the pterodactyl. What I always found confusing is that you have a pterodactyl, which is the name of the animal, and it's a pterodactyloid, and you have Rhamphorhynchus, which is an animal, type of animal, and he's part of the Rhamphorhynchoids as well. So, but not all pterodactyloids are pterodactyls, and not all Anyway, regardless of that, it's another example of flight which is supposed to have evolved in reptiles, and so it's another issue for evolution.
Yes, because again, wherever you find these in the fossil record, they are fully formed creatures with these huge wings and with these aerodynamic skulls. You don't find anything that's sort of halfway between land-dwelling dinosaur and flying creature.
And of course now, as far as we are aware, these creatures are extinct. There are some accounts of flying reptilian-like creatures, like the thunderbird, for instance, and a few other accounts. But as far as we're aware, these creatures are now extinct. Now, that's not any help for evolution either.
No, that just means they're dead.
Yeah, they're not evolving into... So they've evolved from nothing, as in we
Yes.
don't have a nice succession of a reptilian-like creature evolving wings and flight. They evolve into nothing, although there's lots of diversity between the rhamphorhynchoids and the pterodactyloids, some of them being very, very much larger, but they don't evolve into anything.
No.
And that's it, they've gone.
They've just come and gone.
All right, well, talking about the size of it then, because this is a fairly small flying creature
yes.
in the reptilian world. The largest of these, the Quetzalcoatlus, which was the size of a small jet plane, right? Big bird. Would they have been able to fly in our current day atmosphere?
No, and that's been quite a... there's quite a debate as to how this could possibly happen because, well, they certainly existed. We've found their fossils.
Yeah.
But when they've been reconstructed, scientists have looked at that and say, well, aerodynamically, this does not work in our current atmosphere.
So you'd need a denser atmosphere in order to be able to allow them to fly. And interestingly enough, one of the things that we see from the fossil record is evidence that both carbon dioxide and oxygen concentrations were higher in the past. So in our present day atmosphere, it's mostly made up of nitrogen, right?
Yes.
And oxygen makes up only a very small percentage. Carbon dioxide makes up a tiny percentage, fraction of a percentage. And there's good evidence from the fossil record, particularly in things like amber bubbles that have been trapped, as well as the fact that you have a much larger abundance of tropical-like plants would suggest that the carbon dioxide and the oxygen percentages were actually relatively higher in the past. And what this would make would be a denser atmosphere, a warmer tropical atmosphere, and an atmosphere which would be good for these flying creatures.
Oh yes, very much so. And the same goes for flying insects. There are fossil flying insects which are bigger than the ones that we have today, which would have a hard time flying in today's atmosphere. So if the atmosphere was denser, if there was higher pressure and there was more oxygen available, that would make flying a lot easier. Because flying is a very active process, metabolically very demanding. You would need a lot of oxygen to power the flight muscles.
Well, just before we finish, Diane, if you want to come over here, because there's a rather interesting fossil which I'd like to show you. So if you just come over here and point out to the camera what we're looking at. This was donated to us, by the way, by a quarryman who actually found this fossil, and he thought he found a human footprint. So can we see this just up here?
Yes, up here we have a footprint. You can see the toes making an imprint there. So something has come down and landed on this piece of sand.
And of course it's been buried very quickly.
Buried very quickly, that's right. You can't fossilise a footprint
full of seashells and all sorts. And this is actually a footprint of one of these flying creatures, quite a large one, the pteranodon, that has landed and actually left its imprint. And so it just goes to show this is a part of the Jurassic rocks, which are a global phenomena. And so it goes to show again this evidence of Noah's flood and the fact that God told Noah to take all the flying creatures on board the ark as well.
Yes, indeed.
Because they weren't going to survive.
No.
Which means that it probably wasn't a local flood.
No, that's right. Well, the whole idea of a local flood is rather silly, particularly for the flying creatures, because they could easily escape a flood. They just have to take off and fly over the next hill.
So, a great fossil for the museum as well. So if we've written about stuff like the flying reptiles and the issues with climate and stuff, so just remind everybody where they can find out about that.
Well, if you go to our main website, which is easy to remember, creationresearch.net, and that will give you links to our other resources, wonderful resources on our YouTube channel. Go to that. Our archive of news reports, that's science news reports, is kept on a file. It's just called the Creation Fact File. And we also have a question and answer site, Ask John Mackay. Again, that's easy to remember. So start with our main website, creationresearch.net, and you can sign up for our newsletter on that as well.
Great stuff. Well, we'll join you next time for Around the Museum with Joe and Diane, so catch us there. Support creation research through tax-deductible giving in many countries. Find out more at creationresearch.net. Got questions? We've got answers. Check out askjohnmackay.com to see Q&A articles by experts from around the world. See also the creationfactfile.com website for latest evidence news from creation research. Why not visit one of the many creation research museums around the globe? Find out more at creationresearch.net. Watch Creation Research TV, a live 24/7 broadcast of everything creation research. Available for free on our YouTube channel and through Creation Research Live. Be sure to sign up to the Creation Evidence News. Regular updates and news from the world of creation research, science, and the latest evidence for creation. Be sure to join us for Creation Conversations, a weekly live broadcast with the whole creation research team, dealing with different topics from creation, evolution, and the Bible. And then go, hello and welcome back to Around the Museum with Joe and Diane, where once again we're dealing with the world of dinosaurs and everything like that. And we're sort of going to move into the fringe side of dinosaurs because we're going to be talking about those marine reptiles, which, well, let's start this episode where we started the last episode, which was talking about what is a dinosaur. And in the last episode, we spoke about dinosaur, terrible lizard, as in great lizard. But biologically, what can we define a dinosaur as opposed to the big swimming kind of dinosaurs?
Well, dinosaurs were land-dwelling, air-breathing creatures. Now, there are other sauruses, other words, big reptiles, that are like dinosaurs, but they lived in a different environment. So the classic dinosaurs, T-Rex and that lot, land-dwelling animals, but there are also sauruses that live in the sea.
Yeah, and there's sauruses that fly as well.
Yes, indeed.
So we'll deal more with them in our flight episode.
Yes.
But yes, there's the sauruses of the land, the sauruses of the sea, and the sauruses of the sky. But the dinosauruses, by specific definition, were the land-dwelling. But we can go on to talk about some of the sea ones as well. But before we go on to that, I just want to talk a little bit more about that idea of permineralization, because we'll talk more about soft tissue, and that comes into that in another episode. But just talking about the speed that you get fossilized bones, because this is a permeation, if we remember from last week, a permeation of the bones, very, very porous, permeates it with minerals. And one of the standard arguments is that it takes vast periods of time, vast amounts of time to fossilize a dinosaur bone. And this is something which is relatively rejected on the academic level, because you don't have to think very hard about it to realise that you can't have millions of years just to preserve a bone, because you wouldn't have any bone left at the end of it.
Right.
But it is something that is promoted at the layman's level. So you can find in books, in textbooks, in kids' books, but even in like little information leaflets or signs as you go around museums, a common quote is that it takes hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years for bones to form. So when we're dealing with this process, is it fast or is it slow, and how would we know?
Well, you can actually do an experiment yourself, and we've done that at our Jurassic Ark site. We actually buried some bones just in some sand, because we wanted to show students how to dig up bones. So the best way was to bury some bones and get them to dig them up. And they had a great time. And over the months where we dug up these bones and reburied them, we found that they were starting to become stained with the minerals that were in the ground. They started out as just white bleached bones. They became brown. And we even noticed that they were becoming heavier sufficiently that when we picked them up, we noticed the weight difference. So we actually set up an experiment where we buried some bones and we left them there for a matter of months. And then we dug them up, and certainly they did feel heavier. We weighed them, but we also sent them off to be chemically analysed. Now, they started off as bleached white bones. A local hunter just gave them to us, so there was nothing in them but bone. Now they definitely had iron and various other minerals actually in the bone.
And this is a process that we're dealing with here. Nothing to do with time, everything to do with the process. And we have some great examples of just how quick that process can be. Case in point, this is from the most recent road trip that I did. And we went to Mother Shipton's, and there he's doing a cool sort of, dance move of some description there. This is one of those fossil teddy bears. And you see there, it's heavy. It's turned to stone, it's hard. And this is from a place where they get these teddy bears. Teddy bears, of course, are soft and porous, just like the bones are. It's a soft and porous thing which they've hung up underneath a petrifying well. So this is where the water comes out of the rock. It's mostly calcium carbonate, so it's dissolved calcium carbonate in water. Drips onto the teddy bear, into the very porous teddy bear, water comes out, minerals stay behind. And in the case of these Mother Shipton ones, it takes about 3 months, and you end up with a rock solid teddy bear. Now, a little later, we're going to ask the question, what happens if we cut into this? What would we find in the middle? Would we find soft tissue? And how does that relate to the soft tissue inside dinosaur bones? But that's for another episode. What this shows is that it really is about a process, and that process not only can be quick, most times it needs to be quick, because time is actually your enemy when you're trying to make a fossil. If you get the right process, it happens very quickly. We see evidence of this in the fossils. We see evidence of this with the teddy bear. But it's not a case of if you get the right process, it happens quickly. If you get the wrong process, it takes millions of years. Because if you get the wrong process and you do take millions of years, then you are never going to get a fossil, because time is going to destroy your creature or your organism long before it has a chance to actually fossilize it. So you need the right process. That process must be quick. And so slow fossils just simply don't exist. It doesn't work, right? So you need to have the right process. It's everything to do with process, nothing to do with time. And that's a really key and important point, and we see that with our fossil teddy bear here. So that's a great example of fast fossilization. Well, we've got a few other sort of dinosaur examples here, Diane, and great big Titanosaur sauropod, one of the big sort of long-necked dinosaurs. Again, that's from the Isle of Wight, from an old collection, and just the size of some of these are pretty serious and pretty heavy. I mean, that's got a good lot of weight in that, and you can see all of that beautiful infill. And so really we're dealing with there's actually where your spinal cord would have gone in there. Look. But you can see the kind of the grey, browny beige bits, that's the mineral that's filled up. You know that because it matches the mineral outside of the bone as well. But the black stuff is the actual bone itself. And so when we drill into this, that's when you start to find the stuff that's inside it, and you're able to do your analysis of inside the bone. So it gives you a really good sort of visual picture. Now, a lot of people think that when you dig up a dinosaur, it comes out, in a nice kind of pose or something. And we spoke last episode how a lot of dinosaurs show good evidence of having been drowned, like our big Gorosaurus plaque here. But what I have over here is a big plate of dinosaur bones, or rather saurus bones. These are a type of mosasaur, which is one of those big swimming marine reptiles. And just look at how the bones are. They're just a bit all over the place. So you can probably recognise some of these bones and the bone types. Obviously, these are quite clearly ribs. We've got a little bit of vertebrae here. You can see where they're sort of sitting together. A couple of little limb bones. Probably part of the paddle or whatever. So it's a big accumulation. So we are also looking at a catastrophic dump here. Where it's been sort of smashed.
It's been smashed up and then rolled along lifted up and then dumped again.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is how you would often find the bones. So you
Yes.
often then find them when you're going and digging them up as just random sort of jumbles of bones. And then we have this massive bone, which weighs an absolute ton.
Yes, we won't pick that one up.
No, but if you remember back a couple of weeks ago to when we were talking about human bones,
Yes.
and I remember you mentioning there's that when you can recognise what a joint is, because you have that smooth surface. And I
Yes.
think I'm right in saying, Diane, we've got a similar kind of phenomena with this bone here. If you come up here, can we see that smooth point
Yes,
there? So
yes.
this will be a joint of some description.
Yes, the same as over here. But this is distinctively smooth. So that's there would be another bone with a rounded end that fitted into that.
Now, this is a part of the limb bone of a big
Yes.
plesiosaur. So this is our plesiosaur type creature, right? The big
Yes.
marine reptile. So again, technically not a dinosaur, but it's part of this big paddle here. So it would have joined up here. That's where this bit would have joined right
Yes.
up near the body. And then the bone would have come down to about there. And then at the end of this bone, you'd have had long finger-like bones,
Yes.
which would have produced the rest of the paddle. So we're clearly dealing with a pretty sizable creature if this is just one limb bone of one paddle, you know.
That's right.
But what I found fascinating is this bit here, because this is actually a part where the creature has broken its bones, but it's actually begun to heal because these bones have begun to fuse and heal in this
Yes.
area. So this is evidence of pain that the poor animal went through, but was
Yes.
able to re-heal. So a good testimony to the design and the healing properties of bone. But what does this tell us about people who would try and claim that God used millions of years of evolution in a very good world?
Well, having a broken bone is not very good. Anyone who has had a broken bone will tell you that it's extremely painful. If the bone actually breaks the surface of the skin, you are in serious danger of an infection which could kill you. So broken bones are not good, and they do cause a lot of pain, and they take a while to heal. So the animal was alive for probably at least months after this injury happened. So this animal was not living in a very good world. This animal was living in a world that was a struggle for existence that Darwin talked about. He talked about the war of nature. And
Well, that was even written into his title of his book,
Yes.
On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or The Preservation of Favoured Races in the Struggle for Life.
Yes.
It's a picture of a not good world that he's promoting here.
Yes, yes. So it's death, disease, and struggle. And in the conclusion to his book, he sums up his view of how things got to be here. And they evolved through a war of nature. So that's definitely not good. And therefore, you've got a real problem if you want to make God the author of that, which is what you're doing if you're saying that God created all of the living things by a process of evolution. Those things are diametrically opposed. You cannot put them together, and they are the most dreadful insult to God's character, because when he looked at the world, it was very good. And all of the things that God describes that are very good do not include pain, death, disease, and struggle. All those things came into the world after human sin and as part of God's judgment. But they are not what God created. God created a very good world, and one day he will create another very good world, and we can look forward to that.
Amen. Amen.
Yes,
and
indeed.
it's amazing how just even little fossils and features like this
Yes.
help to relate it back to that biblical picture, which is directly connected to the gospel itself, in that big picture of the world, created perfection, man sin, good to bad to worse, to
Yes.
glory for all those who've put their trust
Yes.
in Jesus Christ.
Yes, and in fact there are dinosaur bones that have evidence of other disease. They've found dinosaur bones that have bone cancer or evidence of infection of bones. And the other thing is some dinosaur bones even have arthritis.
Yes,
Now,
yeah.
you see that in these joint facets that we looked at before. This one is normal, but in some dinosaur bones you'll see ridges and excrescences where the bone has been damaged and it's started to heal and it's been inflamed. And that happens in human bones as well, in arthritis. Now, anyone who's suffered from arthritis will tell you it's definitely not good.
Yeah, for sure. I know it runs in my family. But yes, and so it's really important to get that biblical perspective.
Yes.
Well, we're going to stick along for the moment, Diane, about the theme of these marine reptiles, these marine creatures. Just briefly pointing out, we've got our Archaeopteryx here, which I've currently controversially put in the dinosaur section of the museum because a lot of people associate this with dinosaurs. But we're going to leave that because we're going to talk about feathered dinosaurs and stuff in a completely separate episode. But we'll come back to Archaeopteryx then. But for now, we're going to stick to these great big marine creatures, these big marine dinosaurs, for want of a better word. So, as actually we've got some giant examples of these and some really important examples of these downstairs. So, why don't we we'll come down together and go and see them?
Yes. Okay.
So here we are down here, Diane. We've got some of our big giant ones, and these are out in the front of the museum, so people can come and see them all the time.
Yes,
much of
right.
our other big ones. So we've got two of our main fossils inside, but a couple of casts as well. And we like to have some casts of things that we're not going to get hold of otherwise.
No, that's right. But they're still accurate as to what was found. So.
Yes, very much so. But let's deal with the real ones first. So you can see we've got a giant Mosasaurus skull on this side, and here we've got a Haliosaurus skull. Yes. Both of these are types of mosasaurids, the big marine swimming creatures, a bit like a sort of giant crocodile type creature. But you can see the sign we've put up there, the sea dragon. What's that a reference to?
Well, that's a reference to so-called swimming dinosaurs. So again, big reptiles. And big reptiles are reminiscent of dragons, so hence the term sea dragons.
And that was a term that was used
a
when
general
they first
term
started.
for large swimming reptiles, yes.
It was used when they first started exploring and digging up these creatures as well. People like Thomas Hawkins, who had the Hawkins collection, a lot of which is now on display in the Natural History Museum in London. He brought most of his collections off of the famous Victorian fossil hunter Mary Anning, and so he ended up then donating it to Richard Owen and the Natural History Museum. And you can go there today and see the great big gallery and see Sea Dragon written in on the big slabs themselves. Exactly, yes. So amazing stuff. So this is from Morocco, and one of the things that's fascinating about the location where it's from, the sort of Kem area region in Morocco, is that it's often referred to as being hundreds of times more abundant than normal marine sediment, right? In other words, you go there and you find shark teeth and dinosaurs and mosasaurs and all sorts of stuff. And the standard interpretation in a lot of these sites is that you have these creatures living, dying, and getting buried where they were living. In other words, the argument is that these rock formations are a representation of an ecosystem or life on Earth. Now, there's a couple of problems with that. The first one is that, well, the reality is this is not a record of life, this is a record of death.
Yes, that's
right. Because that's one thing that everybody agrees with. These creatures are dead.
Yes.
Right? So there's no arguing with that. So it's a record of death, but the fact that when you start to get down into it and look at it, it doesn't match any kind of ecosystem that we know. It's a bit like the drowned dinosaurs, where you have the dinosaurs buried with land plants, trees, buried with fish, buried with deep sea creatures. We don't know of the environment that combines land plants, deep sea creatures, and dinosaurs all together, other than a flooding event, right?
Yes.
And it's the same with this, because you're dealing with a sediment, which is a phosphorus limestone, which is hundreds of times more abundant than normal marine sediment. So something clearly is going on here that's different. And when you begin to match that up with the fact that you do have all of these land plants and sea creatures and mixed environments, it's really indicative of what kind of an event.
Well, an enormous flood, like a tsunami, like a tidal wave, where a huge mass of water has just lifted up a whole lot of sediment, mixed it around, and then dumped it very quickly, because these are huge. So in order to preserve them, they have to be very deeply without oxygen. In a lot of sediment.
And pressure comes into it as well.
Yes.
And you can see the pressure in this skull here because it's all crushed and smushed.
Yes.
And the odd, the jaws have basically been folded in on each other. The
Yes.
top part of the jaw, the skull, has been kind of squished in on it. So it's definitely a catastrophic burial. In fact, very recently, just a couple of days ago, we had some new updates from our team in Australia where they've been experimenting with fossil making and putting stuff under pressure, toad and fern and roach, putting it under pressure, under hydraulic pressure in the clay and producing effectively carbonised fossils almost within just a few hours of experimentation.
Yes,
so it's definitely a fast process as well as it is that process. It needs to have the right conditions, needs to have the right pressure. Like you say, it needs to be buried quickly, deeply, without the presence of oxygen, all in one place in order to actually preserve it. And you can tell that it's fragile because you can see how it's completely covered in this kind of plaster jacket, which is completely covering up the back, which is how it's been excavated out. When you're excavating, you cover it in order to preserve it and look after it. So it's still fragile, and you kind of think, if it really is this fragile, how did it last all these millions of years?
Yes, that's right. Yes, it's absurd, really.
Yeah.
From what we know about how things last, and if you bury something in the garden and come back and dig it up, a year or two later, how much of it is left?
Yeah, not a lot. Well, let's just have a look down here then for a moment, because we've got another cast down here. If you want to grab that side for me, we'll lift it up onto the top here. So I'll hold it here. Now, this is a cast, but it's a very, very well done cast of an ichthyosaur. In fact, the first ichthyosaur that was ever found, which was found by Mary Anning, who's we had a convention down to Mary Anning's
we did
place last year. So where did she come from?
Yes, that was down on the Jurassic coast, down near the island of Portland. We had a wonderful time, and we found lots of interesting fossils, lots of ammonites, and but that area is famous for these particular fossils, these marine dinosaurs.
And we even found a good bit of ichthyosaur skeleton as well, which we're waiting to get cleaned up and repaired. But you can see it's a rather beautiful creature, and this sort of it's a reptile, but sort of more dolphin-like creature than crocodile or anything else. And not in this particular specimen. This is the original Mary Anning specimen, or cast of the original Mary Anning specimen. But these have been found in Jurassic rocks all over the world, including some of the original Jurassic rocks in Germany. What's some of the fascinating things that have been found with these ichthyosaurs which really shout for rapid burial? Some of the features that they have.
Well, some of them actually have babies with them. And there is a classic one that you can go and see in the Natural History Museum that is usually labelled as ichthyosaur giving birth. Now, it may have just been that it was squashed and the developing babies were extruded, but at the same time, however much it happened, it had to happen quickly.
And you'll find that with a lot of things. It's like you'll find a lot of like fish swallowing a fish where they're most likely actually being squashed and regurgitated because of that amount of pressure. These fossils are effectively flat and they're squashed. There's only so many ways you can kind of squash bones, but even these you can see they've been under pressure enough to be able to kind of bend them sideways, and the ribs are all broken and the odd thing has been squished and broken out. But certainly all the soft material, the soft tissue, the skin and the guts, that's been squashed. And you do find gut content inside them sometimes. You do find, as you say, babies inside them, most likely being squashed out as well. But is that a completely unique phenomenon to ichthyosaurs, the sort of being reptiles and developing babies inside of them?
No, they're actually plesiosaurs that the same thing has happened to, which are another type of swimming dinosaur or swimming reptile. But yes, we find internal gut contents in land-dwelling dinosaurs as well. So it's not all that unusual. And these days, now that we have lots of scanning techniques where we can look inside of fossils without actually destroying them, we're finding more and more internal structure inside fossils.
And that is an area of science which is really, really exploding recently with that kind of stuff. So we look forward to discussing that more in a future episode. But it's just a beautiful, beautiful creature as well, really. And discovered by a lady who, at a time when being a woman in science was not the easiest thing, at a time when there was really a lot of changes going on with regards to what people thought about the Bible and what people thought about creation. This is the time of William Buckland and Charles Lyell and all of these groups of people. And really Mary Anning, as the original fossil hunter and discoverer, and actually got to know the area so well that she took the experts, then took them on field trips to show the area. It's something that she stayed strong in her faith. There's a lot of evidence that she stayed strong in her faith throughout her life. So we can be grateful for the testimony of Mary Anning, the Victorian fossil hunter, as well. But yeah, just amazing and beautiful stuff, and great evidence of rapid burial as well, and from the original Jurassic rocks too. So some great pieces of evidence there. Let's take that and pop that just down here, and there we go. Let's just talk about one or two more things. You can see we've got our dinosaur display here, which we have on sort of downstairs, and we've got a few different sort of examples, including some more of those eggs there as well, which is great, and those footprints, and in particular, we're just going to talk about one last little aspect, which is this bone down here, Diane, because this is another saurus. But it's not a saurus that most people would actually recognise as such. This is actually from a Jurassic crocodile. It's a vertebrate, backbone, and we've done some tests on it and taken some samples from it. But crocodiles, why am I calling crocodiles a saurus?
Well, crocodiles are reptiles, and in the classification system, in the scientific classification system, they are called archosaurs, meaning ancient sauruses. And in the evolutionary timetable, crocodiles supposedly evolved before dinosaurs, but somehow survived them because they're still living and doing very well in Australia at the moment.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. So genuine sauruses, but in a different scientific classification to dinosaurs, but big reptiles.
Big reptiles. So, so still the sources, but again, no evidence for evolution, certainly are
the oldest ones are recognisably crocodiles, just like the ones that swim in the rivers in the Northern Territory in Australia. Yes.
So there you go. Not quite a dinosaur, but still good evidence against evolution and good evidence for rapid burial. And yes, we have been doing tests on this bone as well with regards to that soft tissue stuff, which we'll discuss next time. So great stuff. Anyway, Diane, if people want to find out more about these kind of fossils and dinosaurs, and obviously we recommend they come on a field trip, which we hold all over the world. But where can people find out more about when these field trips are happening, and more about the kind of fossils and research and stuff that creation research does?
Probably best to start with our main website, and that will link you to other things. So start with creationresearch.net. That's easy to remember, creationresearch.net. And if you would like to see some of our videos, go to our YouTube channel. Fantastic stuff there. You can buy some of our classic videos that we've made. We have made a couple on dinosaurs. Some of them are free to stream. And
available on our YouTube channel, so go and check that out.
Yes. We keep a watching brief on the scientific news, and of course dinosaurs are always popular, so they get regularly reported. So we write about those in our newsletter. That gets archived onto a website called the Fact File. You don't need to know when they were sent out in the newsletter. They're archived as separate items, so you can just go to that, do a keyword search, and you'll find all sorts of interesting things about dinosaurs, about fossils, about rapid burial, and multiple mixed fossils, just like we looked at upstairs. So fascinating things. And we have a printed newsletter which also includes a lot of photographs of some of our field trips and some of our research, like the research that we did with putting making fossils ourselves with putting things in clay under pressure. We report that in our printed newsletter, which goes out as a PDF as well if you don't live in Australia.
So check out all of those sites, Creation Fact File and our UK sites YouTube channel, but it all starts at creationresearch.net, where you can find links to all of the research, including many different accounts and documentation of our museum projects as well, and
yes,
fossils and artefacts that are inside there. So good place to start. Well, we'll see you next week as we carry on around the museum and exploring more fascinating pieces of evidence that God really did create as he said he did, that there really was a judgment in a global flood, and that wonderful message that we get in Psalm 119 verse 160, thy word, God's word, is true from the very beginning. So do join us next time. We'll see you there.
Check out Creation Research Live, our all-new streaming service for creation research, with thousands of free resources and access to all of Creation Research's premium documentaries, debates and presentations through a low-cost monthly subscription. Find out more at creationresearch.live. Got questions? We've got answers. Check out askjohnmackay.com to see Q&A articles by experts from around the world. See also the creationfactfile.com website for latest evidence news from Creation Research. Watch Creation Research TV, a live 24/7 broadcast of everything Creation Research, available for free on our YouTube channel and through Creation Research Live. Be sure to sign up to the Creation Evidence News. Regular updates and news from the world of creation research, science, and the latest evidence for creation. Why not visit one of the many creation research museums around the globe? Find out more at creationresearch.net.
Hello and welcome back to Around the Museum with Diane and Joe, where today we are dealing with not the rock hard things, but the soft squidgy stuff.
No, we've got soft squashy stuff today.
But we're still sort of keeping in the general theme of dinosaurs, although we will be going outside of the realm of dinosaurs with this discussion, because we're looking at stuff that is, well, we refer to it as layman's term soft tissue, but the technical term is original biomolecules in ancient bone. That's really the technical term that you'll find in the scientific literature. But going back to the soft tissue stuff, Diane, what are we talking about when we're using the term soft tissue?
Well, what we mean is the tissue that's around our bones that makes up the rest of the body, so that when we look at our skeleton, that's only a small part of our body. The rest of it is made up of tendons and muscles and fibres and internal organs and all sorts of things like that. So that's where we're going into.
Bones themselves are made up of stuff that we would refer to as inorganic, stuff like calcium and so on and so forth. Yes. But bones do have organic components in them, don't they?
Oh, a lot. Bones are not just as dry as a bone, as the old saying goes. There's actually a lot of biological stuff in bones. Bone is actually a very dynamic tissue. It's got living cells in it when you are alive, and those cells are still there when the animal dies or a person dies. They eventually degenerate. And even between those cells, you've got lots of fibrous material and gluey sort of stuff, which is organic. It's been made by those cells. So that is organic original organic biomolecules, biological molecules.
So soft tissue is then referring to this organic biomolecules, this biological squidgy stuff, which is found inside bones. So when we're dealing with paleobiochemistry or paleobiology, we're looking at this organic soft squidgy stuff. We're looking at the chemistry of it, the makeup of it, the presence of these in really old bones, or they're supposed to be really old, and obviously we have debates over how old they are. We don't believe that they really are millions of years old. But let's just talk about how this soft squidgy stuff gets preserved for a moment, because we spoke yesterday, Diane, about this teddy bear here. Just remind us, what's the process that preserved this teddy bear?
Yes, this is a teddy bear that's been permineralised. So it is now full of minerals, and it's literally hard as a rock, but it started out as a soft teddy bear like you would buy in any toy shop. And what's happened is that water containing dissolved minerals has permeated, so that's where we get permineralised, and the minerals have stayed behind, and so they are now hard, like any other sort of minerals that you might find in a rock.
So minerals have permeated the soft, porous part of the teddy bear, and we spoke yesterday that this is the same process that preserves our bones, particularly things like dinosaur bones. Bone, as we said, is full of very porous material. You can see all the porous material in this bone that has been infilled with mineral. The sort of beigey stuff is the mineral, because it matches the big rock that it's buried in. But the black stuff is the actual bone itself. So the bone from the dinosaur is still there. Now, if this has been permeated with minerals, just like the teddy bear has been permeated with minerals, we made the point that permineralization is everything to do with a process. Doesn't require millions of years. Well, what we're going to do now is we're going to take teddy bear and we're going to cut him in half, which I know sounds a little drastic, but that's all right, because we've done a pre-one here. You don't have to view that on camera. We've actually previously done it with one of our teddy bears here. Here we have our teddy bear, right? And again, this is from the same location, Mother Shipton's Cave in Yorkshire. It's permineralized, it's nice and hard, it's been permeated with minerals, but when we cut teddy bear open, you can see he hasn't actually been fully permeated with minerals. There's still soft tissue inside, quite literally.
Yes, literally soft.
Stuff and fluff, right? So the minerals, although they have begun to permeate the teddy bear, the porous teddy bear, they haven't permeated all the way through. And so you're left with some of this you could call original stuffing,
yes, that's right.
which is still there. Now, can we correlate what's going on with this teddy bear, this process, with what goes on with the dinosaur bones?
Yes, because what has happened is that the minerals have filled up all of the spaces that were there. If you were to look at the fabric that the teddy bear is made of under a microscope, it's full of holes. So the minerals have filled in the holes, and if you look at bone under a microscope, it's also full of holes. So the minerals have actually filled up the holes. They have not actually replaced them. So the substance that was there, which includes the biomolecules, things like proteins, is still there.
Yeah. So when we're dealing with then this question of soft tissue inside dinosaur bones, we're dealing with soft, squidgy stuff that is a big part of the makeup of bones, these proteins, which is a big part of the makeup of these bones, which has been entrapped in minerals and preserved in the bone. And so we're able to then extract it and look at it. So let's talk about some of the techniques that are used to extracting this DNA, because it was a lady called Mary Schweitzer who first really brought this to prominence. It was a while before that. In fact, it was in 1916 that the first sort of suggestion of original soft parts being preserved was first sort of discovered by Barnum Brown, who found these very soft skin impressions and stuff. But it wasn't until 1993 that Mary Schweitzer first published the piece of information on finding red blood cells. So how did that story come about? How did she find this stuff?
Well, if you dissolve away the minerals, and you can, because they were originally dissolved in water, in fluid, so it is possible to redissolve them. And if you do that very carefully, you will leave behind whatever else is there. So that will include proteins and organic structures. Now bones, as well as having bone cells and the bone substance, the proteins that actually make up the bone substance, they have blood vessels flowing through them. In fact, lots and lots of them. If any of you have ever had a broken bone, you know, you get this massive bruise.
Yes.
And that's actually blood that comes out of the bone. So bone has a big blood supply. There's a whole meshwork of blood vessels within the bone. So if you are carefully able to dissolve away the minerals, what is left will be the bone substance, the proteins and other stuff that makes up the substance of the bones, plus these blood vessels.
So the key thing is about then effectively trying to turn this fossilized piece of bone, this permineralized piece of bone, back into its more natural state, its demineralized state, so that you're then able to see what soft tissue is left. And Mary Schweitzer, as you said, found the red blood cells predominantly. And a lot of people didn't believe her. A lot of people didn't want to believe her. And before we go on to talk about techniques and some of the new stuff that's been found, because there's now been over 200 published pieces of scientific literature which refer to soft tissue, original biomolecules inside ancient bone. And we'll talk a bit more about that in a moment. But why is there this contention? Why do some people not want to find or not like the idea of finding original biomolecules inside ancient bones that are supposed to be millions of years old?
Well, biological molecules do actually degrade over time, and they don't last millions of years, and they don't even last thousands of years. If anything, they would last hundreds. Some of them, the really tough fibrous ones, possibly thousands of years. And we know that from ancient burial sites where there are sort of some remains of bits of hair and sinews and things like that, where we know when these were buried. But no one believes that biomolecules could last for millions of years, because we know how they're made. They're made out of lots of strings of small molecules glued together or stuck together by chemical bonds. But left to themselves, those chemical bonds will fall apart. That's what molecules do if they're left on their own. So if you're talking about millions of years, now in the case of dinosaurs, you're talking, what, 60, 70, 100 million years. No one believed that biomolecules could last that long. So when the evidence was found that they were there, you had a very big mismatch between what we believe about how old dinosaurs are and how old these bones might be.
Yeah. So we're dealing with an issue then between the purported ages of the bones and what we're finding inside of them. In fact, we're quite heavily involved in this research at Creation Research, and we're doing a lot of different tests, which we'll talk about in a moment. But one of the biggest critics of not just our work in soft tissue, but also everybody who's doing this work in soft tissue, Schweitzer and the like, one of the biggest critics is a guy called Buckley from Manchester University, and he's an expert in ancient collagen remains. And collagen is, well, what is collagen, Diane?
Well, collagen is what literally holds you together. It's a fibrous protein. It's found in skin. It's found around your internal organs. It's found around your muscles. So it literally is the sort of sheeting that and fibers that hold you together. Your tendons and ligaments are made out of collagen. And it's also the protein substance that makes up bone. Bone is organic stuff and fibrous stuff. It's a bit like fiberglass, right? Where you have resin, which is glassy and hard, so it's hard and brittle, and you have fibrous stuff, which is very, very strong and resists being torn apart, but it's flexible, it bends. You put those two things together, and you end up with a substance which is a composite substance. And lots of biomolecules and biological structures are composites. So we take the best of the properties of each of those. So you end up with something that is hard, holds its own shape, but it has a little bit of flexibility and resistance to being torn apart.
But it is a protein. It is
But
a
collagen
organic
is a
biomolecule.
protein,
Yeah.
so it's made up of a whole lot of little molecules all strung together. So it's pretty tough protein, but eventually it will fall apart. Those small molecules will just split open.
So you have collagen, a principal component of bone, which is a protein. It's an organic substance. It's a very tough protein, one of the toughest and strongest, but it is still an organic component. And so it will break down over time. And we are finding collagen inside very, very ancient bones that are supposed to be over millions of years old. And it's Buckley who's an ancient collagen expert, and his quote is that in less than 1 million years, there should be less than 1% chance of less than 1% collagen left inside bones. In other words, if you want it simplified, 1 million years is your maximum before there should be no collagen left inside bones whatsoever. And yet we're testing bones that are up to 200 million years old, and they're, or supposedly, and they still have soft tissue inside of them. So it is a big problem if we want to believe that these bones really are millions of years old.
Yes, indeed. So there's a big mismatch between the story that's being told about these fossils and what we're actually finding with modern scientific processes or modern scientific techniques for examining bones. And so that means people are going to be challenged. What do we really believe about these bones? What is their real origin?
So Mary Schweitzer then started off with effectively optical techniques. So you demineralize the bone, that's getting rid of the minerals, you're left with whatever is organic inside of it.
Yes.
And then you basically look at it under microscopes, right? Which is a perfectly good way of doing it, but it's a moderately simple way of doing it. But since this discovery in 1993, particularly since 2016, there has been an enormous amount of development in this kind of research and the techniques which are being used, particularly using techniques which are known techniques in the medical and the scientific and forensic world, and then applying them to this kind of new research. So things like mass spectrometry, mass spectroscopy, and also things like your more detailed microscopy, so things like scanning electron microscopes and the like, which can identify stuff. So if we just go over here, Diane, because we've got a nice interesting bone here. It's a dinosaur bone. We spoke about this in our dinosaur program. It's an iguanodon bone, and again you can see, Diane, look, all of the porous material that's been infilled, right? So your beigey stuff is the same as your sort of your matrix, and it's the black stuff is the actual bone. And you can see we've got a hole.
Yes.
In the middle here. Now we drilled this hole, and what we did is we drilled a couple of millimeters down, discarded it, because you want to, when you're doing these tests, try and get rid of any chance of contamination, and we'll speak about that in a moment. But we drilled down even deeper, took out the powdered bone that came from the drill, right? So you've now got a powdered mix of the bone, the minerals, and anything that's organic that's left inside. So then what you do is you put it through this digestion process we spoke about earlier, right? Using an acid to demineralize and digest and denature the bone. And then eventually you end up with a solution. And the solution will have anything that's organic in the bone left in it, because everything that's inorganic, all the minerals, have been digested and destroyed. What you then do is you then put that sample through what's known as a mass spectrometer. Now, this is something that, in a very simple terms, it uses a form of light and a receiver or receptor in order to identify different masses. And you can think about masses as the kind of the amount of something there is, right? If you think about your periodic table of elements, right, you know you've got all those funny little names and little letters, but then at the top there's a little number, and that number is the atomic number, which tells you how much mass, how much of something is in that particular atom or element. And so if you have a very complex element like collagen, then it'll show up on your mass spectrometer in little spikes. So it sort of tells you what's inside. Now, we have found collagen inside this iguanodon bone using a technique known as liquid chromatography mass spectrometry, and so collagen is present here, and that really is a problem if you want to believe that this bone is as scientists purport it to be, 125 million years old. Really is a big problem.
Yes, that is a serious problem. There should be no collagen left if it really was that old.
Yeah. Now, just to say, Diane, just explain what this is, because we've spoken a lot about dinosaurs, and we'll talk about the implications of all this a bit more in a moment. But just explain what this fossil is, Diane, because I know that you and John have done some research on a very similar fossil to this.
Yes, this is a squid, and you can see here are its tentacles lying behind it. Now here we have this dark patch here. Now, if you know anything about squid, they're famous for jet propulsion, and they're famous for ink. You may have heard of squid ink. In fact, it's used in cooking these days. But squid ink literally is ink. It's a black liquid, and you can write with it. And a few years ago, when we were doing our normal watching brief on the scientific news, we came across a report where someone had found a similar fossil to this, and a squid with its ink sac intact, and they thought, well, that's clever. Let's see if we can dissolve some of that and literally use it as ink, and they did it. And when I told John Mackay about this, he said, oh, well, I've got one of those. Let's see if we can do the same thing. Now, that's good scientific method. Someone reports, this is what I found, this is what I did.
You're testing it, yeah.
So we put it to the test. So we did exactly the same thing. We got out the fossil, dissolved the ink sac or the ink, and we were actually able to write a word. So we now had a fossil word. And I dare say we could probably do the same with this fossil, though it's a little bit smaller than the one that we found. But the point is, the ink is made up of an organic molecule which we're very familiar with. It's melanin. It's a small molecule compared with the big molecules that make up collagen and other fibrous tissue. But it breaks down.
Yep.
In fact, if you keep it in a bottle, you have to keep it in a cool, dark place, like you keep any sort of things that you're going to use in cooking. So it does break down. Now, squid, I don't know, how old is this fossil meant to be?
This fossil is meant to be, this is from the Solnhofen in Germany, it's Jurassic. Right. It'll be the same one as your ones in Australia. So it's supposed to be around 159 million years old.
Yes. Yes.
So pretty old for having soft tissue still left inside.
Still having
it.
soft
Still
tissue
ink.
and still having intact ink inside it. Yes.
So this soft tissue then goes beyond just your dinosaur bones, which is obviously most famous because people love dinosaurs. So it goes beyond the dinosaur bones, it goes into other creatures like squid as well. We've tested in creatures like the Paleotherum, which is a sort of a tapir-like creature, which is supposed to be 33 million years old. And we get a nice sort of gradient going backwards. But Diane, can people find out more about the squid research?
Yes, we've written up this little story ourselves. You can find it on our website, on our fact file website, and just look for fossil ink and you'll find our little article with photos of what we actually did called Fossil Ink Should Make You Think.
So there you go. You can go and find that on the fact file, and you go to creationresearch.net and it'll be there. All right, let's just talk about one last thing then, Diane, about some of the implications of this, because when we're doing this research, and like I say, there's now nearly 200 papers on scientifically published papers of soft tissue. Okay, so it's big, it's widespread. You're really left with three conclusions, and your three conclusions are as follows: either the fossil soft tissue preserved original biomolecules that we're finding. And by the way, as distinction, because people sometimes get confused about this, when we talk about soft tissue and we are really referring to original biomolecules, we're talking about those original biological materials that is inside the bone. Now, soft tissue can also refer to things like preserved soft tissue, like skin impressions and stomach contents and stuff like that. And that is a good piece of evidence of rapid burial, but you don't always have original biomolecules left in it. When we talk about soft tissue, we're talking about original biomolecules, soft, squidgy stuff, bits of biology that are preserved inside the bone. And even by secular standards, the oldest these soft tissue parts could be is 1 million years old. And in fact, I believe it's actually quite a bit younger than that, given what we do, because you look at some of the half-lives of collagen and it really doesn't last that long. But when we're dealing with this, we're left with 3 options. Number one, what we are finding is contamination. In other words, what we're finding is not the original biomolecules from the bone, but it's contamination like bacteria, films, and so on and so forth. Or soft tissue can survive for much, much, much longer than we currently understand it to be able to do so. Or the bones that we're finding this soft tissue in are not as old as claimed. Now, we'll talk about the contamination in a moment, but out of the 2 that are left, the soft tissue lasting for longer than we think, or the bones being younger than we think, which of those 2 are we able to do scientific tests on to research and find out and do repeatable tests on about?
Well, we have biomolecules that exist today, so we can actually test those for how long they last. So we can look at the actual chemistry, and we can get the expertise of biochemists who have been studying these things for centuries. So we have the records of biochemists who have been studying proteins and various other molecules for a long time. We can get known quantities of real biomolecules from the real world and actually see how long the chemistry takes for bonds to break, chemical bonds to break down, so we can test them.
Okay, so out of those 2 options, out of the biomolecules being able to last for longer than we understand, or the bones not being as old as they're purported to be, one of those is testable, and every way we test it, it comes back as these biomolecules cannot be more than 1 million years old. So that is doing good science, that's doing real science. So out of those 2 options, the option we have to scientifically come to, the conclusion that we have to scientifically come to, is that these bones are not as old as purported to be. If we are finding original biomaterial in them, then the bones cannot be millions of years old. So let's talk about this contamination factor, because that's the real big question, right? Is this contamination? Are we really finding soft tissue from that creature? And lots of people have argued about this over the years. It's been a very, very controversial issue, particularly for poor Mary Schweitzer, who was battered over it. And there's no way it could possibly be that. And she spent the last 30 years really trying to prove that what she's found is real. And for years, it was just her doing the research and her team. But as I said, in the last few years, particularly since 2016, which is when the first ever proteins were found, collagen was found inside these dinosaur bones, it now goes way beyond just Schweitzer's research. We have multiple researchers from multiple institutions doing multiple tests, not just looking down a microscope, but now doing known medical techniques, things like second harmonic generation imaging, things like mass spectrometry, and inside mass spectrometry, there's lots of different methods, including liquid chromatography mass spectrometry, which we've done here, mass spectroscopy like FTIR, Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, and so many different techniques that are known medical techniques that are being used. And these are well-established principles that we use in medicine all the time. So the chances of them being wrong is really very, very low, because we use them practically in experimental medicine and biomedical research all the time. So you're now starting to build a picture. Lots and lots of people doing lots and lots of different tests, and they're finding the same things. And so now we ask the question, well, where are they finding them? Because could it be that it's just one location that's preserving this? Well, that's one of the arguments that was used, because it was all from the same location in the USA when Schweitzer was doing her research. But now we've found this soft tissue is preserved throughout the world. So it's geographically extensive. And then you say, well, maybe is it just the one layer? Because it was all from the Cretaceous at first, right? Well, now we're starting to get a real big pattern of soft tissue being preserved, original biomolecules being preserved in fossils all the way up and down the geological column as far low as the Ediacaran, which is some of the lowest forms of rocks,
right down the very
all
bottom.
the way up to the top. And we found them evenly distributed throughout the geological column. So really, scientifically, what are the chances of all of these reports, all of these methods, all of these researchers, what is the chance of all of them being contamination?
Well, it's zero.
Basically.
It's zero with that sort of cross-check, the amount of cross-checking we've got in terms of location and in terms of actual technique. And as you said, these were well-established techniques before anyone started to apply them to fossil bones. So no one disputes the actual methods.
So even aside from our creationist beliefs and aside from our biblical beliefs, purely from a scientific point of view, from an observational understanding of science, we can come to a reasonable, logical and truthful conclusion that these bones are not millions of years old.
We certainly can.
Well, there we are. Fascinating stuff. And this is why it's so important to do this kind of research, as the Bible says, to test all things and hold fast to what is true. And we know that the psalmist says in Psalm 119, verse 160, God's word is true from the very beginning, and we can praise the Lord from that. Yes. Now, if you want to follow the research that we're doing, you can go to creationresearch.net, click on the research. You'll find a whole host of information. You can also follow the fact file and sign up to the newsletters and join us for Creation Conversations every week where we deal with new topics on our podcast. But be sure to join us next week as we carry on going around the museum with Joe and Diane. God bless, guys. Got questions? We've got answers. Check out askjohnmackay.com to see Q&A articles by experts from around the world. See also the creationfactfile.com website for latest evidence news from creation research. Be sure to join us for Creation Conversations, a weekly live broadcast with the whole creation research team dealing with different topics from creation, evolution and the Bible. Check out Creation Research Live, our all-new streaming service for creation research, with thousands of free resources and access to all of Creation Research's premium documentaries, debates and presentations through a low-cost monthly subscription. Find out more at creationresearch.live. Watch Creation Research TV, a live 24/7 broadcast of everything creation research, available for free on our YouTube channel and through Creation Research Live.
Welcome back to Around the Museum with Joe and Diane. It's great to have you with us, and we're still kind of in the realm of dinosaurs, but we're sort of moving on to a slightly controversial topic, particularly amongst the world of creationists at the moment, which is it's interesting that it's become this hotly debated. But we're really talking today about feathered dinosaurs, which is not a new concept, and it ultimately stems back to this idea that dinosaurs evolved into birds. So before we get into feathered dinosaurs and some of the debates around feathers and stuff, we've actually got a fossil here, Diane, or rather a cast of a fossil. Yes. This is the original one in the Berlin Museum. It's known as the Berlin Archaeopteryx. And it was... Archaeopteryx comes from the Jurassic Solnhofen about 159 supposed million years, right in the middle of the Jurassic. And it's supposed to be one of the best examples, or at least it used to be regarded as one of the best examples of a transitional fossil. That's a fossil of a creature that is turning from one type of creature into a different type of creature, i.e. dinosaur to bird. So why was it regarded as a transitional fossil, and who really first suggested that this could be a dino to bird evolution evidence?
Well, this all goes back to Huxley, who was known as Darwin's bulldog, because he was the one who mainly promoted the theory of evolution to the general public and to the academic world as well. And it was his contention that dinosaurs evolved into birds. And when this particular specimen was found and others like it in the same deposit, he thought, aha, there we are. We have something that clearly has feathers, and no one doubts that it has feathers, but it's not like a flying bird that we have today. So it is an odd-looking creature.
So specifically, we've got claws in the wings, and we've got teeth in its mouth, which makes it an unusual bird. It's got a long bony tail as well, which is sort of the three distinct unusual things about it. But none of these three things are exclusive to Archaeopteryx, because we have modern birds that have claws on their wings. Every bird starts out with at least one tooth.
That's right.
And we have some sort of semi-teethed birds today and bony tails. So none of these things are strictly unique to Archaeopteryx, but because all of these features came together in this unusual bird, it was then claimed to be a transitional fossil. Now, before we even get into feathered dinosaurs, I believe it was the Natural History Museum that did a lot of the original research on Archaeopteryx to answer this question of was it a transitional fossil or not, and what was their conclusions about whether Archaeopteryx was a bird, a dinosaur, or something in between?
Well, their conclusion was it was a bird. Now, they have another original specimen, and we now have modern techniques where we can take very, very detailed scans of its head structure.
And like the internal brain.
The internal brain structure, its inner ear, and things like that. And they came to the conclusion that this thing had literally had a bird brain and bird's ears. So it was a flying bird.
So is a bird's brain different from that of a reptile's then?
And yes, it is. In fact, there's been a lot of research into birds' brains recently, so that if someone calls you a bird brain, it's no longer an insult, which is rather nice to know, because bird brains are different to reptile brains and to mammal brains. They're just wired differently. They are very complex, and particularly they're very complex in terms of the motor control, that's the muscle control, which is needed for flying. Yeah. Because of any pilot will tell you, you need an awful lot of really clever computer power as well as an intelligent person flying the plane in order to sense the changes in the movement, in the balance, and all of those things, and then to make the subtle changes that are needed to keep a bird in the air, just as like keeping a plane in the air. So bird brain has all of those.
So even though it was originally regarded as a transitional fossil, and it was suggested it was used as one of the main pieces of evidence by Huxley to promote this idea of dino to bird evolution, something which Richard Owen, who actually owned the Archaeopteryx specimen in the Natural History Museum, was vehemently against.
Oh, he was a main opponent of Darwin. Yeah.
So even though it was originally regarded as a transitional fossil, originally used as evidence of evolution, particularly dinosaur to bird evolution, it's now regarded by scientists as not only not being a transitional form, but not even being a feathered dinosaur.
No, it's a bird.
It's an unusual bird.
It's an unusual bird, but it's in a kind of its own.
But we know that there's lots of now extinct birds that we find in the fossil record that are clearly birds with fully formed feathers and bird mythology and bird brain, and they're no longer here, and several of them are unique and unusual. And we have sort of large extinct running birds as well, like the moa and the elephant bird and stuff that we know about.
Yes, that's right. And there are fossil birds that have teeth, and there are fossil birds which are fully formed birds which have been found in rock layers that are at least outdated by the evolutionists as being as old as this one.
So yeah, that's the other really important thing I think as well, is that is to realise that this is a fully formed bird, even by secular evolutionary standard. And the argument is that around 160 million years ago, dinosaurs began evolving into birds. So this is sort of in the middle of the Jurassic. And yet by 159 million years, so 1 million years later, you have fully fledged, fully formed birds, i.e. Archaeopteryx, right, in the fossil record.
Yeah.
Now, bear in mind that it supposedly took 2.5 million years to turn apes into humans, and apes and humans are supposed to be 98% genetically similar, right? Now, we're not getting into that figure yet, but just going by purely secular standards here, apes and humans are supposed to be really, really similar, 98% similar, yet it only took 1 million years to turn a cold-blooded, fully scaled dinosaur into a fully formed bird according to their own date. So something doesn't quite line up with their dating methods there and that argument.
No, it just doesn't work out. There are too many changes to go from a ground-dwelling reptile with no aerodynamic features and with no brain control, nervous system control in order to use them, to go from that creature to something which has all of those features like Archaeopteryx does.
And these aerodynamic features don't just consist of the feathers and the brain. It's also like your entire breathing and circulatory system, the way your blood flows, and you have to have a special formed set of lungs in order to cope with this kind of flight and breathing pattern, which reptiles just don't have.
Yes, and birds are warm-blooded, so they're very metabolically active. So there's lots of changes involved in that in terms of the blood circulation.
Yeah. Okay, well, so we're dealing with the original one, Archaeopteryx, which clearly is a bird, not a transitional form or evidence for evolution, as was claimed by Huxley and many people since then. So now we're getting onto this subject of feathered dinosaurs, right? And we'll talk a little bit about the controversy, but if we see on the screen here, Diane, we've actually got in our Creation Research Museum collection some fossil feathers entrapped in amber. So what is amber? How have we got them entrapped here?
Well, amber is fossilized tree resin. You see this in pine trees. If you cut a pine tree or damage it, a whole lot of resin comes out of it, sort of thick, sticky goo. Yes. So now this is now solid because it's been buried. So fossilized just means buried, basically. So this is buried, preserved tree resin, which is now as hard, not quite as hard as glass, but getting close to it. So it's solid. Now, because it's sticky goo, when it comes out of a tree, it just will roll down the side of the tree, and it will entrap whatever happens to be in that same vicinity, sort of resting on the tree.
Insects,
leaves, bugs, leaves, little bits of vegetation, whatever just happens to be lying around there. And this comes from a place called Burma, where there's masses and masses of this. It's just as if a whole forest of pine trees was just smashed to bits. And all this amber with all the tree resin was just scattered everywhere, and so it just picked up whatever happened to be lying around in the forest. Yes.
Okay, so it's a great, and this is Cretaceous, so around the 90-odd million year kind of time frame for it. So right in the middle of the so-called dinosaur era, right? Okay, and we actually have on the screen now some feathers that have been trapped in this amber. Now, when we got these feathers, the claim was that these were dinosaur feathers. And the argument for them being dinosaur feathers is that, well, this is in the middle of the Cretaceous, rather, the middle of the dinosaur era, and the majority of creatures with feathers would have been dinosaurs. So the assumption is that these are dinosaur feathers, right? Based purely off of the idea that that's...
purely on the date that's been...
So... all right, going on to this claim of feathered dinosaurs then, do dinosaurs have feathers? Or are the feathers that we find on dinosaurs even feathers? Because looking at this, it's clearly a feather.
That's clearly a fully formed feather with a central rachis and the little barbs.
Yeah.
So if you didn't know the context and just showed someone a picture of that, oh yeah, that's a feather.
And a feather is a really complexly designed apparatus for flight.
Yes.
And
amazingly complex.
And this is more than just your sort of downy feathers or your sort of fibrous feathers. You get slightly strange birds like the New Zealand kiwi, or even your Australian emu and the ostrich, which has slightly unusual feathers in the sense that they tend to be very long and fibrous.
Yes.
But these are, just by looking at them, flight feathers.
Yes, this is a flight feather. It's got that tight structure that we're seeing little barbules that are tightly bound together.
Okay. So have we ever found any undisputed dinosaur fossils with this quality of feather on them?
No. Wherever you find dinosaur skin that is undisputably skin of the dinosaur that it's found associated within, it is clearly reptilian.
Yeah.
There are no fully formed complex feathers like that.
Okay, so what about claims of dinosaurs that are feathered, things like Sinosauropteryx, which looks, for all intents and purposes, a dinosaur? It doesn't have a bird's morphology. It has a reptilian morphology. It has reptilian features. It is a small dinosaur by pretty much everybody's definition. Yet the claim is that it has these fibrous-looking filaments around its body, which have been interpreted as being feathers. So what about the case of like Sinosauropteryx? Are we dealing with a feathered dinosaur here?
No, you mentioned the word filamentous. In other words, sort of hairy-looking bits. And if you look at this fossil, yes, it is clearly a dinosaur. No one disputes that. But around the edges, it's got a fine sort of hairy areas on it, on its back and on its tail. And the feathered dinosaur proponents looked at this and they said, oh, this must be the first step to going from flat scales or slightly raised scales like a reptile has to feathers which actually project out of the body and project upwards. And so they are sometimes referred to as dino fuzz, right? But in the professional literature, they're called filaments. Now, filament just means a very fine fibre, in other words, like a bit of string.
Yeah.
And so you have to think, well, are there any other sources of stringy stuff that you could get in dinosaur skin? Remember, these have been buried and preserved.
And most of them give evidence of having been drowned.
And most, yes, they do.
Yes,
and
features.
This dinosaur has those features. So if something's been buried in a whole lot of wet sediment, well, its skin is going to be rather knocked about a bit and fragmented a bit. And, of course, underneath skin, you have lots of collagen fibres that we talked about in one of our previous programs. Now, by collagen fibres, it really is stringy sorts of stuff. And inside your skin, it forms a sort of felt-like meshwork. Now, it's the same in all vertebrate skin. You've got this felt-like meshwork. And so that could easily start coming apart and you would have a whole lot of fine fibres.
Yeah. So we're not clearly dealing with something that's not obviously or abundant evidence for being feathers. Certainly not in the case of some of these feathers that we have in our collection where they are clearly fully formed flight feathers. So do we have any examples of something which is half scale, half feather? Because the argument is, well, you know, scales are made up of predominantly keratin, a bit like our fingernails, right, in reptiles. Well, feathers are also predominantly made up of keratin.
Yes,
so surely if they're made up of the same thing, one could evolve into the other. That's the argument that's used. Now, there's lots of problems with that argument because the one thing that's missing from all of feathers or scales is a outside source of intelligence to turn something which is a base material into a feather, which can't happen by itself. But do we have any evidence of half feather, half scale kind of structures, or has everything that we've found, can it be categorized as either this is clearly a scale or a decayed scale, or this is clearly a fully formed feather, whether it be a downy feather, whether it be a flight feather or whatever?
No, we've only got the filamentous sort of stuff, or we've got things that are clearly feathers. Now, even the emus and the flightless birds, their feathers have a distinctive branching pattern. They're still obviously feathers that you don't get with these dinosaur filaments. You don't have that branching and interlinking.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you go to like the the Natural History Museum in London, you go down and you find that there's these wonderful Velociraptor models, right, which are just now covered in these feathers, right? And in fact, we actually have a feathered Velociraptor fossil in our Creation Research Museum collection over in Australia. Do you want to share a bit about the story about how we got this feathered Velociraptor skeleton?
Yes. Well, when we opened the museum, of course, Velociraptor is a very well-known and popular dinosaur because it stars in the movies, and we were able to order a cast of the original Velociraptor specimen as it was found. Now, it's also found in that drowned position, and so we thought that would be useful. So we ordered from the professional cast maker a Velociraptor cast, a museum quality one, and it arrived, but it actually had impressions of feathers. And we had seen the original photos of the original find from the professional literature, and it does not have feathers.
Yeah.
So we contacted the people who made the cast because they are professional cast makers. They make things for professional museums. And we were told, we have to put feathers on them now because that's what the places who display these want.
Right. So it's scientific fraudulence, really, at its greatest. Is just making up information and data for the sake of supporting current thinking in science, which really has no evidence for it. Because have we ever found any Velociraptor feathers?
No, there's no evidence that they have.
I think that the closest that the argument goes is that they found a single nodule on a Velociraptor bone, one Velociraptor bone, I hasten to add. There's been lots of things found that they don't have this. There's a nodule which they have potentially interpreted as a potential quill point where the feather could and then compared it to turkeys. But when you actually compare the two, there's no real comparison there. It's one single mark on one single Velociraptor skeleton, which has not been found in any of the other Velociraptor skeletons and has no real indication of being a quill point.
No, there's no connection with anything. It's just, as you said, it was an isolated bone. It wasn't a whole skeleton.
Yeah.
If you look at the whole skeletons, not a sign of a feather anywhere. And all it is just a tiny little bump. And I mean tiny. We're talking about millimetres here. Birds that have strong flight feathers do actually have sort of little nodules on their bones because the feathers are tightly anchored into their wings and attached to the bones to give them stability. And so it's a leap of imagination that these tiny millimetre-sized little nodules were flight feathers when there were no feathers in sight, and they look nothing like the actual quill knobs, which are quite substantial and arranged in a distinct pattern.
Yeah. And in fact, it was our good friend, Professor Andy McIntosh, who made a comment on this, because we can comment on it from the biological and the geological perspectives. But he actually made a comment that there's another significant issue with feathered dinosaurs, that being the thermodynamics of them, in the sense that if you get a cold-blooded reptile, and there's very little good evidence that these dinosaurs were anything other than cold-blooded. If you get a cold-blooded reptile and cover them in feathers, you're going to have a big issue with overheating, with the thermodynamics, with the way that they are able to kind of function. So it doesn't even make sense. Then you see arguments that, they must have been, if they have feathers, then they must have been warm-blooded, which is an assumption upon an assumption, because you're assuming they had feathers first of all, and it's all based on the grand assumption that they evolved into birds.
Yes. So, as you say, it's assumption on assumption. You're starting off with a worldview or a belief by faith. Right, dinosaurs turned into birds. As going back to Huxley, he had no evidence for it, and there's still no evidence for it 150 years later.
And I remember I was listening to a lecture with a scientist once who was working on British dinosaurs, and he'd covered all of his large theropod dinosaurs, so like the big T-Rexes and the T-Rex type dinosaurs, in feathers. And I'd asked him, I said, so, I know there's a lot of debate over feathered dinosaurs, and there's a lot of claimed small theropod dinosaurs with feathers, right? Like Sinosautrix and the like. But I said, as far as I'm aware, there's been no evidence of feathers on these large theropod dinosaurs, T-Rex and the like. I said, so where has the idea of covering these dinosaurs with feathers come from? And he said, well, we assume that these large theropod dinosaurs had feathers because we know that dinosaurs evolved into birds. Well, A, you don't know, based on an assumption. So again, it's another assumption upon an assumption. And you're really just getting nowhere. You're building your entire mindset and philosophy about dinosaurs purely based on A, no evidence, but B, just a essential assumption that they evolved into birds, which really there's no evidence for at all.
Yeah, it's classic circular reasoning. You start with your idea, go around in a circle, and come back to it.
Round and round you go. All right, well, what about this? There are a lot of claims, even amongst creationist literature, that, we don't agree that dinosaurs evolved into birds, but there's lots of evidence now that dinosaurs had feathers. Where do we draw the distinction between a creature that has feathers, whether it clearly has feathers, like this so-called dinosaur feather that we have here at the moment? Where do we draw the distinction between, okay, this is clearly a feather, do we classify it as a dinosaur, or do we classify it as a bird? Because we do have modern examples of large running three-toed birds, like, ostrich, that kind of thing, the cassowary as well, of flightless birds that are running birds that do have fully formed feathers, but they're still classed as birds.
Yes, and there's a famous fossil one called Caudipteryx, which yes. And the interesting thing is, when that was first found, we wrote in one of our newsletters that this looks like a modern-day running bird, but it did have a distinct feathery tail. And a few years later, published in Nature, very highly prestigious scientific journal, was a study of the skeleton of this particular bird, and they worked out you can tell from the biomechanics, when you've got a whole skeleton which is articulated, what sort of movements it was capable, and this thing was capable of being a long-range runner. So, one to us. But yes, you have within the category of birds, there are different bird kinds. No one disputes that. But they are birds from the beginning. They were made as birds from the beginning. Some of them were always meant to be running birds. Some of them have died out. Some of them have survived. But they have multiplied after their kind.
And so a warning, and we should be wary of anybody who tries to use a secular evolutionary definition of a dinosaur or a bird, particularly when it comes to feathered dinosaurs or birds, which are based ultimately on that assumption that they evolved into birds and changed into birds. We should be wary of anybody who uses that same logic and tries to apply it in a biblical sense, because you will find that it just doesn't fit, and you end up having to walk the evolutionist line of changes and warm-blooded dinosaurs and feathered dinosaurs, and before you know it, you're stuck with something that sounds very much like an evolutionary history of the world. So we should always be wary of anybody who is using secular mechanisms and secular assumptions and trying to apply it in a biblical way, because we end up with, let's face it, ridiculous concepts such as feathered dinosaurs and warm-blooded dinosaurs, and really none of this has any evidence for it.
No, it doesn't. So always start with Scripture, know what Scripture actually says, and then don't be afraid to check out the real science. In other words, what has actually been found, not just the story that's being told about it. But if you start with biblical worldview, you can then discern the difference between what's the actual discovery and what's the story that's being told about it.
Now, we do have a number of questions about feathered dinosaurs, which have been published on our Ask John Mackay website, so you can find that at askjohnmackay.com, or you can go to creationresearch.net and then click on Q&A. And you mentioned also a report with Caudipteryx earlier.
Yes.
How do people find that report and similar reports like it?
That's in our fact file, which is an archive of our newsletter items where we just keep a watching brief on the science news. And so if you go to that, you don't have to know when the newsletter was sent out. You can just do a keyword search on particular topics, so feathered dinosaurs, Caudipteryx, and you'll find a little report there with the original references. And we've also made a creation conversation.
We have indeed, yes. We've got a creation conversations, and we actually have a special playlist on our YouTube channel which deals specifically with feathered dinosaurs. There's a whole series of them on there, Creation Bites, which are the little snippets. So go and check out the feathered dinosaurs playlist. We have a whole creation conversation specifically on feathered dinosaurs. Sign up to the newsletter so you get the straight up-to-date information about feathered dinosaurs as soon as it comes out in the secular world, and search the creation fact file and have a look on the Oswestry site. It's all available on creationresearch.net. So do go and check that out there. So thanks for that, Diane. We're going to continue working our way through all of these pieces of amber here and seeing if we can find more examples of these beautiful feathers like this. But feathers themselves really do show the glory and genius of God's design. So I think we should do a flight special to finish up things. Yes. All right. We will catch you next time, folks. Goodbye and all bless.
Watch Creation Research TV, a live 24/7 broadcast of everything creation research. Available for free on our YouTube channel and through Creation Research Live. Check out Creation Research Live, our all-new streaming service for creation research, with thousands of free resources and access to all of Creation Research's premium documentaries, debates and presentations through a low-cost monthly subscription. Find out more at creationresearch.live. Support creation research through tax-deductible giving in many countries. Find out more at creationresearch.net. Be sure to sign up to the Creation Evidence News. Regular updates and news from the world of creation research, science, and the latest evidence for creation. Why not visit one of the many creation research museums around the globe? Find out more at creationresearch.net. Got questions? We've got answers. Check out askjohnmackay.com to see Q&A articles by experts from around the world. See also the creationfactfile.com website for latest evidence news from creation research.
Hello, welcome back to Around the Museum with Joe and Diane as we have continued to wander, and we're now over at a experiment which was done a number of years ago at Jurassic Ark, and I've been able to see them. I know you've been there as well, but it's new since you were last here, because we only did this at the beginning of this current year, so good stuff. Right, so it's a big box. Plastic box, and we'll talk about why we've used a plastic box in a moment. Big old plastic box. In the bottom we've put crushed up seashells. Then we've put raw Portland cement. Then we've covered the top with organic mulch and water. And we added a little wick going through, and what we've ended up with are some wonderful stalactites. Now, a little bit of background information, right? If you open up your Anti-Creationist Handbook, which, yes, that is a real book, it will tell you that one of the biggest evidences against young Earth creation is the stalactites and stalagmites. Because if we have a look at this fabulous great big stalactite from China that's next to you there, Diane, the argument is that stalactites grow at a tiny, tiny rate, at a rate of less than 1 millimetre a year. Now, if you're growing at a rate of less than 1 millimetre per year, how many hundreds of thousands of years is it going to take to produce a beautiful great big stalactite like this? And then the other argument is, well, in order to create a stalactite, you need a cave in the first place, and it takes hundreds of thousands of years to, slowly erode out a cave. Therefore, the world cannot be only 6,000 to 10,000 years old. It must be millions of years old. That's the argument. And so what experiments like this do are they're real life experiments that you can come and see the real processes behind it, which really challenge that idea of millions of years. So the idea of stalactites first started in Australia in terms of these kind of experiments and stuff when John set them up at Jurassic Park, didn't they?
Yes. In fact, we've still got one that's going at Jurassic Ark.
It was way back in 2015 that it was first set up, and I visited them in 2018, and they've been doing pretty well since then. And there's been a whole load of experiments that have ended up being developed off of these stalactites and stalagmites to do with fossilization and stuff.
Yes, that's right. So it's been very interesting just seeing. We were surprised at how rapid the process was, and how quickly things got buried in the stalagmites at the bottom.
So where did this sort of inspiration for this come from?
Well, it comes from John's observations of limestone caves.
This is John Mackay.
John Mackay, yes, that's right. So he found that the best limestone caves were in places where there was a lot of vegetation, particularly forests where you get a lot of leaf litter and a lot of mulch above the caves. So you've got lots of organic matter. And that will, of course, percolate down through the soil and eventually into the cave underneath. And you've got the most magnificent stalactites. And he put two and two together and thought, well, something must be happening here. And it has to be more than just the chemical process, because the reason that stalactites are considered to be so old and take so long to make is because calcium carbonate, which is what they're made of, is not terribly soluble. So if you're trying to dissolve calcium carbonate, then precipitate it out, yes, that is a slow process. There has to be something more to it. And maybe all this organic matter, which will be full of microbes and all sorts of other little creatures, lots of life going on there, lots of organic matter, maybe that is the key to it. So we set up an experiment that had organic matter, a source of calcium carbonate, and percolating water. And that seems to be the combination that you need. That's what was happening out in the real world. So let's make a miniature version of that where we can control what goes into it, and we'll see what comes out. And sure enough, what came out were genuine stalactites.
And we know they're genuine stalactites because we can do a number of chemical tests on them, as well as things like X-ray diffraction, which looks at the crystalline structure and can compare the crystalline structure, the very makeup of these experiment stalactites, to ones that are in actual caves, and they are identical. And you can do pH testing as well to test the acidity or the alkalinity of these different drip waters, and we've tested them in natural caves, we've tested them from these machines, and we've tested them in the sort of fast-growing stalactites and stalagmites that you find on man-made structures, things like canal tunnels and old castles and stuff like that. And these are identical. These are not just thin veneers of calcium carbonate. A lot of times they are good, chunky, solid stalactites, which are identical with every chemical test, and even with the technical tests like X-ray diffraction. Now, going back to that calcium carbonate, which is the base material, that's the base material that makes up seashells. So we're using natural calcium carbonate. Now, Portland cement, you've been to Portland. You were with us on the convention last year, and it's one of the biggest producers of cement. So cement is just limestone that has been ground up and has been baked in order till it's dry, and it changes the chemical composition slightly. But when you then mix it with water, it begins a chemical reaction which allows it to then set and turn into instant rock, and we call it concrete, right? But what was interesting is we actually saw the chemical reaction change over time, because when you first mix your cement together, you get a very, very high alkaline reading, sort of 10 to 12, right? But by the time that it's changed to producing these stalactites and stalagmites in places like canal tunnels, and we did this test, and you can go and watch Chirk Canal Destroys Millions, where we reported on this, the pH has dropped back to 7 to 8, so almost to neutral, matching those cave stalactites that we tested pretty nicely as well. So there is actually a way of doing real research here and calibrating it. So we have our crushed UK seashells, we have our raw Portland cement, and then on the top finally we have our organic mulch and water. And you can see this is our Mark 1. It's the first one we've tried in the UK. Stalactite machine started 26th of January 2023. That was about 10 months ago when we started it, 9 to 10 months ago. And you can see what it's been producing already. So we've got 3 lovely stalactites. Tested all of these. These are all stalactites, still dripping even to this day. We occasionally add some fresh mulch at the top, which of course produces that organic component, the microbial component. But we've also got these lovely stalagmite formations, these hard rock formations there at the bottom here. Now, this research hasn't gone without its criticism.
No.
One of the first criticisms was this can't match modern cave environments because you're using a big concrete trough.
Yeah.
So what did we do in response to that?
Well, we used another type of container.
Hence the plastic container, right? You can't be accused of manipulating it, because we're now using all natural materials inside of it. It's not a concrete trough. We've tested it with various plastic tubes, as well as the big plastic basins, and we get the same results.
Yes, indeed.
Which is an average growth of between 1 to 2 centimetres a month, which is vastly quicker.
Yes.
Than anything that we see in...
Yes, you're talking orders of magnitude of that difference, yes.
So the point is, because if you go to some caves today, say Cheddar Gorge in the UK or Genolan Caves, for instance, are these stalactites growing at this rate today?
Well, yes, they are. But the evolutionists will not admit that.
Yes, yeah. And even if they're not growing at that rate today, that doesn't say that they didn't grow faster in the past.
Yes.
I remember going to Cheddar Gorge, and they were saying these took hundreds of millions of years to form, hundreds of thousands of years just to form this big cascading waterfall of stalactite, right? And they said, we know that based on the rates of growth today, right? So they're extrapolating backwards. But when you go around the corner, they say, we know that there used to be much more water here in the past.
Yes.
And you think, well, hang on a minute, you're using your rates today under today's conditions to calculate backwards, but you already admit conditions were different in the past. And this goes back to a philosophy known as uniformitarianism. What does that mean?
Yes, it means that everything stays the same. So if you have the same conditions, you will get the same rate of growth. If you have different conditions, so if you have a cave that is now in a dry environment, no, it won't be growing as fast. But you cannot match the cave in the dry environment to a cave that would have been, or that we know would have been in a wet environment or is currently in a wet environment. But uniformitarianism is an idea that everything has happened at the same rate. And so if they see something growing slowly, they think, well, it's always grown slowly. But we know from observing different environments today that that's not true.
And so the guy who was really accredited with popularising the idea of uniformitarianism, because it's not a new idea, it's a very, very old idea. And the guy who was really popularised, credited with popularising, is a guy called Charles Lyell, who was a mentor to Charles Darwin. And he really got modern society to accept and to promote an idea of deep time, millions of years. And it was arguments like this, whether it's rock formation like stalactite or erosion, like Niagara Falls and the Grand Canyon, he argued, well, we observe very slow levels of erosion, very slow levels of formation today. Therefore, extrapolate backwards, it must have taken millions of years to get to this point that we are today. And Charles Lyell, mentor to Charles Darwin, really enabled Charles Darwin to go on and develop the theory of evolution. He said, quote unquote, "My aim is to free science from Moses." In other words, is this an anti-God philosophy that we're dealing with here?
Oh, yes. Charles Lyell, he was a politician and a lawyer as much as anything. And he was a lawyer by profession. He had a lot of connections with politicians. And they had an agenda. And it was to get rid of the authority of Scripture, particularly the authority of Genesis, or the authority of Moses, as in he acknowledging that Moses actually wrote the first 5 books of the Bible. So that is the law, which of course is the basis of the law of England. So there was a political, philosophical agenda behind this. It was not science.
And it's not just the basis of like the English law, which is ultimately founded on originally Christianity, but the law, because we often view, we like in our brains to try and kind of break down the Scripture into different categories. So we have the law, then you have history, and then you have poetry like Job and the Psalms, and then you have, the prophets, prophetic works. And a lot of people, because he says law, a lot of people shove that into a separate category to history. And while Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy is the law, it contains the law in the sense that it is the basis for Christianity. It also contains an awful lot of history as well, because even through, say, Leviticus, which is perhaps the most law-filled book of the Torah, like the law, there's still history that's going on there. It's still Moses instructing people from what God has instructed Moses. There's still accounts of what is going on with the children of Israel, and that's the same going back to Exodus as well. And there's a lot of law in there, 10 Commandments most famously, but you do have the history, the captivity, and the Exodus, the removal of God's people out of Egypt. And if we go back to Genesis, there's law in there as well, in the sense that it is God establishing various covenants, a covenant to Abraham, a covenant to Noah, and a covenant to Adam and to Eve as well, specifically to Eve, the promise of the seed who is Jesus Christ. And so there is real history in Genesis as well. It needs to be paid attention to just as much as the law which is there, because it is the foundation of not just all of Christianity, but it answers the questions: why are we here? Why is there sin? Why is there death? Why is there all this struggle? So it's really vital to start with Scripture as Scripture intends it to be taken, history, law, or otherwise.
Yes, law has to be based on reality. It has to be based on the real world, what has happened in the real world. You cannot just pluck it out of the air or invent your own. You can't base history on fairy tales or fantasy or anything like that. It has to be rooted in reality. So that's why law and history are inextricably linked. So if you destroy the history or people's understanding of the history, you can then change the law. And that was the aim of people like Lyell and his political colleagues.
And that's the point that the Apostle Paul made as well. You know, if Jesus Christ did not really come, if he did not really die, if he did not really rise again, then our faith is futile, it's worthless, it's pointless, we're still in our sins. So Christianity is a fact-based faith. It's based on the reality of creation, the reality of a good creation, the reality of man's sin, and the need for a saviour, and therefore is reliant on the reality that that saviour did actually come. Well, I didn't think we were going to get this deep into theology, just some stalactites and stalagmites, but it's so vital, and it shows you why we need to do this kind of stuff, why we need to do these experiments and present this real world history, this real world experiment, real life experiment, because it is directly affected, or connected rather, to the gospel.
Yes, indeed. If you undermine the history, the real history of the real world, you are undermining the gospel.
Well, let's move on into here, Diane. So I'm going to come around here if you want. We're coming for a bit of a squeeze, but come up close to the camera. So in here we have a selection of our different stalactites examples from around the world. So on the middle shelf here, we have a collection of our fast tights, our fast forming tights. And then the bottom two shelves and the top shelf are stalactite examples from all over the world. So all stuff from stalactites, these big veils, or I think they call them bacon strips in the States. That's what I was told by our USA rep anyway. But these are from Greece, these beautiful ribbon stalactites from Malaysia, beautiful, great big. And this was actually all the one collection of a retired geologist who travelled all over the world and collected all these kind of things. So really beautiful stalactites and stalagmites. These gorgeous things from caves in the UK as well. Just amazing that we were able to get hold of them. But let's just talk about some of the fast-tites and compare them particularly to some of the real-life examples. So if we look at this one, this is one that John Mackay collected a few years back. It's a nice big one. This is just off the old Roman road, the Watling Street road we were talking about the other day. So in a big quarry, and John ended up going into the quarry sort of, chest deep in water. It's now closed off. But what was interesting is it had only been shut down 40 years before. Right. So in just 30 to 40 years, you'd had these beautiful stalactites form in just a short little while. And this is a proper stalactite. Oh, yeah. It's got all the layers in it. You can see it's not light and flimsy and hollow. It's a full-blown stalactite. So that's a really nice and very important example of a big stalactite that's formed in just a few years. And these were from a castle, if you want to have a look at those. So these are actually stalagmites. So let's just work it out. Stalactite hangs from the ceiling because it has to hang on tight. Stalagmite grows up from the floor because it might one day reach the ceiling. And so that's a good way of remembering it. So this is one of those stalagmites that grows up. And this was from a place called Deal Castle down in Kent. And we were down in there and they were just dripping. It was all made of limestone because this is the land of the White Cliffs of Dover, limestone and all that. And it was just dripping down and reducing these in, and I got to actually speak to the curator there, and they have to go through every few years and clear them all out because they're just going so much. So it's something like that happens in just a few years, and it's a proper solid.
Oh yeah, yes, it's solid. It's rock solid.
Yeah, which is exactly that point. Now this is an interesting one here, which I quite like. We actually got this from our good friend Vance Nelson, who did a lot of work on rapid rocks and fossilization and the like. So what you can see here, we've got this lovely metal water pipe on the outside. It's rusty on the outside, cut through. But then on the inside, this is a water pipe from the Karlovari in the Czech Republic. And it's where the water is flowing, the rich mineral water. It's where you get the fossilized paper roses and the like from, right? But what's amazing is that it's actually built up because they noticed within just a couple of months that the water flow had drastically dropped going through these pipes.
Yes.
And you can see what's been built up, these beautiful, it looks like a cut stalactite.
It does. Yeah.
And it's just spot on, exactly like a cut. With all this, and this is a mineral called aragonite, which is a form of calcium carbonate.
Yes.
It happens in just months. Yes. So it's about a process.
Yes. Yes, that's right. And this can be a real problem with underground pipes and in mines. One of our colleagues who worked in mines brought us along a great big mass of calcium carbonate which had formed within the mine. We knew how old the mine was, certainly wasn't millions of years.
It was a big mass of aragonite and the like that had formed all the way around a big bush that had fallen in the mine as well. I think that's in the Creation Museum collection. So, good example again of process. Nothing to do with time, everything to do with the process, and it's a really beautiful example of that really does show that process factor when it comes to these kinds of things. So there's a really nice example there. Well, let's go on to this example here because we can now start to sort of compare things. So this is some research that we did at Chirk Canal Tunnel, which is just down the road. Last year. And inside there's all these stalactites. Yes. And the actual tunnel itself is only a couple of 100 years old, so it's formed in the last couple of 100 years. We've been down and done pH testing all the way along. It's pretty much a cave condition because it was designed for constant water. It was designed for constant winds or very low levels of wind, so the air would only travel one way, very low wind, pretty much a consistent temperature all the year round, and it's full of these stalactites and little tiny stalagmites that are coming up. Now, we've tested all of these chemical tests, pH tests. It certainly is a stalagmite. But what's interesting is this is forming on the side, right, of the tunnel. So the tunnel is kind of going over like that. It's forming on the side. So you actually have these little what are called helites, which rather than hanging down or coming up, they're actually sticking out to the side. But if you compare this, we've got some examples here from a cave from Poland, and you can actually see there's our big stalactite, right, that's forming. But look at this edge here. Have you seen that edge just sitting there? It's got that same thing. In fact, you can actually put it up next to it, and you can actually see the similarities there. So it's actually a good way of being able to test, as the scriptures say, test all things, and to compare between a real-world cave example and a modern, much quicker example. And you can look at the two and say, well, if this didn't take millions of years, what is the reason to assume that this one did? And particularly when you add in the factor of the organic material. And what's really fascinating about that actually is at one end of Church Canal Tunnel, you get lots and lots of these stalactites. At the other end, you get nothing. But the level of water remains pretty much the same. And the argument is, from a secular perspective, that stalactites are water plus calcium carbonate. And as you pointed out earlier, calcium carbonate doesn't really dissolve in water. So the argument is it takes hundreds of thousands of years to create a dissolving solution and then to redeposit that as a stalactite and stalagmite. But with this canal tunnel, we have constant water and constant calcium carbonate. Yet one end of the tunnel, there's plenty of these stalactites. They cover the walls. On the other end, there's nothing. What's the only discernible difference? Well, at one end, the canal tunnel is covered in vegetation up above the actual tunnel itself. Big woods, thick decaying leaves and all that kind of stuff. At the other end, it's residential. There's a road that goes over the top of it. It's got houses and concrete and everything. Now, I wonder if the real reason here is more to do with that organic component, the mulch, the decaying material, the microbes. And we were actually working with a professor from the University of St Andrews, professor of chemistry. John and I were working with him a little while back, and we were really delving into looking at some of these specifics when it comes to the enzymes that these microbes produce. And what we find is that there's these microbes which are present in decaying material and matter. They're present here in the decaying material that we have in these stalactite machines. They're present in the world, which produce an enzyme which only exists for a fraction of a second, but that enzyme is extremely acidic, sometimes up to -50. Now, to put that into perspective, vinegar and hydrochloric acid, they're sort of somewhere on the sort of, 1 to 2 kind of scale, right? So we're talking about something extremely acidic. Now, yes, it doesn't last for very long, but it's there for a short period of time, and it would produce the perfect conditions for breaking down these materials, these base materials, and redepositing them as stalactites. So microbes really seem to be the key here.
Yes, indeed. And so that fits with what we observe in places like the Chirk Tunnel, which is a short-lived environment, because we know how old the canal was. It was built for a canal. So we have the real history there, as well as these experiments where we've deliberately set them up. So there's no evidence of long periods of time. There is evidence of changing conditions where you get changing chemical and physical environments. So it gets back, you've got to have the right physical and chemical processes. Time is irrelevant.
And it really is the key that we've seen so many times in this. It's got nothing to do with time, everything to do with the process. And I mean, you think about it, we know this in the real world as well. If you are a foreman or a businessman and you're trying to you employ people who have better processes, or you implement better processes, right? You don't just leave it to time and hope for the best. So we know how it relates to us. We know that it makes sense, and it's about getting that bigger picture and relating that back to the gospel. As we were saying earlier, these issues really do have influence, or they really are, they do affect the way that we understand things about millions of years. And stalactites will have an impact on how we view the gospel. So we need to start from scripture and work outwards that way.
Yes, we need to start with the God of the real world, who created in the beginning and told the truth about it.
Now, we've done lots and lots of work on stalactites and stalagmites at Creation Research. Obviously, if you're in Australia, go and visit Jurassic Ark, where they've got about 6 or 7 machines going on the go now. And there's a portable one similar to this in the Tasmania Museum as well. We want to get one set up in the USA as well. We're going to develop more of these. Come and get involved and see. But if you go to creationresearch.net, you'll be able to click on the research reports and you'll be able to see all of the reports on stalactites and stalagmites, because there's about 12 or 13 of them on there now.
You can read about the history of them and all the different experiments and the triumphs and the failures.
Indeed.
All experiments involve those.
I think one of my favourite ones is when we actually noticed that leaves were getting caught in a naturally forming stalactite underneath a bridge in the UK. We told John about it, and between you, John, and Dal developed that same system in one of the stalactite machines, and that was a real success.
It was actually. It was a better success than we planned. We actually started out by placing leaves into it, but they blew away because this is all outside. Yeah. But the same wind that blew away our leaves blew some more in, and they got stuck.
Yeah. So it is doable naturally, you know, and it shows that you don't have to cheat sometimes to see the same results.
It wasn't contrived at all.
So go and check out creationresearch.net, click on the research tab, and you'll be able to find experiments on the stalactites and the stalagmites. Another very good program that you can watch, you can look on our YouTube channel. We've done programs on creation conversations about tites and mites, and we've done programs on Standing for Truth on their channel. But also there you can see the Chur Canal Tunnel and stuff. But if you go and search for the tour around Jurassic Ark, you will be able to actually see examples of these stalactites and stalagmites as well in the actual machines themselves. They're available there, so go and check that out on our YouTube channel. Diane, just remind people how they can follow us and sign up to the newsletters while I go and grab a very brief commercial.
Yes, if you go to our main website, it's easy to remember, creationresearch.net. So creationresearch.net, and you can go to that. You can sign up for our newsletter. There's a page for that. You can go to the research reports where you can read articles about them. And if you click on the YouTube icon, that will take you to our YouTube channel where we have a lot of our videos from the past and from our new videos that we're making at the moment, including these ones.
And if you want all the research in one place, Tides, Mites and Fossil Fights this is the 2nd edition, updated with extra pages of research. And the great thing about this is not stock footage. This is not just general image. This is all fossils that are either in our museum collection or real experiments that we have done in the real world. All about tides and mites. There's our Churt Canal, which was the extra programs we added. You can find stalactites in the USA, in Australia. This is stuff that is really all over the world, including some fabulous fossils examples as well here in the UK and in Australia. So go and check that out. And be sure to join us next time in Around the Museum with Joe and Diane.
Yes.
God bless, guys. Catch you around.
Check out Creation Research Live, our all-new streaming service for creation research, with thousands of free resources and access to all of Creation Research's premium documentaries, debates and presentations through a low-cost monthly subscription. Find out more at creationresearch.live. Be sure to sign up to the Creation Evidence News. Regular updates and news from the world of creation research, science and the latest evidence for creation. Why not visit one of the many creation research museums around the globe? Find out more at creationresearch.net. Hello and welcome back to this last episode in Series 2 of Around the Museum with Joe and Diane, where we are doing a bit more of a wander again around the museum as we talk about a little bit more about the purposes of the museum and the museum projects as a whole, because this isn't the only creation research museum.
No, we have several now. We're expanding, so we
Indeed.
have 2 in Australia.
Yep,
Well,
three,
and plus
three.
Jurassic Ark,
Yeah.
which is sort of a museum. It's
Yeah,
an outdoor museum.
Well,
Yes.
Jurassic Ark is the sort of the first museum that creation research sort of had, and it's kind of, even though none of the other museums are outdoor museums, the concept behind Jurassic Ark has kind of ended up in all of the museums that we have around the world, which is this emphasis on the research, the real life research, and the hands-on, inviting people in and helping them to think. So it's sort of Jurassic Ark is a botanical gardens, it's a museum, it's a hands-on dig site, it's an experimental site, and all of that. But this hands-on research is really a big part of the museum project around the world.
Yes, and in fact that's how it started with Jurassic Ark. The owner of the property that it's on contacted us. He had found some fossilised wood, and so John Mackay, who's the director of the organisation, went up there. Yes, you have some fossilised wood, and we used to take field trips there and school groups there, and they could dig up a bit of fossilised wood. That was good. We could teach them about how fossils formed. We could teach them about after their kind, because we knew what sort of wood it was. And then we realised that this deposit was much larger than our original find. And so we did some research. We actually had some ground penetrating radar. We did a lot of excavating, and it really is enormous. So we decided we would make it a site where we would conduct regular field trips, as well as continue the actual digging research onto this site. We planted some trees to show people after their kind, and then we got the idea, well, if we can plant trees just for that, we could plant gardens to show people the real history of the world in gardens. And so we did that. It was a lot of hard work. It didn't just happen that way. And then we realised that people didn't really understand their biblical history. And so we put up some murals to illustrate that. And so it's grown into a big field trip and display site, but it's all outdoors. But it has the same function of a museum in that people can come and see the actual evidence for themselves. And because it is outdoors, we can do some of our experiments that are not really the sorts of things you do inside, like making strata out of mud and sediment and making coal with lots of clay and water. So good things you can do outdoors, but that means people can come along and actually see that as a work in progress.
Yes, and so that's what we say about all of our museums. Not only are they museums in the works, in the sense that it will always be being developed, there will always be new stuff being changed around, because the reality is, just in this one museum collection in the UK, we have over 35,000 fossils and artefacts, and there's no way that we'd be able to get every single one of them on display with all the information about it and all set up as a museum. So we will constantly be changing the displays and developing new programs and new projects. So it is a museum in the works. It is also a working museum, and that will never change no matter how big the museums get or how many things go on display. It will always be a working museum, and all of these museums around the world will be, in the sense that they are always doing research, always developing new projects, always developing new ideas and concepts and testing, whether it be strata machines or stalactite machines or rapid coal formation or rapid oil formation or fossils, and off it goes, right? So it'll constantly be doing the work of a museum, which is research and helping people to think, helping people to muse, whether that be about dinosaurs or stalactites or even all the wonderful animals that we've started to get here as well. And I know that this animal concept was something that we were thinking about doing at Jurassic Ark as well, and we now have over 6 museums in the works around the world. So it's exciting times for creation research.
It is indeed.
Well, let's have another little bit of a wander around, Diane, and just look at a few things that we perhaps missed on the first go. This area down here actually is what we where we put a lot of the new research that we've picked up over the last few weeks, basically, and we sort of get it out and put it on display, a few footprints and fossils and stuff. So again, there's always new things that are happening and new concepts that are being found and new fossils ready to go on display. But we kind of missed this section because, well, if you remember, last series, the first series, we'd only just started doing work in the museum, and we had a whole work party going on and hammering and nailing and everything, and the place was a mess for the first half of the series. And then we got to the second half, which we actually filmed after our open day, and by then it was looking a bit more like a museum. Well, it's come on even further than that, but just to show you, I mean, you've been here in the Oswestry area for what, 3 or 4 days?
Yes.
And we've already changed stuff around?
Yes, we have. It's a constant work in progress, but it's been wonderful progress since the last time I was in the UK, which was last year, of course.
Neil, this is one of the new things that we've changed around a little bit and developed, and we've put this new wall in. There's a studio which is being developed behind there so that we're able to produce more creation research content, both as a sort of a podcast style, so we can have you next time, Diane, have a bit of a chat through a few things, as well as produce the sort of creation news, creation conversations, all that kind of stuff. So we're looking forward to having that as a functioning studio. But you recognise our big giant mosasaur?
Yes, I remember the mosasaur. He was over there the last time I came, but good to see him out on display for all to see.
Beautiful, great big creature. Sea dragon, of course. Fabulous fossil from Morocco, which we've been able to get on display. But then above our giant mosasaur skull, and the mosasaur skull is real, by the way, it's the genuine article, but above it we've actually got this rather spectacular 6-part mural. So Diane, tell us a bit about this, because I know this is also on display in Australia. In fact, it was originally done for Australia.
Yes, it was originally done for Jurassic Ark, and it was these 6 combined all into one beautiful, huge illustration. And this was done by a wildlife artist, Philip Snow, who is a brilliant professional wildlife artist. He is particularly good with birds because he is an expert in birds as well as being a good artist. But he has illustrated for us the 5th day of creation, which is the day when the Lord made flying things and the water creatures. And so the 3 illustrations up the top there are the flying things. So we have lots of birds of all sorts of kinds in beautiful, exquisite detail. But there are some interesting ones there. There's actually a pterodactyl up there, which is a flying creature.
Just here,
yes.
Just here. There's another one over there.
Another
as well.
one over there, that's right. And so there are water birds as well as flying birds there. So that's lovely. And then down below we have the swimming creatures, which will include the mammals and reptiles, as well as the fish and the seashells. So we have a plesiosaur.
Just in the middle there, yeah.
And
big old whale.
Yes, a whale and a turtle, and lots of different kinds of fish and corals. And so we have all of the creatures of the sea. So it says in Scripture that let the sea teem with life, and here it is teeming with life in this beautiful illustration.
In fact, I've also just spotted as well, which I haven't seen before, there's a little ammonite down in the bottom corner as well.
Oh, yes.
Just there. And your favourite here, Diane, look at the little nautilus as well.
Oh,
so
yes.
they are just absolutely stunning and beautiful displays, just remarkable. And what is amazing, so Phil Snow, he lives actually not too far away from here in North Wales in Anglesey, and he's illustrated some amazing books, and I know he decorated and painted the whole of the observatory up in Holyhead, which is a very famous bird observatory for the RSPB. And these are actually the originals which he gave to us here at the Creation Research Museum in Oswestry. So we're looking forward to being able to get these properly displayed. They're sort of to set up where they're going to be. We're going to get all the background painted and everything, and it's amazing that we can start to put these murals on display. But I mean, this was made up for one of the murals at Jurassic Ark in Australia.
Yes.
So why do we have so many murals that we use in our museums?
Well, we found that people
even Christians, sadly, did not know their biblical history, and particularly they didn't know the history of creation, which is rather sad, but we thought, well, what is a very good way that we can illustrate that in the context of an outdoor museum? And one of the artists who does a lot of work for us in Australia said, well, you can have murals made and they can be printed on aluminium, actually, so that they can be weatherproof. And so we had this mural and many others made in that format, and they've been set up on frames, and when there aren't any people there, they are actually covered up to protect them a bit from the weather. But when we have visitors, they can be opened up, and people can literally walk from Adam to Australia. So we have a mural of the Garden of Eden, or what one could imagine it would be. We have an illustration of the fall of man, how sadly the world didn't stay in that beautiful, very good state because Adam and Eve rebelled against their Creator, and then how things went down. One of our most popular murals actually illustrates what life was like just before Noah's flood, where it says the world was corrupt and filled with violence, with a lot of... we have a big monster and a lot of war and fighting, and that appeals particularly to the high school students. But we have some illustrations of Noah's flood, and then the post-flood world, where you had a lot of climate change, and that is described in the Bible. One of the events that's described in the Bible was a time when Abraham had to go down to Egypt because there was a famine in the land, because there was a drought. And so droughts are not new. We have lots of droughts in Australia now. They're commonly put down to climate change these days, but they are at least as old as Abraham. And so we illustrate that. And we also illustrate After Their Kind, another one of our artists who works with us, an English lady, does beautiful illustrations of After Their Kind, because we do have a fossil display there, and so we show them after their kind. So we show them the fossils, and we have some lovely illustrations of the living creatures and the fossil creatures in amongst all of our growing things, in amongst our plants as well.
So it's this sort of medieval style technique of putting the Bible in pictorial form to help people to visualize and to see the real history of the world. And it's interesting you mention the giants in the land mural, because it's one of my favourite as well. And that's actually being incorporated into a new book that we're working on at Creation Research, which may take a year or so until it comes out. But looking into this concept of giants. So I'm looking forward to co-authoring that with yourself and with John Mackay, of course. But speaking of books and stuff, this is something else that Creation Research does, and a big part of the museum is as we were saying, and in fact we were talking with a good friend of ours yesterday about the purposes of the museum. It's here to be a place of evangelism and a place of discipleship. And those are the two commandments that God has given us as Christians to do. And so a ministry really needs to have those two things at its heart. Yes, the research is important. Yes, putting the evidence on display is important. But the reasons why we do those things need to be for evangelism and for discipleship. So evangelism for those who don't know the gospel, for those who don't know Jesus. We have a lot of interest from the local people. Lots of locals will come in very regularly, and they will get an opportunity to receive the gospel every time one of them comes in, whether it's from the murals, whether it's from the text, whether it's from the displays, or even better from the engagement that they get with the people here. So yes, we do need more volunteers, we do need more helpers to come and help us at the museum, so get in touch if you're interested to come and volunteer with us and work with Creation Research and support the museum's project that's going on here. But it's a place of discipleship as well. It's a place as a resource for Christians to provide a reason for the hope that is within them, as it says in the book of Peter. It's a place where people can come and see the evidence for themselves. They can learn the real history of the world. They can get ammunition against the evils of the world and get fabulous resources from Creation Research as well. And one of the places they can do that, Diane, apart from coming and engaging with us and talking with us and speaking with us, they can come and browse the bookshop and the fossil shop as well. So the fossil shop is here to, you can own a piece of the very evidence that we've put on display here in the museums.
They make great conversation pieces.
Absolutely.
If you have a beautiful ammonite or an interesting piece of rock or a few shark's teeth or
there's so much you can
like,
just talk about just from an ammonite. You've got after their kind, rapid burial, and amazing design of creation. This uses a mathematical pattern called the Fibonacci sequence as well. It's found in most living things, so you have evidence of design there as well. Our beautiful nautiluses, which of course are living fossils, and you can get these fabulous nautiluses from creation research here at the shop. Anything from trilobites to giant teeth and dinosaur stuff, and it's just fabulous to be able to come and browse and get some of the evidence. But it's also the resources as well, the books and the DVDs, and we've got some fabulous stuff that we've produced over the years.
Yes, we have copies of quite a few of our DVDs are still available as hard copies, as well as electronic downloads. And we have some lovely books that we've written for children.
Ah, yes, over here. We're going to show some of the things that we've got for kids over here. And this, some of the design stuff is the books that are the most impressive ones, I think.
Yes, made by our artist in Australia, Steve Cardno, and his wife Cindy. They do a marvellous job. And so they're good fun, as well as being a way of showing children the truth about dinosaurs, because the humanists, the evolutionists, really make a big thing about dinosaurs. My friends who have grandchildren are now sort of tearing their hair out because their grandchildren are just at the age of going to school, and they're coming back with stuff about dinosaurs. But of course it's telling them about millions of years, about feathered dinosaurs and birds turning into dinosaurs. So we like to tell them the truth as described in the Bible, and a few other aspects of creation as well. This one here, Adam and Eve and the monkeys in the trees, talks about how human beings are made in the image of God. We're not monkeys, we're not apes, but apes are God's creation. So they can learn about God's creation in a good and fun but biblically accurate way.
And of course for adults and older children as well, you have to co-author this one, Your Questions About Creation Answered, which is just lots of the commonly asked questions about creation in nice little simple layman answers.
Yes, this one grew out of one of our websites called Ask John Mackay, where people just wrote in and asked questions. So it is answering the questions that real people have sent in, and we've put together a couple of topics, because we have lots and lots of questions on that website. So we decided, well, we'll start at the beginning. So we have the 6 days of creation, we have Adam and Eve, and some of the basics that we need to understand is Genesis history. What about theistic evolution? Because that's commonly presented in so many churches, and so many Christians are bothered by it and ask us about it. This is volume 1. Hopefully there will be quite a few other volumes there. But if your question is not answered in this book, you can go to our website. But it is good to actually have a book on hand. Again, useful resource to have at home. It can just sit there and you can pick it up.
As is this sort of coffee table style book, Tides, Mites and Fossil Fights, which I co-authored with Diane and John. And again, this is all real research. These aren't stock images. These aren't things we've downloaded off the web. These is all research that we've physically been to, we've physically done, and the fossils are all things that are in our actual creation research museums collection around the world. So a great research book as well. And speaking of books, Diane, we actually have a library here upstairs as well for research. So it's a place which can facilitate students coming in and interns and people who want to come and do research and go through the library. And we've got not just creation stuff, but a lot of secular stuff as well, and field guides, stuff going back to the 1700s. Some of the books and details.
Yes, a lot of history, a lot of geography, useful things like that, which we use to put together our own videos, our own lectures. There's nothing like live lectures. We can do all of the online things we like, and we do. They're very useful.
But if you would like any of the creation research team come to your area, live lectures really do get people excited, but we have to do our own background research for our own presentations, so we keep a whole lot of resources there as well. And if anyone wants to come in and use those, if they're studying a particular aspect about creation, evolution, Noah's flood, all of those things, we're very happy to help students if they need to do something like that.
And so you can get in touch with creation research as well for all of that. Well, let's carry on around a little bit more, Diane. You can see our dinosaur has moved as well. But let's go upstairs and just have a little look at some of the collection that isn't on display, because again, this is something which has really grown. A lot of people don't realise or appreciate just the volume of work that goes on behind the scenes. We bring our people around for these videos, and people come on our open days and they get to come and see some of the amazing displays and things that we have set up around the world. But just coming behind this just shows you the sheer volume of stuff that needs to be done over the next few years.
Yes.
We do have absolutely heaps and heaps in our collection behind here, all stacked up. And these are box loads of stuff from the last sort of 40 years of creation research operating in the UK and in Europe. And, you start digging through some of this and it's just full of remarkable things from John's collecting, from your collecting, my collecting. And it's not just the fossils as well, it's also the biological, like these fungus specimens as well.
Yes.
Amazing evidence of design in some of these specimens, amazing evidence of God's creation, more human bones that we have here as well. We missed on our human bone episode. Just geology and rocks. This rock I actually know. I could probably do this with most of the rocks here, to be honest, but I actually know where this is. This is what we call day 3 rocks, because this comes from that layer of sandstone right down at the bottom of the geological column. It's full of sandstone that's been ground by water. It's full of cross-bedding. You can see all the layers. It's a global deposit, but it has no fossils in it. So we like to ask people, okay, when was there a global flood when you have lots and lots of water movement, lots and lots of erosion, lots of new deposition, but there wasn't any life in order to be actually buried? The answer is day 3 of creation, right? Because the world was created covered in water, and on day 3, God says that let the waters be gathered together into one place, let the dry land appear. As the land rose up out of the water, you get beautiful deposits like this. And this is all the way from Scotland. And this is actually one of the problems, Diane, because I collected that. I know exactly where it is. I know exactly where it came from. I know exactly the story behind it. The problem is it's all up here. As is the problem with a lot of the collections in Australia.
Oh, very much so. John Mackay has tens of thousands of fossils stored away. We only have a very, very small amount actually out on display now. And a lot of that needs to be catalogued, which we are doing at the moment. We have someone who comes in regularly and we are cataloguing and documenting a lot of the fossils there and the other artefacts, and the same has to go on here and the same at Tasmania and wherever we have any of our collections.
And so we really do need volunteers, helpers, people who have good computer skills that can help with the cataloguing, producing a database. We really need to get the information out of my head and down on paper, so to speak, right? So it needs to at least typed up and actually make a proper record of this, not just so that it's more effective when it comes to creating more displays and exhibitions and the like, but also when it comes to actually doing the research, and just in case anything ever happens to John or I, we're still able to use these fossils and things for God's glory. So I think that's a really vital part. So yes, we do need helpers, we do need volunteers, and we do need workers, not just here, but actually all over the world. We have 6 museum projects in the works. 3 of them are in Australia: Jurassic Ark, the Brisbane Museum Creation Discovery Centre and the Creation Discovery Centre in Tasmania. We have one in Canada. We have one in the USA as well, headed up by our friend Glenn Wilson. And we have one currently here in the UK, but the plan is to actually create a network of creation discovery centres in the UK, supported by churches or a church or a group of local churches, where we can actually put these things on display and create and develop things and little mini creation discovery centres that are little pockets of resources for people who are able to come and see the evidence for themselves.
Yes, indeed. It means that they're more accessible, so people can come and actually see the real evidence, and that makes it memorable, and they can bring local people that they may know to come and see things, and it gives them an opportunity to talk about the evidence, but most of all, it gives them an opportunity to talk about the truth of Scripture and about Jesus Christ, the Creator, Judge and Saviour.
And it's not just the fossils, it's the artefacts as well.
Yes.
They often say, you know, the Bible is the whole history of mankind from beginning and end. And Jesus even said that from the beginning he made the male and female. So mankind's story really is the full history of the world, because it's all about man who was made in the image of God, who fell, who needs a saviour, and so the whole story is a path of salvation. And so we have a lot of artefacts, biblical artefacts here, real things like we spoke about Nebuchadnezzar's brick, but just general biblical artefacts that really help people to see this in a different light, really makes it real and alive for people who are able to come and visit these collections. So do get behind the Creation Research Museum collection around the world. Do support us. Do continue to volunteer and support with your donations. And how can they follow us, Diane, and follow more about the research and the work that we do?
Well, a good place to start is our main website. It's easy to remember, creationresearch.net. If you go to that website, it will give you links to our other resources. We have a YouTube channel full of all sorts of wonderful videos. Some of those videos that we have on DVD downstairs are available to stream on your computer. There are other things which are just only streaming or on that YouTube channel alone. Really useful resources there. You can go to our question and answer website, our fact file website, which is an archive of our newsletter items. We keep a watching brief on what goes out to the general public in terms of scientific news. Help people work out what's the story behind what has been discovered, and help people to work out the difference between what's the story and what was really discovered, and to see that discovery in the light of biblical history, to understand it. And that helps people keep their faith, as it were, in the Bible, or see it for the first time ever, that the Bible can be trusted. So go to that website, and also that has links to our international websites, our UK and our USA website.
Very good. Well, that brings us to the end of Around the Museum with Joe and Diane. Until you come again and we film another series, which we're hoping to do next year, and there's some exciting developments coming in creation research, so follow us there. Until next time, folks, goodbye, God bless from both myself and from Diane, and keep searching for the truth. Catch you later. Watch Creation Research TV, a live 24/7 broadcast of everything creation research. Available for free on our YouTube channel and through Creation Research Live. Check out Creation Research Live, our all-new streaming service for creation research, with thousands of free resources and access to all of Creation Research's premium documentaries, debates and presentations through a low-cost monthly subscription. Find out more at creationresearch.live. Be sure to join us for Creation Conversations, a weekly live broadcast with the whole Creation Research team, dealing with different topics from creation, evolution and the Bible.